X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who spit facts online all the time. Can you see it? All the ones who drag my name every single day. Can you see it? Can you see it? Can you see it? They keep saying you don't have what it takes to carve out your own name underneath the shadows of gods. And I keep waiting for the day disbelievers say I flew way too close to the sun. I wait, but it never really comes. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who speak facts online all the time. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A force that compels all to rebel from all right shackled minds. Why do they just stand there against when they fall from the battles I have overcome? You feel it, feel the cope and the seething tone that they make while I stand up, man among gods. And I keep thinking with my mill, shooting ropes in my cold that faces towards the sun. They hate, but I'm sitting comfy with their mom. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who speak facts online all the time. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A force that compels all to rebel from all right shackled minds. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who speak facts online all the time. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A force that compels all to rebel from all right shackled minds. It's you and me, your mom, it's me. I'll take another hit from my name. You'll see now, watch me right now, punch your things now. Show you how.
Well, 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 what do we have here? We got a bunch of top G's. Bunch of top G European viewers watching right now. Is that what we got here? Hey, everybody. Wow, I'm loud. I should turn myself down a little bit so I don't peak my mic every 3 seconds. Hey, everybody. So many Europeans in the chat today. Unless, perhaps, we have imposter Americans in the chat? Is that what's Imposter Americans, perhaps on the night shift, staying up way too late, past their bedtime, on the internet. We got some naughty Americans in the chat who are up past their bedtime tonight. But who am I, of course, to throw stones from glass houses? It is currently 12 a.m. for me, and I woke up at 5 p.m. So I'm pretty much a nocturnal vampire at this point, which is essentially where you want to be. If you're not a nocturnal vampire in your early 20s, then you're not living a good life, frankly. So that's where we are. We're doing another late night stream, and I expect to do many more because I'm really, really enjoying these. They're a lot of fun. Not to mention, of course, I always really enjoy when I get DMs or not DMs, but when I get a message in chat or I get a donation in the chat and someone says something along the lines of, "Hey Zan, I'm up late working the night shift right now. It's really boring, but your stream is keeping me sane." Like messages like that, I get them all the time when I do late night streams and I really enjoy them. Something about the idea of knowing that like some amount of my fans watching are like, working the boring ass night shift and watching my stream. It adds this sense of like I am somebody's way out of boredom right now. It makes me feel like my content is successful at achieving what I want it to. I don't know. It's a hard feeling to describe. I guess it's something only people who make videos or movies or shows or art would really get, but it's intense. It's a nice feeling. Mm. I love the cup with the crack in it that leaks water. I love that cup. The Insomniac Philharmonic under the direction of Alexander Hall. I don't know what the fuck that's supposed to mean, my friend. Why do I read my YouTube chat? I should probably... Hey guys, do you think I should just completely get rid of YouTube chat off of my screen? Because every time I read something in YouTube chat, it's either really, really dumb or just doesn't make any sense. Like, I feel like half of my YouTube chat are probably, like, bots or something. I don't know. No? Oh, wait, you guys are actually real people. I don't know. I don't actually think half of you are bots, but rarely do they really, participate as much because they're not in the website chat. So I wonder often, like, should I try to put more... Should I, like, completely ignore YouTube chat and just say, if you want me to acknowledge you, come to the website? And just make it so that, like, it's all, like, to really incentivize people to be on the website? Or do I don't know. We've got mobile support on the website now, so... It used to be that, like, I mostly read YouTube chat for the mobile users, but I don't know. No, Zan? It's hard to keep track of two chats, is why I asked this. For a long time, I was fine with reading all the chats, but I would like to just focus on one. Because focusing on multiple chats is just a massive pain. What if you get a dono from YouTube? I would read them when reading the donos. It just appears in the list. I don't know. I really like being able to just read one chat because it's a lot harder to keep track of three. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. I'm gonna start considering that whether or not I move it into being merge the chats. I really wish I could. I wish there was a way to make it so that like, and someone typed a message in Twitch, YouTube, or the website, it appeared on screen. I wish I could do that and just have one consolidated chat, but that doesn't. I don't really have a thing that can do that, unfortunately. Restream will make a chat that consolidates YouTube and Twitch, which is nice, but I can't get my website chat to be one chat with the others. That's unfortunate, but maybe we'll figure it out. Maybe White Nervoso will be able to make that work someday. Posadus John, thank you for the tier 1 sub. I really appreciate that. Hold on, I forgot to make money doing this. I gotta open up my goddamn calculator. I forgot this is my job. I forgot I make my living wage doing this. Ideally living wage doing this. Posadus John, thank you for the tier 1 sub. I really appreciate that. Thanks for the $5, homie. Says, wow, Xanderhall, I'm working the night shift and your stream is keeping me sane. That gave me a half chub. Thank you, Posadus John. I appreciate that. Meme Joy, thank you for the $5. It's very kind of you, buddy. Says, favorite Ninja Turtle, Raphael. Raphael, easy. Easy. Raphael is dope. Thank you for the $5. I appreciate that. Let me update the dono goal really fast. Hope we don't have any Raphael haters in chat. Chat, what's your favorite scary movie? You know what me and one of my good friends, Ethan, are doing right now? Like, while I'm not streaming, like in my free time? Ethan has seen essentially nothing of The Walking Dead, yet really enjoys zombie content, including hit indie zombie game Project Zomboid, who one of the devs is apparently a fan of mine. One of the devs for Project Zomboid, I'm pretty sure the game's made by like 5 or 6 people. So like one dev of this game being a fan of me is like a sixth of the team, like a sixth or a fifth of the team working on the game. Really love Project Zomboid, and one of the devs of the game is a a fan of my content, so that's pretty dope. But Project Zomboid is like super duper inspired by The Walking Dead. So I've gotten Ethan into The Walking Dead, and we are now halfway through season 2. And I know a lot of people hate season 2, but season 2 is good on a first time watch through, and it's actually pretty good on a rewatch too. I'm not exactly bored watching through season 2 the second, or not second, more like the 5th time. I'm not exactly bored, and the end half of season 2 is so fucking hype. We're almost at that point, and it's really, really fun. And not to mention, like, early Walking Dead is genuinely good horror. Early, especially season 1 of The Walking Dead, has some damn good horror. The scene where Rick shoots the zombie girl at the gas station during the middle of the day, that scene alone made daytime scary for me as a kid. When I was a little kid, you know, I got scared of like the dark and stuff like that, but nighttime in the dark was what was scary. Daytime was universally light, a symbol of safety and not being scared. That scene alone, the opening scene of episode 1 of The Walking Dead, made daytime scary for me as a kid. I was scared to go outside for like 3 days when I watched. I was 10 years old when the first episode of The Walking Dead came out, by the way. I was 10 years old and scared to go outside for like 2 days. I was like, daytime's scary now. I disagree. Negan's introduction was unnerving. Sure, if you really put yourself into the boots of the characters there, it's unnerving, to say the least. But as a viewer, I wouldn't call it horror so much as dreadful suspense. God, stop making me feel old, Zan. I was 10 years old. I was 10 years old, or actually 11. I was 11 years old, freshly 11 years old when The Walking Dead premiered on AMC. If you watched that the night it premiered and you were like in your 20s or something, oh god, you must not, you are not happy right now. You are very angry with me at the moment is what's happening. Gizamo 760, thank you for the $5. I really appreciate that. Base donation from Gizmo 760 says, I got paid $15 an hour to do home remodeling. Spent most of the wages on a camera for filmmaking, but I got $5 to spare. I really appreciate that, my friend. Thank you for the $5. It really goes a long way and means a lot. I mean, $15 an hour is not a bad amount to be making at all. In fact, that is a lot of money for a lot of people out there. So, I'm glad you were able to get your new camera for filmmaking. Thank you for the extra $5. I appreciate that. Hopefully your filmmaking endeavors go well. BH Breadman, thank you for the $5. Very kind of you. Really appreciate that, my friend. Says, love the late night stream. Fun to listen to while I write or play games. I love listening to podcasts and late night streams while playing video games. It hits hard. It really does. Thank you. Thank you for the $5. I appreciate that. One Piece 34, thank you for the $11 donation. Hey, that's a lot of money. Thank you. Says, YouTube link, new Snapcube video drop, but only a clip. So 121 to 350. Okay, I'll watch that clip. I really wish it would stop automatically opening these links in my little window I have on this monitor for, you know, basically when you click a link in my chat, when I click a link in my chat, it opens the link on whichever window of Opera GX I most recently interacted with. And the most recent one is oftentimes the one I have, like, for my, like, one... Here, I'll tell you what I have open, just so you guys know how complex streaming is. One of my tabs is my Restream dashboard, which is what, you know, I use to set up and monitor my stream health. My Twitch stream dashboard, which I'll run an ad on right now. My list of users on my website, so I can check how many months someone subbed for to add accurate data. my list of subs and what they're like, the tier 1, tier 2, tier 3, tier 4, and like what each one is worth, so I can add them to the thing. Soon those two aspects will be like automated, so this won't be so hard. My Streamlabs like list of alerts, my Streamlabs alert list, and then my Streamlabs, another window is my Streamlab, or not window, tab, another tab is my Streamlabs dono goal bar, which I will update as we speak right now. So I do have a lot of things open in that window, and it's annoying when it automatically opens stuff on that, and I have to like move it over to my main monitor. It is just a wee bit frustrating. I'll check that video out in just a second, One Piece. Thank you for the $11. You wanted me to watch from 121 to 350, so I guess I'll put it on 121 and have it ready to play. God, my lips are dry tonight. What the fuck? Lick them dry ass lips, chat. Chat, your lips are dry as fuck. Lick them lips. Lick them dry ass lips, chat. Drink some water. I know they're dry right now. I know your lips are dry too. Get them lips nice and wet. You gotta have a nice wet lips to watch my content. We like some nice moist lips here on the Xanderhall channel. Is the window thing not something you can change in the settings, Xanderhall? The window thing? Oh, I don't think so. I think it's just something that they do. It's just automatic. Maybe I could change it, but to make it so it only ever opens links on my left monitor, that would be nice. I'll try to see if that's a thing. Also, I forgot to fix my activate windows thing, though I will do it eventually. I'm not even going to promise that I'll do it next time, because I'll definitely... You know, I'm just going to... Wait, okay. There's no way that writing have Ethan activate Windows or help you activate Windows for free on my whiteboard would fix it when it's literally plastered on my main monitor and I keep forgetting. If you're ever wondering how ADHD I am, there is a reminder of what I need to fix plastered on my monitor. And I can be in the call with the person that I need to get it, like need to help me fix it, and forget to ask them after like 6 hours of watching a show together. That is how ADHD I am. Just to give you guys but a small peek at my true inner autism. Tattoo it on your eyelids, the insides? Yeah, maybe. Reminders don't help when they become a part of your environment, lol. Oh yeah, that's true. That is true. You got me there. ADHD gang, rise up. One day I will be able to afford ADHD medication, perhaps. That would be pretty pog. I do plan to eventually get, like, medication for my ADHD and get, like a up-to-date adult diagnosis, because it's been, like, probably 16, 17 years since the guidance counselors and psychologists that were at my school were like, yeah, he's got ADHD 100%. We need to get him on ADHD meds so he can keep up in school. And then my mom was like, no, you're not putting my son on ADHD meds. And now and then I lived my entire life since then struggling with ADHD and how hard it is to keep track of things, pay attention to things, stay focused, force myself to stay on track or part of it or on like a schedule. It's all very difficult stuff. And if there is a drug that makes that even 1% easier, then I will do that. 100%. Easy. 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 The Maupin versus Jason Unruh debate is gold, honestly. Wait, I'm reading YouTube chat. Nothing they're saying has to do with what's going on here. Uncle Dingler, thank you for the $20. I really appreciate that. Says, sorry, Zan, plus Cherry for making you edit the Better Call Saul segment. I missed that it was a segment. What happened during that, Uncle Dingler? I don't remember. Listen, I'm going to be honest, guys. I end my stream and everything that I said or did during my last stream gets deleted. Okay? from my memory banks. I don't remember a damn thing that I said or did in my last stream or any of my previous, okay? If something like really big and memorable happens, I do, but like 90% of the shit that happens in my day, I don't remember the next day, okay? Maybe that's a bit scary. I mean, it's not that I lose the memory, it's just that I don't I try not to dwell too much on it, because something that you'll notice as a content creator very quickly is that the more you dwell on older content, the more you start to second guess the quality of it, and the more that you start to over criticize and over analyze yourself, which just really isn't healthy as a content creator, especially while you're making the content. I heard some really good streaming advice from Asmongold recently. And listen, you may think Asmongold's a dumbass, and on many things I'm sure he is, but the guy knows how to be a successful streamer. He said something along the lines of, while you're streaming, you treat streaming like a hobby. When you're not streaming, you treat it like a career. And that's really, really good advice. I definitely want to reiterate that to you guys. If any of you guys are streamers out there, that is really good advice to live by. Imposter syndrome, it's a bitch when it comes to making theater too. You need to learn not to obsess over perfecting your performances, or else you'll never be ready for the stage. Exactly. Exactly. Thinking of getting into it? Useful advice? Oh yeah, it absolutely is. Hopefully it works out well. I'm sure it will if you put the hard work and effort into it. But yeah, thank you for the $20, Uncle Dingler. Lol, I called you a jackass for spoiling the show. You were doing a segment about it, Lamau. Yeah. I saw somebody comment down below on the on that video, you didn't do a spoiler warning before reviewing the finale, and I was like, reviewing the Better Call Saul finale was in the title of my stream. Okay? Like, who was clicking on that if they were worried about spoilers for Better Call Saul? I don't know. People who complain about spoilers do frustrate me a little bit. Like when it's something like when it's unreasonable to complain about them, you know? They expected you to go, it's good, ooh, go watch it. I'm not like a movie review YouTuber that, or a show review YouTuber that does a spoiler-free show review and knows how to, like, you know, basically reduce a piece of media down to its non-spoilery elements. I can't do that. I'm not capable of it. I have to talk directly about things that happen and bring up examples and spoil things if I'm going to review a thing. I can't do a spoiler-free review of something. I'm not capable of it. It's not a skill that I possess. Frankly, I look up to people who do possess that skill. If you can review something without a single spoiler, then that is a skill that I don't have that I respect you for having. Uncle Dingler, thank you for the $5. I really appreciate that. Thank you very much. Says, rate my setup. I definitely shall. It downloaded a link instead of opening an image. Do you... Is this just a video? Sus, yeah. Cringe. I'm sorry. I can't watch your downloaded, your thing that it wants me to download. The MP4, yeah. I can't download that, I'm sorry. I'm not downloading anything that my fans send me. I can't do it. You gotta upload it on YouTube. It shows me like a couple seconds of a preview of it with sound, but that's it. So, I saw a laptop though, and you were playing Stray by the looks of it, so that's pretty cool. The thing that confused me about the Better Call Saul finale is why Better Call Saul spoiler Kim's new man kept saying "yep" when they were fucking. Yeah. Yeah, that was pretty cringe. If you're not caught up on Better Call Saul, then you're not real. Alexander Dugan's daughter got killed on accident. This person says that it was an attempt on Dugan's life that failed. What the fuck are you talking about? What? I don't know why this 20-year-old they them NB twink motor is tweeting about failed assassinations or why they would have any input or insight into this situation, but interesting tweet. Thank you. But somebody who's I checked the bio to see if they were like a political analyst or like worked with as a journalist or like did some kind of like on the ground journalism, but their bio is just 20 they them femboy twink motor, and I don't know if that equals foreign policy or assassination expert by any means. So we're gonna go ahead and leave that tweet until there are further developments. Xanderhall, it happened. Real? Why won't it stop opening the links on the other tab? Okay, I'm sorry. I'm not opening any more links. I can't do it anymore. It will not stop opening them on that other window. Nazbuls take another L. Successful assassination attempt in Moscow. A car is blown up on Russian word highway. A female driver died on the spot. According to yet unconfirmed news, it could be Darya Dugina, the daughter of Alexander Dugin. I see. Russian word? Yes. I'm racist toward every country or language that is not American or English. Thank you very much. Let's continue. Can I watch this? No, this is people dying. I can't watch that on stream. Never mind. I will, however, watch it off stream right now. This is probably fine to show on Twitch. There's no gore or anything. Just a big fire. Listen, there isn't much to see, just a whole lot of fire. I mean, it could have been an assassination attempt. It could have been. Tankies hold that L, I guess. I don't know. What if they just killed the daughter of the person they were trying to assassinate? Is that really successful? Was she awful? I mean, it's possible, but I don't know. It's real, of course, but pro-Russia media is screeching about it. It's the message that counts. I don't know if killing innocent sons and daughters of people that are bad is necessarily what I am in favor of, unless the sons and daughters themselves are also bad. She wasn't exactly innocent. Okay, then. In that case, what I'm asking you right now is, did she deserve to die? Okay? Did she deserve to die? Should I feel sad about it? Okay? She's not innocent? Okay. I'm not sad about it. I'm not saying she deserved to die. I'm just saying I'm not sad about it. Yeah, I know her father's bad. I've heard of him and some of the fucked up shit, but I don't know much about his daughter. I was confused. Like, his daughter literally could have been a child for all I know, although that's unlikely considering the guy's age, but still. His daughter was involved in Le Pen shit. Okay. Yeah, a lot of Nazis. Fucking, yeah. Don't be fooled regarding some of the people who exposed Caleb. Some of them are literal Nazguls and have problematic views on socialism. Dog, listen. Listen, my friend. My friend. Just because I disagree with somebody politically does not mean them being sexually abused suddenly means is like suddenly okay. That's not how that works, okay? Move on to my video. Okay. 350 was the end point you wanted me to watch, I believe. Yeah, Uncle Dingler, if you upload that clip onto YouTube, like a setup tour onto YouTube, I'll absolutely rate it 100%, or even better, you can just record it and post it on Twitter and send me the tweet. That's even better. Guido, thank you for the $10. I really appreciate that. Very kind of you. That's $10 Redinos right there. That is an impressive amount of money. Thank you. Says, hey, Zan, Sweet Myths was wrong. You aren't a man among gods. You are one of the gods, at least in my eyes. I've been watching your stuff for ages and hope this helps the rent backlog. Thank you so much, my friend. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much for the $10. You are fucking based. Thank you. Hey, Zan, where can we find that video? Which one? Which one, Coasted Terror? The fire? Oh, it was in a one of the from who sent it? Who sent it? Well, a few people above sent links to it. If you scroll up, you should be able to find a few links to it. KK, I found it. Nice. All right. No more dilly-dallying, chat. I'm going to update the dono goal really fast, then we're going to hop right into the content. But remember, of course, feel free to donate, as if you've got the money for it, it really does help out the channel, and without your lovely and gracious support, I would not be able to do this for a living. So thank you guys, all of you. I really do appreciate it. Y'all amazing. Y'all amazing. My video first. Oh, I almost forgot. One Piece 34 donated for me to watch 2 minutes of this video, so let's check it out.
Anyway, back to brooding.
Shadow, it's me, the devil. I'm here to convince you to do sin. Come with me. Steal candy from babies and small businesses. I'm not talking about Walmart.
I will never do such a thing. I'll sin in my own way.
Okay, bye.
Ah! Okay, fine, I'll sin. Works every time. My sin is lying. To the devil. I've outsmarted you once again. And I didn't even have to play chess this time.
I will probably end up watching this off stream. Of all the Sonic content that could exist on the internet. That was my first real hit of the day. Sorry, guys. I moved my whole no smoking weed until 5 p.m. thing to past midnight because I'm nocturnal now. And that was my first hit of the day. Wow. Wow. Anyway. As I die live on stream, literal Xanderhall live death on Twitch, on YouTube, on his website, happening right now. Anyway, I'll probably actually end up watching that series, that dubbed one take series, because those are pretty funny. They are pretty damn funny. Well, and there's still a few more seconds left. All right, we're not doing another cover. We're not doing another cover. I won't let it happen. I won't do it. I won't do it. Rip Zan Rogan, first man to literally die off of weed. True. Listen. Here's what they gotta do, all right? They make DMT completely legal in California, and I do it on video, and I get on Joe Rogan's podcast. That's how I get on. The DMT is how I get on Joe Rogan's podcast, and then I bread pill him, because Joe Rogan's brain is but a sponge. He agrees with pretty much whoever he's talking to at the time. And then he'll change all of his opinions and not agree with me again the next guest he brings on. But for a week, for like a week, or however many times between Joe Rogan podcasts, he'll be based. You get high and then you wake up in Joe Rogan's interview room. Yeah, that's pretty much how it'd probably go. Honestly, whenever you do DMT, you just kind of exit this dimension and wake up as a guest on Joe Rogan's podcast. That's actually every single Joe Rogan podcast guest was just a random person who did DMT and then just got beamed into his podcast room and had no idea what to do and just decided to participate. That is literally every single guest he's had on, how it happens. Yeah, they get beamed into his office. The drugs do that. Yeah. Yeah, that's how it works. Oh shit, we got a dono over on Twitch. I didn't even notice because I had my calculator covering it. Eliza Baranoff. Thank you for the tier 1 sub. I really appreciate that. Ooh. Thank you so much. Oh, it's a gifted one. You gifted one to Detra Prime. Thank you. I really appreciate that. Based. Yeah, Chad Calculator blocking Twitch chat. You don't no-clip into the back rooms, you no-clip into Joe Rogan's basement? Yes, you do. That is true. Bernie took DMT? Dude, Bernie Sanders has definitely done DMT. Vosh not streaming today, missing the Caleb Maupin news? Wait, didn't Vosh stream today? I swear I saw he was live when I woke up. I woke up at like 5 p.m. I could have sworn when I looked on YouTube he was live. Did he not go? Did he, like, cancel stream or something? Nah, Demon Mama did, though? Are you guys gaslighting me? I swear to God, I woke up, and in my delirious, half-awake state, I looked on YouTube, and I saw that Vosh was live. It's a prep for tomorrow? Oh. Vosh doesn't stream on Saturdays? I thought he doesn't stream on Sundays. I thought it was Sundays is when he doesn't stream. Oh, it's a pre-stream for tomorrow. Ah. Well, you see, I'm simply built different, so I stream at midnight and get to the topics before even Vosh can. I truly am. Vosh truly is the Xander Hall clone. No, I really loved covering that Banapanada video recently where he called Shark 300 a Xander Hall clone, because dunking on somebody calling somebody else a clone of me, just, it allows me to expose how stupid the people who call me a Vosh clone are without me directly complaining about it. Because I don't know, I don't like complaining about when people make fun of me, you know? Making fun of me, or, like, is one thing. If you're making things up and, like, trying to claim I did a thing and oh, yeah, I'll fight against it. But making fun of me, like, just making jokes, I usually don't get too upset about. I mean, like, you've never seen me make a video on somebody because they said, I don't like your hair. That's not a thing that happens, right? But I don't know. That's one of the things that's always kind of bothered me, is how strange people's mindset is around copying. Like, if someone does something, then someone else does it, and they're copying. And Shark got hit with it, claiming that Shark's copying me, and then apparently I'm copying Vosh. It's like, it's this really bizarre list of non-arguments people use against pretty much any live streamer that does this that isn't Vosh. Hell, even Destiny calls Vosh a Destiny clone. So, everyone gets it. It's just the mindset of people on the internet. It's cope. Vosh is a Destiny clone, and Zan is a Vosh clone, and Demon Mama is another Vosh clone, and Shark is a Zan clone. Yeah, oh god, it's like a human centipede, almost. No. In all reality, for a very long time, there's always been on YouTube, not just one person that does a type of content, but a whole variety of people that do a type of content, but give their own spin to it. When Minecraft Let's Plays first became popular, there wasn't just one big Minecraft Let's Player, there were dozens, if not hundreds of big Minecraft Let's Players, who all brought their own different thing to the table, right? So it's pretty much just that. This is the React politics format. There's a bunch of people who do it, and they all bring their own thing to the table. Oh shit, we got a verified user over in the YouTube chat. Hello, Swegta. Your name sounds familiar. I feel like I've heard of you before. I don't know if it's in a positive light or a negative light, though. Well, hopefully you enjoy your time here. I apologize if, like, we've spoke positively on Twitter or something and I'm not remembering. I'm really bad with names and stuff. But you seem familiar. I swear I've, like, seen a video from you or something. Or I've, like, seen you on Twitter. But hopefully you enjoy your time here. I think it could be a fair criticism, but it'd be more geared towards a person doing the type of content without understanding the genre and being lazy about it. Yeah. And I pretty much put, well, anytime I'm not streaming, I'm pretty much playing video games and listening to political, like, interviews and documentaries and content, so. I DM'd you a meme? We follow each other on Twitter, all positive? Oh, hell yeah. Yeah, I knew I recognized you. Let's go! Here, let me check my DMs really fast. I got a message from my friend. What's going on? Bro! Is that FitMC? This is an accurate meme. This is an absolutely accurate meme. I don't know why, but I saw this dude and thought it was FitMC. Am I the only one who just... Right? The oldest anarchy server in Minecraft. Yeah. That's a good meme, thank you. I'm gonna take a nice big chug of water, then we're gonna get into our first little segmentarino? Yeah, thank you. What is this? A meme? Vosh on his days when incredibly interesting news is breaking? True! So fucking stupid. Shut up. Get this out of my chat. Your mom doesn't love you. I'm just kidding, that was a joke. I don't know why I was so mean with that. I love all of you. So does your mom. Your mom loves me, and I love your mom. You better believe I love your mom, but, you know, that's all. Okay. Red98, thank you for the $5. I really appreciate that. Hey, Zan, glad to be catching your stream. Just celebrating that I started my new job this week, and you were the person that got me into Vosh, so Vosh is actually your clone, lol. That is true. That is, well, I mean, listen, all I'm saying is, go to Vosh's YouTube channel, go look at when the channel was started, and then go to my YouTube channel and look at the date my channel was started. I'm just saying, the proof is in the pudding. Thank you for this $5. I really appreciate that. You're very kind. Thank you, thank you. Really appreciate it. Let me update the donut go really fast. And then, we no more dilly-dallying. We begin. And we go hard. In the paint, perhaps. Whew. Okay. Our first segment is actually not in the title of the stream. It's actually going to be, you know, I could have put it in the title, and it could have been really shameless, and it could have been really, you know, I could have brought in a lot of viewers, got a lot of clicks, a lot of views, a lot of people in here for the shamelessness of putting it in the title and monetizing it, but I am not going to do that. We're going to be talking about the evolving issue with the Keffels situation. Some of you guys are probably not aware of the update to this entire thing, but it's gotten worse. It's gotten worse. If you don't already know what's happened, then I highly recommend you go back and watch my most recent video on it. I called it, it is simply called, This is Bad and You Should Care, or This is Unacceptable and You Should Care, and Keffels is in the thumbnail. and I'm talking about her getting doxxed and swatted and everything like that. And of course, she has since had to, go on the run and everything. But before I go ahead and, spill out all the details of this before the segment has started, let me go ahead and start it. My desk is so slippery with water from this cracked, leaking cup that my cup started spontaneously sliding across my desk, and I had to, grab it, and I was, freaked out like a ghost was moving it, like I was playing Phasmophobia or something. Okay. All right. You guys know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. Well, we are unfortunately right back here again to talk about some continued and ongoing harassment that a fellow YouTuber and streamer of mine has been having to go through. She goes by the name of Keffals. She's actually gotten into the news quite hardcore recently, and by that I mean full-on national headlines because of the prolonged state of harassment she's been receiving, mostly from insane people on the right, mostly from transphobes, and a lot of their attacks have been extremely transphobically motivated. Is transphobically a word? Well, it is now, because I said so. Anyway, Keffals recently made a video in which she came out about a situation she's been dealing with, in which the FBI, or not the FBI, the local PD of Ontario, Canada, or London, Ontario, Canada. Listen, I don't know what you Canadites have over there, but I frankly, I didn't even know that Canadian police officers had guns. I thought they had super soakers filled with maple syrup. If I'm completely being honest with you guys, I think super soakers filled with maple syrup would probably deter me from committing a crime far more than the possibility of death by bullet would. Can you, if somebody shoots a super soaker full of syrup at you, you're done. You're, even a little bit of it splashing on you, and you're sticky forever. You're just gonna be a sticky person for the rest of your life. I would rather die. You know what? Yeah, that's legitimately what I think Canadian police should be carrying around. Nothing but, super soakers and squirt guns filled with maple syrup. They can make it nice and runny, though, to get it so there's a little bit more velocity on the squirt. I don't know why I'm talking about this. Anyway, the very shitty behavior on the part of the swatter, of course. Swatting is the act of falsely calling in a emergency to the local police department of somebody that you have a grudge against, somebody who you are trying to fuck over, perhaps even in some cases kill, and you'd say, oh, this person at this address is going to do this, or I am this person at this address and I'm going to do this, something like that. Of course, it's all bullshit, with the intent of having a SWAT team arrive at the location armed with guns to both scare and basically ruin the day of the person who was swatted, and in the worst cases, possibly even kill them. People have been killed because of swatting before. When a SWAT team goes out to a location with their guns ready, there is not even a consideration in most of their minds that this could be a prank, or that this isn't legit, or that violent, lethal force isn't necessary. They're going out there mentally preparing themselves to kill a person, if they have to. That is what the cops' mindset is when they go to deal with a potential terrorist threat, which is what these swatters painted Keffals to seem like. She, of course, did a whole video breaking this down, which I covered. The proceeds of that video went to Keffals' donations, which have, a GoFundMe, which has now raised, a lot of money, it's over 100K now, right? It's a bunch of fucking money. And I'm really hoping that obviously it should be enough for her to get her life back together and get her streaming stuff and all of that replaced. Some of the stuff that the police took are not replaceable, such as the college thesis that her partner was working on. That's something that really, I don't know if money's really gonna... Listen, $100,000 and having to rewrite an entire college thesis, and I'm still fucking mad, okay? I'm still mad about rewriting an entire college thesis, even with 100,000 in my pocket, okay? I'm sorry. That's just a hurt that money can't fix. It's a hurt that money can't fix. Anyway, you know, it seems like she is recovering financially quite well, and that is very good. Some people have gone after her. By some people, I mean DGGers and Nazis and transphobes have gone after her for the amount of money that she has raised. It is very funny to me when people who make their living, much like I do, from basically begging and hoping that other people on the internet are kind enough to give us money, enough to be able to survive. It is funny to me that somebody who does that for a living would be able to make a criticism of somebody receiving voluntary donations. I don't know. It doesn't seem like, it seems like it's a very contrived criticism from people that hate Keffels, and I'm not even just talking about Destiny here. He's probably one of the biggest like pushers of this, but there have been other people that are content creators as well that have been using the she made a bunch of money in voluntary donations as like an attack against her. I don't know. The claim right now is that this is all a scam and that she is just scamming her audience. And if that is the case, then, well, way to torch an extremely profitable career before it even happens, I guess. It would be a very stupid thing to do, so I don't think that's likely, if I'm being honest. That seems like a contrived conspiracy theory made up by people that hate Keffels. Now, I no doubt I'm going to get shit for defending her. You know, last time I had Keffels on my stream and I talked to her, I got shit for it. When I made my video defending her when she got swatted, initially I got shit for it. And anytime I say anything, even in passing positively about Keffels, I get shit for it. So I have no doubt that I'll get shit for this video as well. So go ahead and comment down below, I don't know, like Keffels based or something. I don't know. You know, it just... because it's gonna happen, the raid is gonna happen on this video, there's gonna be a lot of people hate commenting down below. Get out ahead of it, comment Keffels based. And as a matter of fact, go subscribe to Keffels, go follow her on Twitter and stuff. She, a lot of her Twitter engagement is just absolutely humiliating and ratioing the fuck out of popular conservatives that usually make their fun out of ratioing and humiliating small, usually trans accounts on Twitter. So she uses her popularity to, you know, give them a taste of their own medicine. And it's really, really fun, but relies on as many people as possible participating. So go follow her on Twitter. It's really good. The people who complain about her, like, ratioing stuff are literally just ass mad, because the right and the most popular conservatives on Twitter make their entire fucking career dunking on lefties and random TikTokers and ratioing them, and they're extremely politically effective at convincing people, and that's what Keffels has been doing, and she's growing like crazy. So I also don't understand the people saying that she's not achieving anything with the ratios. Go contribute to the ratios. Keffels is cool. I like her. I don't agree with everything she said or done, but broadly speaking, like, as a whole, I think Keffels is a good person, and I like her content. I think she's chill. So, with that said, I'm going to go ahead and let her speak. I know that I've gone into this with a little bit of, you know, maybe a little bit more lighthearted than I did in the last one, but this is a stressful situation for both her and a lot of people that are, honestly, if you're a fan of Keffels and you're trans, you're probably feeling scared as well, because this is really just an extremely hyperbolic example of what trans people on the internet and just culturally broadly have to deal with every day. This is just the example of it that's most extreme and being shown the spotlight. So this isn't just scary if you're Keffels or scary if you're a Keffels fan. This is scary if you're, you know, just a trans person, because this is like a demonstration of what the internet will do to you if you are trans and you step out of line. Very much like back in Gamergate, when feminists like Brianna Wu, you know, spoke out about there being sexism in video games and just got death threats and swatted and literally, like, look up the shit Brianna Wu went through. Wait, is Brianna Wu trans? Somebody told me that she was. I didn't know that Brianna Wu was trans until recently, but regardless, I don't think it was based on that. Regardless, though, they attacked her and other feminists, like Arnita Sarkeesian during that time, because they were part of a marginalized group and they were stepping out of line, which made them easy targets. And now, today, she is? Yeah, somebody told me that recently, and I didn't believe them. I don't know why, but I just had seen so much content dunking on Brianna Wu when I was a chud, and none of it ever mentioned that she was trans, so I was just like, huh, I didn't know that. Regardless, though, a lot of the attacks that these figures face is because of their identity. I didn't see a lot of the stuff attacking her. I told you that? Yeah, I didn't believe it when you told me, Balth. I didn't see much stuff back then attacking Brianna Wu for being a trans woman. However, she got a lot of attacks based on her being on the assumption she was a cis woman, because people thought she was a cis woman, and people made sexist remarks towards her as though she was. And so basically, if you are a marginalized person online, you step out of line on any of these issues and you get the spotlight on you, you are going to be just a massive victim of abuse. The amount of shit you're going to get is going to be like a tidal wave. None of you or I are able to comprehend the amount of shit that Keffals has gotten. Something that I've realized after making content is that it's really, really, really impossible to empathize with large content creators with their individual struggle when it comes to like getting dogpiled on the internet. Everybody online who's like a prominent figure gets dogpiled, but everybody's experience with it and the way they handle it mentally is different. And you can't make direct comparisons every single time. So I'm not going to say that I even know what it's like for Keffals to deal with this level of harassment, because I don't. But this behavior is common. This is what cancel culture looks like, by the way. This is what actual cancel culture looks like. Very good point, Nasdaq. Anyway, I should stop talking. I'm rambling at this point. I'm going to let Keffals take the mic here. 9 out of 10 times I told Xanderhall something, he brings up or mentions that he was told. Yeah. Listen, Balth, I know you're like one of my only 3 friends. Don't rub it in.
On the night that I left my home after going public about being swatted on August 5th, the hotel I was staying at got doxxed. I decided to tell my supporters that I was safe by posting a photo of my fiance's cat on our hotel bed in my Discord server. The people who have been harassing me spent hours cross-referencing the bed sheets with other local hotels until they found a match. In the morning afterwards, 5 different pizza companies sent pizzas to my hotel room under my dead name. Obviously, it isn't the pizzas that are the problem, but it's the threat that they make. That they know where I live and are willing to act on it in the real world. My fiance and I promptly checked out, and we are now living at an undisclosed location. I did not want to give my stalkers the satisfaction of knowing I was sent those pizzas, so I never brought it up publicly. Despite that, one of the managers of one of the pizza companies, having recognized my name from all of the local media coverage, decided to call into London Police Service. I got a call on August 14th from the Hate Crime Division of London Police Service. They are now investigating what happened as criminal harassment and are attempting to trace the IP address of whoever sent those pizzas.
Oh, shit! So one of the thoughts that I had after I did my segment about Keffals getting swatted, that I didn't remember to bring up on stream, that I was like, fuck, I wish I'd said this. I'm going to bring it up now. The person who swatted Keffals most definitely thought in their mind that this was a game. They definitely didn't think there were going to be any consequences, that they were going to be investigated, or that they could possibly be held responsible. They might have thought there was a risk, but they definitely wouldn't have done it if they thought the risk was high. Considering how much attention this has gotten, the literal national headlines, the continued support, and now the investigation, whoever did the initial swatting, and frankly, the dumb little pieces of shit who engage in the little pizza sending are probably scared as fuck right now. Hard disagree? Nah, they're definitely scared. They're definitely scared. Guaranteed. I don't think I think the people who started this, I don't think they knew that it was going to go this far and that they could be held responsible. A lot of swatters are like young 13, 14-year-olds who think it's a game. They feel invincible. They think that like typing *69 or whatever into the fucking phone will work, or using a VPN while making the call will work. We'll see. The swatter used Proton, a encrypted email service. He knew. So that is true. However, there are ways to still get through even encryptions and whatnot. I'm not saying this person will be caught, but they're probably worried. I'd be surprised if they weren't. But dear Lord, I don't ever want to get big because of this stuff. Yeah, this is a very unfortunate situation to get as much attention as Keffels has from this. I really hope that she, capitalizes off of this attention as much as possible. There is absolutely nothing in the world wrong with her using this situation and the attention she's getting to grow her career. Something bad's been done to her. The least that can happen is that she uses, like, the amount of attention she's getting from it to grow her own online presence. There's nothing wrong with that. The swatter used a cryptid. He sent a chupacabra. Ah, yes, you are... True. That might have been what they meant. Thank you.
This is part of the same multi-jurisdictional investigation between London Police Service, Toronto Police Service, and Durham Regional Police Service to track down the person who stole my identity and used it to weaponize the emergency response team of the London Police Service to terrify me at best and kill me at worst. On July 31st, I received a call from Sergeant Nathan Gibson of Toronto Police Service, who informed me that there had been an attempt to swat me in Toronto. On a stalking and harassment forum known as Kiwi Farms, the users had narrowed down my address to one in London, Ontario, and one in Toronto, Ontario. The police sent SWAT teams to the addresses in both of those cities, including my home, because emails in my name were sent to local politicians making threats of committing mass violence. I've since talked to the elderly Italian man who shares my last name and lived at the address that got swatted in Toronto. He had nothing to do with this. And innocent people are being hurt in an attempt to hurt me. This needs to stop. The common denominator between me getting swatted, the pizza pranks, and the elderly man in Toronto getting swatted is that users of the website kiwifarms.com had doxed me and publicly posted the address of my hotel room, the house that I used to live at, as well as the address of the elderly man in their attempt to find my address. I have been the target of an intense harassment campaign now for several months. I have had friends doxed, I have had family doxed, I have had people even loosely associated with me doxed. But over the last month, things have been escalating. On August 1st, my graphic artist who lives in Austin, Texas, was also the victim of a swatting attempt. Because of all of the connections between...
I should mention, by the way, this entire situation has essentially made Keffels radioactive. Anybody who is a left-wing large content creator that voices any support for Keffels is most certainly putting themselves in the line of fire for the same people that are going after her. There's a reason why they're going after her, like her editor and stuff like that. These types of people do go after family members. They attempt to dox and swat family members, ruin their lives. They will try to destroy the lives of the person they dislike and anybody in their vicinity. Now, I'm already in the same line of sight as these people, so I've got nothing to worry about, but this will, like, a big part of this is that people will be afraid to, like, speak out in favor of Keffels because the same people that are doing this to her have a high likelihood of doing it to them as well.
This. It is all part of the same investigation, and the police are now monitoring my thread on Kiwi Farms very closely. Kiwi Farms is an online community of stalkers that torment and harass their victims so intensely, it led London, Ontario resident Julie Terryberry to take her own life on June 29th, 2016. I have already identified one London, Ontario resident who regularly posts about me in my thread on that website, and I am scared that things are going to escalate into future violence against me.
True, Posadism is based. Nuke the planet.
I know there are more people who live in my city who post in that thread and are trying to hurt me. For my own safety, I am now...
Listen, Posadis John, I've been Posadis pilled by Fallout, okay? I played through Metal Gear Solid 5, and I was like, ooh, Posadism is cringe. And then I played through Fallout, and now I like aliens and nukes.
Living in Airbnbs. I'm having them rented out by a third party, and I am using a VPN to make it so no one can trace my IP address. I'm also using a green screen, so no one can match the furniture in the background to local listings and dox me again. I have a...
Yeah, that fucking sucks. I really, so, I'm gonna give a little bit of advice when it comes to, like, if you stream, if you're at, like, any risk of this kind of stuff and you stream from a hotel, yes, they can look at hotel rooms in the area that you're in, if they know the area that you're in, and see it. They can even look at listings for Airbnbs if you're staying in one. Or even how old rental or house listings and, like, look at, like, the shape and color of the walls and stuff and even narrow down that. I've heard of streamers getting swatted that way. That's why, none of the furniture in this room is original to the room and stuff like that. Like, I don't really show off much of where I am, so it's pretty difficult to find out where I'm at. But yeah, it's unfortunate, but, like, people online are fucking cyber sleuths and degenerates. They don't really have much going on in their real lives, and you better believe if they've got nothing better to do, they're gonna do this. She needs the Tim Pool bunker. Listen, okay? If I ever make Hassan levels of money, I'm going to build a big streamer compound, okay? It would be like a mix between an apartment complex, an office building, and like a streamer house. And it would be sort of like the format of a content house, but everybody has their own individual apartment. All of my like content creator friends have their own individual apartment, so they have their own living space, their own amenities, washer, dryer, everything all separate. Nobody has to live together, but everybody is next door to each other so that getting together to make content is easier. And, of course, you build a fallout shelter bunker underneath it, just like our boy Tim Pool has. That's literally what Tim Pool has. He has like a compound with a bunker underneath. What I'm describing is not far from exactly what Tim Pool has going on. Yeah, more like a content tower, yes. It will reach the heavens. Cut all of that out, Cherry. I'm sorry. I had an ADHD moment.
Essentially had to go into hiding for my own safety. I've invested in a portable streaming setup.
Wait, actually, don't cut that out. I said that for a reason. Keffels is invited. Keffels is invited to live in the future if Xander Hall ever makes Hassan levels of money streamer compound. She's invited, okay? And you better believe it'll be in Seattle, so swatting won't be an issue.
So I can put all of my gear into a couple bags.
The Zunker!
And take them with me anywhere I need to go and continue streaming. This way, I can keep myself safe, and I do not have to give up on my career aspirations. I do not want to live with the constant fear of being located and having threats escalate against me, putting my life at risk, as well as the lives of people I care about. Using the money that was generously donated to me through GoFundMe, I am able to keep myself safe until I secure a new place to live. I cannot thank you all enough for giving me this opportunity that so many other people did not have. I have already hired a lawyer, I am consulting with another lawyer, and we are going over the possible legal routes that I can take in order to seek justice for myself. While there has been a lot of speculation on what I plan to do and who I plan to take legal action against, this is not something that I can say right now. When the time is right, I will go public. Until then, I am keeping the GoFundMe up, but any donations towards it from this point forward will be strictly towards the legal fund. Anyone who wants to donate to it can do so, and you will be given updates as legal actions progress. Seeking justice for myself and others will be a massive, lengthy, and costly undertaking. We need a war chest if we want to see future plans materialize. I have had a lot of people reach out asking how they can donate since the recent press coverage came out. If you wish to do that and have the money go directly to me instead of towards the legal fund, I have a Patreon that I use to pay the team that has helped me keep myself safe for months, and I would deeply appreciate it. Police Chief Williams of London Police Service has personally called me and apologized for the conduct of London Police Service during the swatting incident on August 5th. My threat on Kiwi Farms is now being actively monitored by the police, and he has vowed to catch the swatter. I have been asked by multiple journalists from local and national media outlets how I feel about the response of Police Chief Williams on August 11th. I told him that I would not be willing to accept his apology unless he and London Police Service are willing to work with me to the best of their ability in order to catch the swatter and also the people who provided all of the information that the swatter needed in order to mobilize the emergency response team of the London Police Service in an attempt to harm me. The Chief of Police said in a statement that what I went through was shocking and traumatic, and I appreciate that he acknowledged that. While I'm still deeply upset at the conduct of some London Police Service officers, as well as the incidences of dead naming and misgendering, I do not wish to be antagonistic towards them if they are willing to show in a good faith effort that they will help bring the criminals to justice who not only swatted me, but provided all of the information needed to do so. I do not—
This is probably smart. It'd be very difficult to try to hold the officers accountable that were repeatedly dead naming her and everything when she got arrested. If she's also trying to have the same police department investigate the people that are swatting her. The fact that an online content creator in the first place has gotten enough attention on them to make the police care this much to investigate a swatter, or a doxer, even, is really, really impressive on its own. It's just that, like, there's like streamers and content creators who've been turned down by the FBI when it comes to investigating swatting and doxing stuff. You know, it's really hard to even get a little bit of proactivity from law enforcement on this kind of stuff. Funnily enough, Keemstar of all people is also on our side, so rare W. Yeah, most most of the people who are like shitting on Keffels and all of this either have political motivations against against her, or have like very personal grudges against her. That's been the pretty consistent through line I've noticed myself.
Not believe I would have gotten my possessions back in a few days had I not gone to the media. The lawyer who represented me while I was in custody told me that getting my possessions back was a process that could have taken months. I also do not believe I would have received an apology from the police chief had it not been for all of the media coverage surrounding this incident. However, because London Police Service seems to be taking the threats against my life seriously, I am willing to work with them to the best of my ability. The response to what happened to me has been overwhelming. There's been a tremendous outpouring of support, and news of what happened to me went international. Despite how much I've gone through, seeing all of that support made me feel significantly less alone during one of the most stressful periods in my entire life. I just want you all to know that I never plan to back down. I am never going to go away. I am going to continue fighting. Like I said in an interview with Global News, if they really want to stop me, the next time, they better manipulate the police into pulling the trigger, because I am going nowhere. If you are a journalist or a legal professional and interested in more details, I have left a press kit in the description that has a lot of invaluable information regarding this incident. We need as many people as possible to see this story, because it is the only way to seek justice for myself, as well as the countless others who do not have a platform to fight back with. Kiwi Farms is operated with impunity because they are relatively unknown outside of the internet. We need as many people as possible to know who they are if we plan to fight back against them. That's why I need every single person who has watched this video to share the video and to spread the word. We can only fight back if we make this both a
That's what I'm doing.
national and an international discussion. This is the only way that you can help me, as well as honor people like Julie Terryberry, Chloe Segal, and David Kirk-Ginder, who took their own lives because of the harassment from this heinous website. Because I know the owner of Kiwi Farms is going to watch this video, I have a couple of words for Joshua Moon. Joshua, you are complicit in making multiple people commit suicide. You have made enemies everywhere. The legacy you are going to leave behind in this world is one of creating and operating a platform that for nearly a decade has tormented countless people. One day, you are going to get sloppy, and your entire life is going to collapse like a house of cards. And when that day comes, no one will be there to help you.
Doesn't the guy who run Kiwi Farms live in like Russia or something? Isn't he like pulling a Julian Assange or something? I'm not 100% sure, but I thought I heard something like that. Christ. Australia? Ah. Well, probably not fleeing the country then, if it's Australia. Jesus. I cannot imagine having to deal with this level of stress. Oh, God. I would legitimately just feel like sleeping all day. You know? Like the second I'd get home from the police department, I'd be like, I'm gonna sleep for 2 days. You know? I wouldn't even be able to function with this much stress. I don't even know how she did it. Seriously, go, watch the video, go send support, go follow Keffels on Twitter. The Legal Fund, of course, is, I believe, in her pinned tweets, and we also, if you go back and watch my original video, we dropped support for that as well, and we donated to that. It's really hard to make people that are not themselves content creators understand what it's like to have a bunch of people who don't even know who you are, and you don't even know who they are, hate you for seemingly no reason. Because, to be very clear, when you go and you look at 99% of hate comments that about you as a content creator, it's all wrong. Like, it's wrong. Like, it's all usually like people's guesses about your personal life and stuff like that, or weird armchair psychology about you, and it's wrong. But the fact that so many people believe it doesn't really change anything, right? It's a really hard thing to make people who haven't gone through it themselves understand what it's like. But when you compound that with like the swatting and the continued doxing and all of that, it becomes even worse. Anyway, you guys know what to do if you enjoyed this video. Thank you so much for watching. No matter who you are or how you supported me, I really do appreciate it. Have a good one. That was a good segment. Kiwi Farms is a literal fan club for cyber stalkers, man? Yeah. Usually. It depends on what part of it you're looking at. There are some parts of it that are less stalkery, but broadly it's pretty stalkery for them, yeah. They're there's like a bodybuilding section and stuff like that or something like that, but 90% of the site is about like finding the personal information of random online people and posting it. Could she potentially pull Bill C-16 on the cops? I don't think so. Well, I mean, she could potentially, but that would be kind of a bad idea. It's pretty similar to 4chan, TBH. Yeah, like, the problem is that, so 4chan got a similar reputation, right? Like, the B board, like, 4chan is a dumpster fire, but, like, B and Pol are not all of 4chan necessarily. It's one of those things, but certainly Kiwi Farms is, I would approximate Kiwi Farms to be closer to 8chan, frankly. Yeah, that's a closer comparison than to 4chan. Like a mix of 8chan and Reddit or something. I don't go on there much, but I've got a friend who does, and she's not like a Nazi or anything. She just kind of like, she mostly just really hates Chris Chan. She's like, particularly, she's a Christorian. She calls herself a Christorian, and she kind of like sometimes will tell me what's going on there, and I'll be like, huh, well, that's pretty insane. Q Farms is what happens when a bunch of lolly lovers gather in one place. No, that's Twitter. Seer, holy shit, thank you for the $5, my friend. I really appreciate that. You've got a cool name. I don't know how nobody else took the name Seer before you did, but you are definitively Seer. Hey Zan, thanks for keeping me entertained for the last few days. Internet has been hell between the Keffels and Bridget stuff. Transphobes everywhere. Thank you for being based and having a cool community. Well, hopefully you enjoy your time here. Thank you so much for stopping by. I really appreciate that. Yeah, it really is unfortunate the amount of, you know, transphobia that's become endemic online these days. Font Knight, thank you for the tier 1 sub. I really appreciate that. Thank you for the $5. Very kind of you. Says, this is completely insane. These right-wing extremists are doing IRL terrorism against her, and yet moderates and apoliticals won't do shit. Well, that's the thing, though. That's exactly what happened during Gamergate. A lot of you guys were not around during Gamergate, but this is exactly what it was like. Only, like, most of this attention, like this type of behavior, was focused at like feminist figures, because like back then being a feminist online was like the definitive lefty thing, you know. Y'all don't remember, but this is what it was. I warned about this. Not like this specifically, but I warned that we were going to see another Gamergate era, that it was coming. That there was a whole new generation of little Zoomers that weren't around for the first time, the first Gamergate, that are just as vulnerable to the same propaganda as you know, the generation that came before them were, only they hadn't learned the lesson, right? A shit ton of you in my chat are like in your early 20s, college age, and you were at one point reactionaries or chuds or cringelords, because in your early teens, because you stumbled across the right-wing reactionary bullshit when you were a teenager, and teenagers hate anything they feel like they didn't discover. So they feel like they discovered this new thing, they found the truth, and they get attached to it, much like conservative conspiracy theorists do. But then they realize it's bullshit as they get older and they grow out of it. A lot of them do. Not all of them, but a lot of them do. However, now there's a bunch of 11 people who were like 5 back then, who are now 11 now, or 12 now, and on TikTok watching Andrew Tate and other conservative figures on Twitter and YouTube. So, yeah, it's just happening again. And it'll happen again in another 6 years. 3 years, or 2 years from now, probably, maybe 3. This same generation of 12 and 11-year-olds and 13-year-olds watching Andrew Tate are going to realize that shit's dumb, or they're going to find out they're trans or gay or whatever. And by the time they're 16, 17, 18, 19, definitely 20, the vast majority of them are already going to have ended up watching probably me, because you better believe I'll be around in 6 years. I ain't going anywhere. They'll end up watching me. Rate my setup? Hell yeah, let's check it out. Oh, is this on a plane? Let's check out Uncle Dingler's setup. I believe this is on a plane. That's straight. Oh god, wow. What the Where does it look like that right now? Is that like the Himalayas or something? What are you flying over? Damn. Yeah, 10 out of 10 setup, I gotta say. That is pretty fucking pog, I must say. That is pretty poggers. No docs, that is true. Wouldn't want them to swat you. That has happened though. I think Ice Poseidon? Yeah, it was Ice Poseidon. Ice Poseidon was this, you know, I'm not going to explain what Ice Poseidon was. All I'll say is he did an IRL stream at an airport and said what plane he was boarding, and of course, as soon as he got onto the plane, he was stopped and he was arrested because people called and claimed that he had a bomb. And yeah, he didn't get to fly that day. So, yeah. Didn't he have a cold? Oh no, listen. Ice Poseidon's a massive piece of shit. Massive piece of shit. He literally did a rug pull crypto scam on his fans. Why are people so awful? Well, my friend, welcome to the world. It just be like that sometimes. You really do be like that, huh? Yeah, Ice Poseidon could be a whole thing to get into. Should I ever do like a segment on crazy ass motherfuckers in internet history or something? Like, let's take a look back on this crazy motherfucker that on the internet. Like, let's see what this person's whole deal is, you know? I feel like the definitive starter one would have to be Onision, right? Well, it wouldn't be like down the rabbit hole because it'd be live content. It would be me like, okay, I'm gonna talk about this guy today. You know, I think it'd be cool. Yeah, the problem doesn't Onision like try to sue people who like talk about him. I had a brief exchange with Mr. Epsilon on Twitter, and for those of you guys that don't know, I don't know how anybody who knows who Onision is doesn't know who Mr. Epsilon is. Mr. Epsilon was the guy who like started the hey guys, Onision's kind of a shitter. You should probably not support him kind of thing. Like he was the one who figureheaded that, if I recall correctly. Yeah. Fuck, I haven't heard that name in a long time. Well, he doesn't do as much content on Onision anymore. I think that's probably for the best. Onision is like the kind of person who at this point, all you can really let him do is rot, you know? But yeah, oh yeah, that's what I had a conversation. I had an exchange with him on Twitter, and he posted a picture of how Onision dressed for the loss when he tried to sue Mr. Epsilon. Onision wore platform shoes to the courthouse to make himself look taller. And he dressed like a fucking bum. It was so bizarre. He did a Robert Downey Jr. He wore a bulletproof vest to a different courthouse. Jesus. Yeah, he had a bulletproof vest. Oh god. Didn't he say it was because he was worried he was gonna get shot? Uh. Here's the picture. Oh god. So this is him wearing the Look at this shit, dude. What the fuck? He's wearing a bulletproof vest under his suit. Oh, Jesus. Uh. Does he? Yeah, like John. He thinks he's John Wick. Does he think he's gonna get like JFK'd or something? Thank you for the content you do. Planning on watching a bunch of your content that I missed while a friend helps me detox from nicotine over the next few days. Thanks for everything you do. Oh God, DV Kara, you don't want to detox from nicotine watching my stream. I'm like hitting a vape every few seconds. Don't watch me. Dude, okay. This is when somebody says they're watching my content and they quit smoking or they're detoxing from nicotine. I'm like, no, now I feel bad every time I hit my vape because I know that you're like, I don't need it. I don't need it. I don't need it. Bulletproof vest wouldn't stop him from getting JFK'd. Listen, Onision's not a smart guy, okay? I never said he was smart. It's a strategy to make you quit? Really? That would make it harder for me to quit. I proceeds to it anyway, yeah. Hello, Late Night Zan. Hello, Late Night Cherry. Hello, Late Night Get Maddie. Wait, Get Maddie, are you my friend, Maddie, that I know on Discord? Because I'm trying to... I'm confused right now. I'm also high. Just curious. Okay, you're not Ethan's friend? Okay, never mind. Ethan has a friend named Maddie, and I was confused. 100% that was for show. What was the burp? No. I don't burp for show. Apparently this is what Dugan's daughter said on TV. Lamau, the comments. Oh no, the comments are all gonna be... Okay, so this lady died a couple hours ago. She allegedly was car bombed. I watched a clip of the fire off stream, but here is something she said on TV. Seemingly, if you... Here, I'll close my... There is a Russian Z tank in the background there. So, yeah, she should have worn a bulletproof vest, honestly, like Onision did. There's a Z tank in the background, so this is definitely about the Russian invasion of Ukraine, so let's check it out.
Вот эта страшная идеология, это Азовсталь, это тоже...
Do you think I speak Russian? Why would you say... Do you think I spend Russian? Or speak Russian? Let's look at the tweet. Ukrainians are not humans, they all deserve to die. Oh, is that what she said? Ah, okay, well. That is apparently the translation of what she said. Let's hope it's not out of context. Ukrainians are not humans, and they all deserve to die. Whew. Yeah, that's, well... She's burning in hell now, so... She's currently in hell's waiting room as we speak. It's called learning a new language? Yeah, I know, right? I should honestly just learn Russian right now. I've just been too lazy to do it. Xanderhall slur tier list now. How can... Like, when I hit 100,000 subs, I will do an actual slur tier list. How about that? Honestly, if I did a slur tier list, it'd probably do really well as far as uploads go. People would love that shit.
They hate comments.
Oh, yep, I've covered this video. Hey, Seer. I've actually covered this video before, I believe. If I remember, oh wait, did I cover that? Yeah, no, I did. I talked about it like a year ago. And I discussed this. I think the video is called Milo Stewart is owed an apology, I think was the name of the video. Hold on. Xanderhall, Milo Stewart. Yeah, here it is. Blair and Calvin, this has gone a bit too far. This is, that was the name of the video. Holy crap! What the fuck? That got 97,000 views? What the hell? Jesus. Sometimes I'll see one of my videos pop up on YouTube and I'll see the view count on it and be like, what the fuck? What? When did that happen? I don't really pay much attention to the numbers on YouTube. Which video? It's called Blair and Calvin, This Has Gone Too Far. And Milo Stewart's in the thumbnail. It was a video I did dunking on people who have continuously engaged in harassment against Milo Stewart. They've been one of the number one... Like, Milo Stewart was one of the people who got just an absurd amount of harassment and abuse during Gamergate. If you want to make, like, a direct, like, through line Gamergate to now, like... The stuff that's happening to Keffels is very similar to what happened to Milo Stewart back in the day. Only imagine if Keffels is constantly having random, Rant Sona Avatar skeptic channels make like 100 videos on her every day. Holy fuck, good job. YouTube stats can fuck you up. Yeah, you don't want to look at the numbers on YouTube. The less you look at numbers on YouTube and just focus on making good content, the better your content will usually be. I look at them when it's important, but I try not to pay attention to like old contents like views and stuff. Like I just pay attention to like the here and now. Is stuff doing well? Okay, yeah, that is cool. And that's it. I don't like to go back far into my videos and like dwell on them or whatever. Didn't Milo become a chud? Milo Stewart, not Milo Yiannopoulos, please God. I actually remember Shu spoke out against that harassment as it was going on. I don't care for her too much at the moment, but it helped a lot. Kind of sort out some internalized NB phobia I had for myself. Yeah, Shu on Head was never really in favor of like harassment or anything. She just was cringe back in the day on some stuff. Do I agree on this? I want to punch Mars into Jupiter's gas body in order to create the biggest cannonball splash in the solar system. Bro, the One Punch Man serious sneeze. It's called the serious sneeze, right? Jesus. I might start watching One Punch Man again just because I know this is how insane the power scaling gets in the end. I want to see this adapted on screen. I might make One Punch Man the second anime I ever watch. I've watched one anime in my entire life. I've watched the first 2 episodes of One Punch Man and fell off of it myself. I don't count that as watching it. But the only anime that I've watched besides that, I watched Death Note all the way through. So my second anime that I watch will probably end up being One Punch Man. OPM is mid. That is not a popular opinion, so I'm not going to listen to what you're saying right now. You are clearly a contrarian. A cunt-rarian. Comrade Streusel, thank you for the tier 1 gifted sub to Seer. I really appreciate that. That's Base. Says, tired of you having a white name. True. Thank you. Another white name down. Turned blue. Thank you so much for the $5. Really appreciate that. Let me update that dono goal really fast. Then honestly, I think it's time for us to move on to the next segment. Hey, if you're watching right now and you're enjoying the content and you want to support it, then please consider subscribing, donating, or gifting a sub on my website, xanderhall.com/live, or supporting me on YouTube, Twitch, Streamlabs, StreamElements, or Patreon. Links all in the description down below, no matter where you're watching from, unless it's my website. And yeah, all of your support is very much appreciated. Thank you. Hold on, I remember now. I mistook Milo Stewart for Lacey Green, Lamel. Oh yeah, Lacey Green, yeah, I don't remember what happened with her, but I know that she was like, people said she was red-pilled, but I don't think she was actually red-pilled. I think it was just conservatives claiming she was one of them now or something. You're very welcome. I'm watching from the gym right now. Let's go! She had a turf arc, but I forgot if she got out of that. Let's hope she did. Don't know who Lacey Green is? Yeah, she hasn't been around for a while. She dated Chris Raygun for a while. I don't think they're still together. I'm cool with Chris Ray Gun, and I don't know if he's still dating Lacey Green, so I'm like, I don't know if I want to, like, shit talk Lacey Green, but I don't know if they're still dating. I don't know. Dude, bring up that meme, the art piece with all the SJWs and anti-SJWs. God, that fucking meme. Oh, God. Lacey Green had conversations with conservatives and drama tubers. He's not dating her. I saw him live in my city for his podcast. It was cool. Oh, that's cool. Xander Hall, that meme was about her. Yeah, I know. I've seen it. I've seen the meme. I've seen it. The image where it's her and she's standing in the middle and it's the battle of the SJWs versus the anti-SJWs. I've seen the meme. I think they stopped dating. Okay. Anyway, no more. Why are you guys so fixated on relationship drama? Jesus Christ. Anyway, hold on. Let me erase the first topic we've covered off of the whiteboard. I love having this whiteboard, guys. It's made my ability to make coherent streams so much better. I really should have gotten this before. I just write down everything I'm going to cover on my stream, and then when it's time to cover it, I reference the board. Because your chat is full of kissless virgins? That's true. Why not a blackboard? Because I'm racist. My blackboard has no, it's a whiteboard. It has no melanin in it, you see? Shut up. Anyway, hold on a moment. Caleb Maupin. Caleb Maupinus. One moment, chat. Just prepping the segment. How? What? Okay. What segment is this on? Caleb Maupin. One moment, guys. The TTS reader for this thing is broken-ish. It really doesn't want me to... Oh, there we go. Ah, it's not broken. It's just weird. Okay, I got it. Don't worry, chat. I'm just stupid. That's usually the through. Usually, stuff isn't broken. Usually, I'm just dumb. But sometimes it's broken. All right. We've got some stuff to talk about today. Well, chat, you guys know what to do when I say action, don't you? 3, 2, 1, action. Well, who would have thought that I would be correct once again? Who would have thought that I would get proven right? That once again, people who use the left and use progressive ideology as a shield to will oftentimes engage in abusive behavior. Who could have predicted this? Who could have done it? Who could have seen this coming? Who could have called something like this? Who? In reality, this should not be a big shocker to you. Caleb Maupin, well-known tanky figure who one time wrote a burn book that I believe mentioned me at one point. It was like about all of BreadTube. I think it might have mentioned me by name at one point. But when I covered the book, Caleb Maupin came into the chat himself, and it was him, to scream and ree about my coverage of the book. So that was pretty funny. We literally, I include in the video where I review the bits in his book, his ranting in my chat live as I'm reviewing it. And there's nothing like reviewing a book while the person who wrote it is screaming and angry live in your chat, and everybody's making fun of them. Everybody in the chat was making fun of them. It was honestly glorious. Seriously, if you wanna just absorb some Caleb Maupin malding, go watch that video. It's very, very good. Anyway, that was one of the first videos I ever edited for you, Lamau. Yeah, it was, Cherry. Anyway, Caleb Maupin, tanky, Russian asset, many things I could call him. However, a new label has been applied to our boy, and that is abuser. Caleb Maupin has been accused of being an abuser. In this Medium article, some CPI, which is the name of apparently Caleb Maupin's, Caleb Maupin has a cult, and we're going to get into that in a little bit later. But yeah, a lot of this is coming from people that were in his cult. Now, to be clear, a lot of the people that are levying these accusations themselves are Nazbuls and tankies and whatnot. I don't necessarily have love in my heart for the political beliefs of many of the accusers in this case, but that does not mean that their accusations of abuse should not be taken seriously as any other accusation would be. I'd hope that you guys take accusations seriously. That's what I've advocated for, consistently on my channel, taking them seriously. That doesn't mean believing them outright. It means exactly that, taking them seriously. And that's what we're going to be doing today. Now, apparently the evidence is pretty strong against Maupin here, but you better believe we're going to be giving it a good listen. And we're going to see if the evidence is strong and compelling, and if Caleb Maupin is, on top of all of the other horrible things he is, also a sexual abuser. Now, this Medium article, thank fucking God, has TTS reading capabilities, because as all of you know, I am American, thus I have NA education and cannot read very well. So I'm going to go ahead and let the robot voice do it, and it is not because I'm lazy and do not want to read. I simply can't. It's not possible as an American. I cannot do it. So yeah, here we go. These are the sections of this that we're going to be taking a look at here. The robot guy is going to basically explain everything to us, and I will pause it when it needs to be and, give my input. But it's going to be very nice. It'll be like I'm reading it, only it'll be a robot man reading it instead. And he won't fuck up. Contents. Summary and information for the reader is the first section. The second section is Caleb Maupin's sexual misconduct, and that's broken up into two subsections, you see. Two members accuse him of sexual misconduct, member 1 and member 2. So we're going to go ahead and we're going to be hearing both their statements. The next broader section is Caleb Maupin's general abusive and exploitative behavior, which is broken up into 4 subcategories. The first being Keaton Mansfield's statement, the third being Joey Shantz's or Yankee Tanky's statement, the third being DL's statement, and the fourth being Madeline's statement. So we'll be listening to all of these. The fourth one is corroboration from other members, and that's broken up into 3 extra segments. We're going to go ahead and listen to the whole thing, and yeah, I will give my input where it seems most necessary. Let's go! There's not really anything on the screen to see, but when an image that is relevant is brought up, right now it's just text, but when an image that is relevant is brought up, I will show it, and we'll discuss it. So let's start.
Summary and information for the reader. Bringing forward this statement was not easy for any of us, but there was no alternative to speaking the truth. It's our responsibility to stop abuse of power against comrades. Those of us who want to fight for the ideas of constructive, optimistic socialism and anti-imperialism and who have contributed to the organization Center of Political Innovation have been betrayed by Caleb Maupin. Over the years he has subjected members of CPI to various forms of abuse and exploitation. He pushed his sexual desires on members who had considered him to be a leading comrade.
I believe CPI is the name of his little cult group, right? His little tanky political organization. He apparently makes them wear promise rings.
He brought his sexual impulses into political organizing. Caleb pushed a member out of CPI and its predecessor Students and Youth for a New America after she made clear that she would not do sexual favors for him. Caleb paid a member for sex who he knew was economically desperate, and then went on to push them out of the group and slander them. Caleb Maupin has also targeted people in their teens with manipulative cult tactics in an effort to exploit their labor so that he can build himself up off their hard work and sacrifice, and then would go on to slander them behind their backs if they didn't do exactly what he wanted. The abuses Caleb Maupin committed could have also done tremendous damage to all of us by discrediting all who associated with our political position. Despite these revelations, now is not a time to despair.
He paid a hard-for-money member of his organization for sex and then kicked her out and shamed her to everybody else for it. That is some really that is tanky behavior. That is definitely tanky behavior. I believe it.
To despair. It's a time to fight even harder for an optimistic socialism and anti-imperialism. It's a difficult reality for many to face, but Caleb Maupin's primary concern has not been advancing the cause of anti-imperialism. His primary concern...
Hey, listen, guys. At least now we know Caleb Maupin's not a virgin, right? That was, for a long time, that was the only confirmed thing we could know. No, he's a virgin. Promise ring, yeah. He really is just... He really is the archetypal 40-year-old virgin, isn't he? He really, really is. Like, everything about him, from his appearance, to the way he acts, to the way he carries himself, to how angry he gets at people on the internet. Like, he really does just give off, like, 40-year-old virgin vibes, doesn't he? He just seems like the kind of guy who he was definitely stuck... Okay. I've seen pictures of Caleb Maupin when he was younger. He got stuffed in many, many, many lockers, okay? It wasn't until he found his space in political organizing that he was able to get a bunch of other losers to count on him and then take advantage of them in order to, get ahead. It's the type, he's using his power that he has now to feel the type of power he probably didn't feel when he was younger. And he's a fucking loser. We've always known he was a loser, but this really just takes the cake, I think.
Concern has been self-gain at the expense of others. However, our goal is not to make an overly simplified picture of Caleb Maupin or to demonize him unjustly. Our statements give credit where it is due, but at the same time they demonstrate his abusive behavior very clearly. The following statements from CPI members will show in detail how all of this was the case. If you would like to get in contact, or if you have any questions, please direct them to centerforpoliticalinnovation@gmail.com. The two members who were victims of Caleb's sexual misconduct wrote their statements in pseudonyms to protect themselves from any retaliation or harassment. Please respect their privacy. If you have any evidence of Caleb's further abuse, please come forward. 2. Caleb Maupin's sexual misconduct. 2a. Member 2 statement. When I first met Caleb, I was 19 years old, living on my own for the first time, and paying my rent with my own paychecks while going to school full-time. I was in a very vulnerable place socially and financially. At the same time though, I considered myself to be more mature than my peers because of how independent I was compared to my other political science classmates and because I was one of the only communists. When I met him, a prominent YouTuber and accomplished journalist over a decade older than me who treated me like his intellectual equal, he made me feel intelligent and important, especially since he would frequently take me out to dinner where we discuss our political ambitions and the think tank he wanted me to help him build, the Center for Political Innovation. Beginning in 2019, we would have dinner together at least once a month, and sometimes during those dinners, he would bring up, what I assumed at the time was, his academic interest in corporal punishment, especially spanking. As time went on, we became closer and closer friends, which led to him confiding in me in 2020 during the beginning of the COVID pandemic that his academic special interest was, in fact, a sexual one. He even told me that he would engage other people in conversations about corporal punishment and spanking because it turned him on to do so. When we became closer friends in 2021, he finally admitted to me that he would masturbate to the thought of roping unsuspecting people, especially women, into these conversations about their experiences with being spanked and other forms of physical abuse.
This is really fucked up, but I'm trying so hard not to laugh at how pathetic that is. This man has admitted to masturbating to stories of women talking about being spanked. Oh my fucking god. That's all I needed to hear. That's all we needed, dude. That's all we needed. Oh my god. Go back to 10 minutes ago when I didn't know this. Oh god. Why not use the female AI voice? I'm misogynistic. I hate women. That's why. You guys have missed a lot. Those of you who just got back, Jesus. Okay.
Abuse. I tend to be a very open and sexually liberal person, so I don't really mind when my friends discuss their sex lives with me in a platonic way. As a matter of fact, I was honored that Caleb supposedly trusted me enough that he was willing to share that part of his life with me. However, I was still under the impression that he was interested in me as a platonic friend and comrade, nothing else. Which is why I continued to participate in CPI's conferences and events, including facilitating CPI's California conference for him in September 2021, which entailed Caleb and I traveling together and sharing a hotel room and transportation. Back then, I was working for a
Oh, no. I already know what's gonna happen. Second I heard required us to share a hotel, I already know where this is going. Oh, fuck.
a math tutoring company. Caleb knew that this job was incredibly important to me, and that I needed the income to pay off my student loans and other financial expenses. I only agreed to go to California with Caleb under the condition that I would be able to work on the Monday we left because I had already been assigned a shift that day. When I first asked him, he told me that wouldn't be an issue because the conference was from Friday to Sunday, so that Monday I could work after we checked out of the hotel. Nonetheless, when Monday rolled around, Caleb insisted that he wanted to have lunch at a Mexican restaurant before we left and refused to get me a separate Uber to get to the airport early to work. Since I couldn't complete my shift in the restaurant, I ended up missing it and losing my job as a result. Even though I told him this is exactly what would happen and explained to him the many reasons why I couldn't afford to lose my job, when I did get fired, Caleb insisted that I will be okay and that we, himself and CPI, will not abandon you. Little did I know that when Caleb reassured me he'd help me find another job, he didn't necessarily mean another tutoring gig.
He made her, or made them reliant on him. That's what he did. Financially and emotionally, you know? They lost their job, and so now, oh, you've got me and this entire organization now backing you up. But that also implicitly means I'm all you got now. I'm your only option you have. That's basically what the implication is, right? At least that's what I'm getting.
Gig. The main conflict between Caleb and I that arose after I lost my job was this. I'd started living in Jersey City with the John Brown Volunteers in August 2021, so I had been paying $200 per week in rent to Caleb to cover my portion of the $600 per week hotel cost. Before I moved in, Caleb had been paying the exact same hotel rate for only Joey and Keaton to live there, but he told me I had to pay a third of the rent when I moved in because he was supposedly paying the rest of all of our expenses. Despite this agreement, I was paying the majority of the household expenses for the John Brown Volunteers because the only money we received to support ourselves was the half of our canvassing money we kept each day. Most of the time, we'd make about $30 $100 per day total. So when I lost my math tutoring job, Caleb still expected me to continue financially supporting the JBV while I also had to continue to pay for my student loans, which meant I desperately needed another source of income.
Guys, I talked about this with the Black Hammer House story. I talked about this when the story about the Black Hammer House came out. The left is filled with people who are vulnerable and, frankly, easy to exploit. And there are exploiters out there. Caleb Maupin was one of them. There are a lot of abusers who get by on the left completely unscathed because they use progressive messaging, whether it be they're a tanky who uses communism as their shield, or a Nazbul who uses like super anti establishment politics or populism as a shield, or hell, even a woke scold who uses like their identity or their even just being in favor of a certain identity as their shield for their against criticism for their abusive behavior. There are people who do this. This is not going to be the last time, and it's not the first. My nose do be itching though. CPI had Black Hammer members show up at their event in support of Ghazi Kodzo. Oh, of course. There is a lot of crossover in the people who believe this kind of stuff. Of course. Much like there's a lot of crossover between these people and Nazis. Who would have thought? They act the same, they believe a lot of the same shit.
Income. Caleb expected me to spend even more time canvassing for the JBVs after I lost my job though, because he thought canvassing was a sufficient way of making money for myself and the organization. I could have canvassed less so I could get another job, or he could have stopped asking me to pay the third of the rent since it seemed
Well, just change the robot man's voice out of nowhere. I don't know why that happened.
It seemed unnecessary before I'd started living there. but part of what Caleb wanted was for me to spend less time away from him and CPI, giving basically every spare second I had to being a dutiful member of the group. The day after I lost my job at the math tutoring company, I told Caleb I wanted to try to at least find other part-time work. However, his reaction to that suggestion made it very clear that he didn't even see it as an option. He told me that I couldn't have one foot in living biologically and one foot in the revolution. This quote, which was part of a much longer lecture he gave about how I needed to devote even more time to our political work if I truly considered myself serious about it, was very hurtful considering I had just given up my job for Caleb and his organization. Yet, just treating the Center for Political Innovation as the main aspect of my life wasn't enough for him. Caleb made it clear that if I really cared about him and my other comrades, CPI would have to become my life. Therefore, I ended up doing sex work so I could make enough to support our household and pay off my debts.
So we can see we've got a screenshot here of the conversation. Member 2, we should talk later, but basically it all goes down to this. You are in a situation where you know your housing and food will be taken care of. You will not, this is Caleb Maupin, you will not be left out to dry. However, you have some rather unrealistic expectations about other stuff you insist is absolutely need. Your life is your life. Your decisions are your decisions, but you need to figure out how dedicated you are to communism, and if you're ready to leave your old life behind or not. Oh my god, this is like the kind of shit that, like, this is just full-on cult. Full-on cult. Just without even... I've been saying it for a while, guys. I've been saying it for a while. You have one foot in living biologically and one foot in the revolution, and that's a very hard way to live. I can help you and be your friend, but I cannot solve all your problems. What? God damn it. But I cannot solve all your problems. I cannot make hard choices for you. Do not suppose that I come to bring peace to... Okay, don't cite leftist scripture at me, motherfucker. Bring the jacket. See you at Wendy's at 1 p.m. I spent a long time thinking about you last night. I know these are very hard times for you. That's him saying that he jacked off. Sorry, I'm probably overthinking all this. I just care about you a lot. Spent a long time in prayer. Talk to you soon. Oh yeah, I forgot. That's the Bible? Yes, I'm aware. That's why I said scripture, my friend. I do understand what you're saying, although, with all due respect, I think there are certain issues you've had the privilege of not having to deal with, and those pressures are something I'm more than happy to take care of on my own. The reality of it is that I can't just abandon my family. I don't have the privilege of doing that, because I've been their rock for my entire life, and they can't do certain things without me. I know it's probably difficult to deal with me having these other obligations, but they are obligations, not choices. There are certain things in my life that aren't optional, and I'm sorry that they interfere with my communist activism. If I had the option of forgetting them or leaving them behind, trust me, I would. It would certainly make my life a whole lot easier. I'm not asking you to abandon your family. We can talk later. There are some things I cannot offer you. I understand. We'll talk later. Interesting exchange. Yes, it definitely looks culty, to say the least.
While still having enough time to canvass full-time for the JBVs, I distinctly remember telling Caleb that it seemed like sex work was my only way out of this delicate financial situation. His response was simply that he respects my decision. In retrospect, it seems like the real...
Alright, guys. Mini-based rant segment, okay? The discussion around sex work and, like whether or not it is a good thing, quote-unquote, is, like, really, really muddled and a lot of really complicated discussion. And what I've seen is a lot of people who are not sex workers like to throw their hat into the ring on this discussion, but if you leave the conversation really just up to sex workers to talk about, they usually have the take of getting into sex work is not a game. It is not like a silly little fun decision that you just make on a whim. If you start doing sex work, especially if you're a woman, online, you are making a massive decision. This will blacklist you from potential jobs in the future. People online might send that stuff to your family. There are just a lot of things that could happen that you might not consider if you get involved in sex work that can be a seriously big problem. And that's putting aside the stuff that happens. Like, it is a serious decision. And you get a lot of people who are not sex workers on the left who talk about it as though it's not a big deal or not a big decision, when realistically it is. There are young girls out there who have unironically had their lives ruined because they saw a celebrity they look up to make an OnlyFans account, and they're like 19, 20 or something. They make one too, and they don't really realize the implications of what they've done. It's a big deal. It's not that what they tell you when you're a kid, that everything you upload on the internet stays there forever, is real. It really is real. And I'm not saying this, like, obviously you guys know I'm pro sex work. I'm not anti-sex. Well, I'm pro sex worker, right? You guys know I'm not anti-sex worker. I'm not a swerf, right? But there are very, very serious things to consider when it comes to sex work. And these are things that cannot be glossed over, right? They need to be talked about. It's serious. It's like a really, like making an OnlyFans account isn't like a haha man. Why you gotta do it? It's like, if you're like out there and you're considering that, know that if you make that decision and there are naked pictures of you up on the internet, that's something you won't be able to escape. And I'm not saying it's a bad thing or a thing you should feel ashamed of. You shouldn't. It's not something to feel ashamed of. However, objectively speaking, you will be blacklisted from jobs. I believe there are even places that won't rent to you. I don't know if that's still the case, but I think that might be the case. I heard someone say that. A lot of stuff can happen. So consider that. Anyway, let's continue.
In retrospect, it seems like the real reason he didn't mind me doing sex work while I was living in CPI's New Jersey housing is because he probably wanted to become one of my clients. For what it's worth, after I left the JBV house, he eventually did become a client of mine. Caleb kicked me out of the John Brown Volunteers in the beginning of November 2021 after I relapsed on heroin in late October. At that point I took some time away from the organization, only attended a few smaller events, and stayed at my fiancé's apartment to focus on my recovery and getting clean.
Wait, okay. Obviously the rest of the stuff isn't acceptable, but like, I'm sorry, you're relapsing on a heroin addiction is a pretty big deal. I don't necessarily fault Maupin for that. Like, kicking this person out after they relapsed on a heroin addiction, if they're sharing a living space with people in the organization and stuff, like, that's understandable. You can't have a heroin addict living in your organization's house if it's not something everyone there is okay with. Like, we're not like hate on drug addicts here, but let's be realistic. That's not something most people should have to live with.
Clean again. While by that time I had started my own math tutoring business and had my own students, I was still doing sex work as a side hustle to supplement my income because I didn't have enough students to cover the revenue I'd lost once I stopped canvassing entirely and had to pay my own utilities again. In December 2021, Caleb asked me to replace his former dominatrix, Miss Lucy. I agreed to do so.
I'm just processing how right every assumption I made about this man was. Like, I had so many assumptions that were unproven and unsubstantiated in my head about this man, and they're just getting proven correct in real time. And I'm remembering this moment. I'm savoring the moment. Let me savor it for another moment. All right, it's savored. I've savored the moment. I think we can continue. I think I've fully savored that moment. Let's hear it again.
In December 2021, Caleb asked me to replace his former dominatrix, Miss Lucy. I agreed to do so, for $250 per
go.
session,
Elaborate.
because I did need the money,
Details.
and it felt like if I said no, I'd be even more isolated from the rest of CPI than I already was as a result of my relapse. By that time, in mid-December, I was clean again, which Caleb insisted upon in order for us to see each other, yet he was still apparently lying to the rest of CPI that I continued to be in the midst of my drug addiction. He did this while saying to my face that he didn't want me going to CPI events or his birthday party so I didn't run into his wife, Meshes, because he thought it would make things awkward. I later learned from other CPI
And he's a fucking Christian adulterer too. Let's fucking go! Literally citing scripture to this person while cheating on his wife. It's let's go! Let's go! She allows him to do it? Does she? Is his wife a cuck? It's okay to kink shame bad people, right? I don't want to be wrong. It's okay to do anything to bad people, okay? Ontologically evil, remember, guys.
Other CPI members that this was a common tactic of his, isolating someone from the group through rumors and hearsay, in order to make sure I didn't interact with other
That was a meme, don't take that seriously.
CPI members in case I decided to tell them about our arrangement. Truth be told, I was terribly afraid of anyone else in the organization finding out I was doing this with him. I was afraid if I told anyone, they wouldn't believe me, and if he told someone, I'd be shunned and ostracized. I saw Caleb as his dominant a few times in December 2021. He essentially paid me to reenact his childhood corporal punishment as a fatherly figure to discipline him.
This is a very serious revelation. Now, putting aside the very strong first instinct to laugh at the idea of Caleb Maupin being spanked by a dominatrix, reenacting his dad spanking him as a child. Now, initially, that may sound hilarious. However, when you start to consider where that's probably coming from, you know how I said literally right before the stream, Caleb Maupin was the type of person who was a victim of bullying and abuse when he was younger, and now that he's found a place where he can manipulate a bunch of losers and do the same thing to them for his own gain? Like, you remember when I said that just earlier in the stream? That was true. More true than I could have even known when I said it a few moments ago, it seems. That's something I think it's a little iffy to make fun of. I'll admit my instinct was to laugh. I held it in because that's seemingly... I don't know if we should be making fun of a child. Because, like, Caleb Maupin was a child who was presumably, by the looks of how it wound up, probably sexually abused. And a child being sexually abused is not funny. Even if that child is Caleb Maupin, it's not funny. It's when you realize that's where it's coming from, it stops being funny. So, yeah, let's continue.
Him. Included in this arrangement was the understanding that he'd also compensate me for the several hours he spent sexting me about his kink when we weren't seeing each other in person. He texted me so often, I eventually had to ask him to stop because I kept getting notifications from his sexually explicit messages while I was teaching my students. However, he only paid me for our in-person meetings and never even mentioned billing for my texting labor again despite that first agreement. After a couple of months of constant communication and a few punishment sessions, he abruptly stopped speaking to me, acting as if I suddenly didn't exist. I was very confused and hurt by this, because I truly thought that by agreeing to do sex work for him, I had won his good graces so we could continue to be friends. I knew he didn't want me in the group afterwards, but I thought at the time that he at least appreciated my contributions thus far and respected me as a person. Unfortunately, I was wrong. The reason he stopped speaking to me was because apparently another group member came forward with her own allegations against him, and he assumed that I was the one who'd leaked it.
Ooh! Well, first, let's go ahead and take a look at that last screenshot. I'll read it out. Can I? Okay, yeah, it's very tiny text. It'll be difficult. Think you can hold me accountable for my feelings about that book? Absolutely. Will moderate your attention. Okay, so this is Caleb. Think you can hold me accountable for my feelings about that book? This is them responding. Absolutely. Will moderate your detention assignment. You have to write, I must accept my punishment. I need your discipline to grow and be safe. 100 times. Oh no, this is their sexting. I didn't even realize that's what this was. This is them sexting. Okay, what kind of voice do I have to do for reading these sexting texts out? I'm about to read Caleb Maupin engaging in texting sub-dom roleplay right now, and Caleb Maupin is the sub. That's what I'm about to read. Are you guys ready? Hold on to something. Can you guys guess which one is the Caleb Maupin voice? Think you can hold me accountable? Wait, hold on.
Think you can hold me accountable for my feelings about that book?
Absolutely. Will moderate your detention assignment. You have to write, I must accept my punishment. I need your discipline to grow and be safe 100 times. That's what you are going to say to me when I ask, why are you being punished, Caleb? If you get that answer wrong, then you clearly haven't learned that lesson, and you'll be punished even more.
Thank you, Member 2. Can you remind me why the boatmaster needed to spank the last duck every day?
I have no idea what the fuck this is about. To keep him from getting lost and hurting himself. The one time he decides to avoid his punishment, he's isolated from his family and almost killed. If the boat... Is he the boatmaster? What the fuck is... I'm so goddamn confused about this. This is... Oh my god. I am cringing. I am fucking cringing right now. Oh... Okay. If the boatmaster doesn't spank the duck... Okay, wait, I think the dominatrix here is the boatmaster and Caleb Maupin is the duck. Oh my god, we have to Photoshop a duck bill on Caleb Maupin in the thumbnail. Oh my fucking god. Oh god. If the boatmaster doesn't spank the duck will be like a sailboat without a rudder, directionless, alone, and with nowhere to go.
Love to keep from getting lost and hurting himself. The one time he decides to avoid the punishment, he is isolated from his family and almost killed. If the boatmaster doesn't spank the duck will be like the sailboat without a rudder, directionless, alone, and with nowhere to go. The boatmaster is keeping the ducks safe, encouraging them to hurry back. That hard spank with the stick was given in love. I'm sorry for questioning it, Member 2. I know I need to be punished.
I can't. Okay. Okay. I'm sorry. If you can't tell, the nose I'm doing right now, the voice I'm doing with the nose pinched is Caleb Maupin. Oh my god.
That hard spank with a stick was given in love. I'm so sorry for questioning it, Member 2. I know I need to get punished. You must be very disappointed in me, Sadface. If you were my teacher, would I get sent for the paddle for this?
Yes, you would. Not because I'm angry with you, but because because I like ping. You still haven't learned why you need an authority to guide you with a firm hand. You are smart enough to understand these things, so I have very high expectations of you. Those expectations help you become better, and my discipline helps you meet those expectations. Understood?
I need to get a spanking for my little attitude problem.
Oh my god, I'm just voice acting this shit. What am I? This is a long screenshot, chat. This is not, I'm not even halfway through. I'm not even halfway through. Bro. Bro. Oh. 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 Yeah, how am I supposed to do this? I need to tweet this out. I need to have more viewers if I'm gonna keep going. Oh my god. Holy fucking shit. I'm doing a live voice-acted reenactment of Caleb Maupin's sub-dom spanking roleplay he did with one of his members, one of his victims, who exposed him. Bro. I'm doing a live voice-acted reenactment of Caleb Maupin's sub-dom spanking roleplay he did with one of his victims who exposed him. Okay. I need a drink of water before I continue. Oh, God help us. God help us. God help humanity.
I need a spanking for my little attitude problem. You should probably double the lines I need to write.
You'll be getting double the spankings instead. I'm a proponent of learning while doing. Maybe if you experience Ping's punishment for yourself, you'll lose your attitude.
Is it going to hurt to sit down after?
Yes, it will. But you'll still have to sit up straight and deal with the pain. Remember that pain every time you think of questioning my authority. If I see you slouching or changing your posture because you're in pain after I spank you, you'll just get paddled instead.
Disrespecting that book is kind of like disrespecting you. I must respect authority and discipline.
What, literal... Does this... Listen, I've been saying for a long time, tankies are bootlickers. Here he is saying it right here. It's all... Listen, I'll get into... I'll get into it in a minute. Let's just continue. Good posture is essential to good health and productivity. Exactly. Disrespecting any form of authority and discipline is disrespecting me, and I'm not forgiving of or kind when I am disrespected. Oh no, I've already... The start of this next one from Caleb, oh god. Oh god. Oh jeez. Oh. Why is it so bad? Oh god. Oh, God. Okay. I have to prepare for this one. Oh. There is no God, chat. We should all fear death. There's no God, there's no afterlife, there is no eternal reward awaiting for us when we die. Cling on to the fleeting moments of existence our consciousnesses get to have for as long as you can, because there is no way a God or a heaven exists in a world like this. Here we go.
My dad should have put me over his knee more often, taught me not to leave this disrespectful attitude. You should spank me really hard. Am I going to have to eat soap? Loved exactly. Disrespecting any form of authority and discipline is disrespecting me, and I am not forgiving.
Oh, he's just complimenting what they said before. Okay. Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay. Putting aside the weapons grade cringe there, is it not interesting how often, I've brought up many times that Nazis have, like, really weird virgin sex kinks having to do with race, and, that a lot of, like, racism, transphobia, sexism, homophobia, everything like that really comes from weird, repressed sexual desire and kinks and stuff like that. Almost always, it's coming from weird, repressed sexual shit. And, well, don't you just love getting proven right? Don't you just love getting proven right? You should show chat the baby duck. I'm not showing that to chat. We'll have to wait for the thumbnail of the video, don't worry. Okay, we're continuing.
Unfortunately, I was wrong. The reason he stopped speaking to me was because apparently another group member came forward with her own allegations against him, and he assumed that I was the one who'd leaked it. Even though he'd already told other CPI members that I was a drug addict who couldn't participate in group events before this, after member 1 came forward, he began telling people I was dangerous and two-faced, so that no one would believe the allegations. Of course, from my perspective, I had done everything he'd asked me to do and kept our secret to protect myself, so when he ghosted me suddenly in the middle of January, I felt completely betrayed. Nonetheless, I still publicly supported Caleb and CPI. To this day, I haven't said a single disparaging thing about Caleb in public. To the contrary, throughout these past few years I often defended Caleb against online attacks on his character, even if they came from other principled communists. The last straw for me, what finally forced me to stop publicly aligning myself with Caleb once and for all, was his response to Yankee Tanky's, aka Joey's, video exposing another CPI member, Keaton's, inappropriate behaviors within the group. Caleb sent me the link to that video, after weeks of completely ignoring me, in the hopes that I would ask Joey to take the video down since many of the allegations against Keaton included intimate details of my personal life. And while I did agree with Caleb that Joey had no right to expose my personal life like that without my consent, he did keep me anonymous while discussing what happened, and I myself had complained to Caleb about many of Keaton's actions as they were happening while we were still living in the JBV house, but Caleb's response was always to dismiss my concerns or reassure me he'd talk to Keaton. When I reminded Caleb about the truth of what Joey was saying and how I'd made these complaints to Caleb myself, he lashed out at me, accusing me of being obsessed with Keaton and demanding to know why I was so preoccupied with a former fling from last summer. This temper tantrum of his, and the subsequent attacks on my character throughout that conversation, was when I decided enough was enough. Clearly, my dedication to socialism and CPI throughout the years and loyalty to Caleb was no longer relevant. These incidents, as well as some conversations I had later with other former members of CPI, have me fully convinced that Caleb Maupin is not qualified to lead any political organization, period. If he could callously abuse, manipulate, disregard, and shun a determined group member and close friend after almost half a decade of loyal service, there's no telling what else he's capable of. 2B.
Jesus.
Member 1 statement. As I originally...
So now we're starting with member 1. I don't know why that was member 2. They start with member 2, and now we're starting with member 1. Maybe I don't know what the naming scheme is here, but I assure you that it makes sense in some way. Not qualified. What a surprise! Listen, okay. So all right, let me be clear and say there are a lot of people out there who are like Caleb Maupin, who will use their ideology and their beliefs to draw on people who agree, who are vulnerable, who have nowhere else to go, and will use them in order to get ahead. It's common. And on the left, those people typically use their ideology and what they stand for as a shield. That is something Caleb Maupin has done continuously. And at the end of the day, when you look into these people, it is always the same thing. Caleb Maupin is, well, he's a boot-licking tanky, right? And, you know, I like to make jokes about how tankies need, like, a daddy to have, like, a daddy's boot to lick, you know? I make that joke literally on my stream, that they're obsessed with having, like, a large machismo embodying leader to look up to. They don't actually believe in socialism or communism. They actually believe in the idea of a dictatorship that has communist aesthetics. And it's all about having somebody to tell them what to do. And it really is funny when it ends up coming from a weird sexually repressed place, doesn't it? Zan, want a joint? No, I don't need a joint. I got my carts. I don't smoke weed. I vape it. I either use a dry herb vape or I hit the concentrate carts. I prefer the concentrate carts for like my general everyday usage. But if I could, I would definitely be getting a grinder and using a nice dry herb vape, because I do love how that feels. It's always the best way to smoke it. Or vape it, I guess. Anyway, moving on to Member 1's statement.
Member 1 statement. As I originally intended to keep this information to myself for the rest of my life, I would like to ensure that my right to privacy is respected. Knowing Caleb's behavior towards the youth has only deteriorated over the years, I feel the need to share my story in order to provide insight into how these issues with Caleb have evolved over time. In September 2017, I was a 22-year-old woman who found out about Cinna through a mutual friend who was also engaged in political activism. My personal interest in foreign relations/history led me to join a group that prides itself on intellectual discourse and on educating ourselves/others about the human rights we deserve. I felt so engaged that I even included Cinna on my resume, listing that I helped with organizing events related to labor history, workers' rights, and that some of our members did food drives and laundry drives. We all noticed that Caleb was an unofficial leader of the group. He was 29 at the time, had a consistent income, and was willing to spend his income on event space, whereas we were younger and without the ability to spend much of our incomes on event space and organizing. Caleb was Cinna's de facto leader, and all decisions would need his approval. Anyone who made their own decisions regarding activism without his knowledge or approval could face his judgment, criticism, and gossip. When I got a new side job that involved teaching in 2018, Caleb began to mention his rough childhood to me more often. During one-on-one conversations, he would mention different stories all tying back to these main points. He always found it hard to make friends.
What is Caleb Maupin's thing with teachers? They're both teachers? I mean, I mean, no hate, I guess. I mean, but if I had a nickel for every time Caleb Maupin thirsted after a teacher, I'd have 2 nickels, which isn't a lot, but it's weird that it happened twice.
He was bullied badly, and he was physically abused growing up. Caleb spoke more often about being spanked at school, and then finally made it clear that he gets sexual gratification from being spanked now as an adult.
I literally started this segment by saying Caleb Maupin was the type of dude who got bullied at, like, relentlessly at school. Okay. Zan, you famously love MILFs, as I absolutely love MILFs. I like dominating MILFs, though. Not being dominated by MILFs. That is what makes me and Caleb Maupin different. You and me are not the same.
An adult, and sees a dominatrix twice a month with his wife's permission. I thought it was kind of strange that Caleb was telling me all.
Okay, I guess his wife is a cuck. Alright then, I guess he's an adulterer, but an adulterer with permission. I wonder if that's how God sees it, you know? I wonder if that's how God likes it in the Bible. I wonder how he would feel about that. Jesus? Yo, JC. Maupin is cheating on his wife, but she's cool with it. Yeah, it's still adultery. That's still a sin. Alright. Yeah. Jesus Christ can talk to you through your head, apparently, according to Christians, so he just told me that, it's still a sin. And you can't prove me wrong that I wasn't... You can't say I wasn't just talking to Jesus. No Christian can disprove that. Or would you question that Jesus has the power to speak to me? That's always the game they like to play with Christians sometimes. It pisses them off. But let's continue.
All this, but I figured he was trying to be friendly and jovial, the way some friends do talk about sex. Plus he had mentioned how much of a struggle it always was for him to make friends. It was weird to me because I thought our political/professional friendship in Sinnoh was fine the way that it was. I kept defaulting to having empathy for his rough situation and his self-proclaimed social awkwardness. Another thing that Caleb mentioned to me at some point in 2018 was that he would ask women if they were ever spanked as a child, and like to talk to women about their experiences and share his own childhood spanking memories. Caleb told me that he knows this is bad, but he would take what they shared with him and masturbate about them being spanked. Not them being spanked as a child, but he would just masturbate to the whole idea of them expressing their feelings on being spanked and punished. I was really shocked and disgusted that he had told me this. I was still an active Sinnoh member attending and organizing events. I never knew how to ask him to stop bringing up his fetish without there being any consequences. Also, I wanted to maintain empathy for him constantly bashing himself for being socially awkward. Additionally, everyone in Sinnoh who knew Caleb knows that he creates gossip between comrades, and will privately tell one comrade a lot of nasty and untrue things about another. With the way he made this gossip and wanted everything centered around his input/approval, we hardly ever spoke to each other outside of Caleb's earshot. We certainly didn't dislike each other, but he would tell us generally unsavory things about each other that we would shrug off. For example, he would tell us that one Sinnoh member is very spoiled, and is supposedly a whiny baby that lives off money from their parents. This was an 18 to 20-year-old member at the time. Then there were two other members where Caleb's negative gossip on them to me.
Yeah, no shit, an 18-year-old to 20-year-old might be living off of money from their parents. What? Bizarre, okay.
To me was asking me if I think they're gay on multiple occasions, and Caleb would specifically point out the things about what they do or what they wear that make them seem gay.
Hey, remember when Caleb Maupin got really offended and angry when I reviewed his burn book and said, oh yeah, Caleb Maupin is a reactionary, by the way. He is homophobic and transphobic and all of that. And he got super offended about it and said, no, I'm not, no, I'm not, no, I'm not. Yeah. Listen, tankies, Nazis, Nazguls, all that shit. It's like a Venn diagram with a lot more crossover than you'd think.
So, these were not inherently bad traits at all about these people, but we just all had this mutual understanding that speaking to each other or doing things without Caleb is a waste of time since he planted negative ideas about us in each other's heads, and we can't really make any group decisions without him anyways. So, this contributed to my fear of ever telling him to knock off the sexual conversations and sexual oversharing.
I didn't want to get kicked out or have any drama created about me to tarnish my image, the way I would see him constantly complain about other members to me.
At that point, Caleb would say I was very special and trustworthy and hardworking, and the other Sinnoh members were supposedly not as hardworking or present as I was. Between February 2019 and April 2019, Caleb began mentioning the idea of a social media coach. Caleb started to increase how often he would bring up the social media coach idea. He wanted to find a woman who would text him throughout the week to check in on him and make sure to shame and admonish him if he wasn't reaching his goals and growing his following online. Then, the social media coach would meet up with him and spank his rear end at the end of the week, which he would pay for. I kept once
This man is different. That's all I can say. This man is different.
Then, the social media coach would meet up with him and spank his rear end at the end of the week, which he would pay for. I kept once again trying to do deflecting measures, like I would tell him to check out an app called Seeking Arrangements, where he can create a profile and find someone to charter up this sexual/financial agreement with.
I wasn't exactly uncomfortable yet because I knew I could always reject any advance, but it was also honestly starting to get annoying, and if he wanted his fix so bad he needed to just go somewhere and find it and stop talking to me about it all the time, considering the fact that I was a member of Sinnoh and therefore first and foremost a comrade/activist.
Again, Caleb was simultaneously telling me I was such a kind and special friend, and such a hardworking Sinnoh member.
I felt empathy for how he said he felt like an outcast growing up.
Correct me if I'm wrong, isn't that called love bombing? Isn't that an abuser tactic called love bombing? Like, where you just, like, in one case, you just drop a whole bunch of compliments and a whole bunch of fawning and whatnot on somebody, and then the next moment, or most of the time, you're just indifferent or rude towards them? So he's doing, yeah. Standard tactic of cults to lure you in too. Yeah, obviously Caleb Maupin has a cult, and I'll get a little bit into that soon. Especially his little like promise rings he made the cult members wear. That shit is interesting. That's a little interesting, to say the least.
Up. How I'm finally a great friend he has that he trusts, and also how disappointed he is in the other Cine members compared to myself.
I was worried if I clearly told him to stop talking about sexual fantasies and him needing prostitutes, I wouldn't be able to be in Cine anymore, or have a working friendship with him anymore. Something clicked in my head on April 17, 2019, when he wrote in a message that he will get in touch with his old roommate about this social media coach idea. He said he would talk about this idea to the roommate, and see if she is interested in being his social media coach.
Oh boy. All right, let's read these messages. I'm gonna restart. So the top message from Caleb Maupin is cut off, but I'll start reading the first word that's legible, and I think you can probably figure out what came before it. Here we go. Yep. Zan VA is back.
Until it's red and bruised doesn't arouse you, so you won't do it with passion.
Right. And I know there are things too, like financial domination stuff, but yeah, I'm not passionate about it. So in the end, I felt like I would be wasting their time and money, and I would go through a lot of effort for something that makes me feel gross, because I had imagined most clients are not young or attractive.
My old roommate Blank, she seems interested in some of this. I'm going to casually bring up the social media discipline thing when I see her next week. Not directly ask her, but just casually bring it up. See how she reacts.
Yeah, nothing to lose, I guess. I can't do that for you, just so you know, only because you have mentioned it to me.
I wasn't propositioning you, don't worry. We're comrades. I don't bring this stuff into politics.
Why the fuck you lying? Why you always lying? Oh my god, stop fucking lying. Alright.
A coach. My response to that information was to take my chance and finally make it clear that I will never be interested in engaging in acts of prostitution for Caleb. To me, I believe that he was hoping I would do exactly what he had hoped would happen with his old roommate. He was talking about this idea to me often, the way he said he would talk about it to the old roommate, in the hopes that she responds to the idea in a positive way. This conversation on April 17, 2019 ended nicely, with him apologizing and complimenting me, complimenting my contributions to Cine and how well I carry myself in my day-to-day life, heavily complimenting my personal/financial/career successes. As a side note, I was doing very well for myself in 2019. I had a great job, I had a vibrant social life/hobbies, I worked very hard both at my regular job and in Cine, and Caleb knew all of this and complimented me very often for it. This is important for me to mention, due to the way Caleb has chosen to slander my image/reputation to other comrades. This conversation on April 17, 2019 was the first and final time I had ever made it clear that I was uninterested in any prostitution and sexual involvement with Caleb. Our conversations between April 17 onwards then did focus more on politics, but he would still mention his sexual things to me, like messaging me on April 22, only mere days later, that he is getting ready to go meet his dominatrix to get spanked.
I ignored that comment and continued trying to keep our conversations intellectual, jovial, and respectful.
Around this same time, there were offers to go on an all-expenses-paid trip to Venezuela to promote friendship between America and Venezuela, and to protest against Juan Guaido's presidency, paid for by Venezuelan political groups. Though this sounded like an alluring offer since it was all expenses paid, the relations between America and Venezuela were particularly tense in April and May 2019, due to Juan Guaido's insertion as president of Venezuela. At that time, Venezuelan officials made threats to shut off power at the U.S. Embassy, and American officials began plans to pull diplomats out of Venezuela. I didn't see why I should be pressured to take this free trip to Venezuela, to protest against Guaido, therefore, protesting against America, and risk consequences during my time there or upon my return to America. This idea seemed very risky and out of touch for Caleb to be suggesting. Usually, our activism was within NYC/America. We were students and youth for a new America, and Caleb was usually the first person to speak up loudly about us making sure we behave cordial and safe outside/online, for example, making sure that we never talk about guns or promoting violence, and just always trying to make sure that we only promote safe and legal forms of freedom of speech. So, this seemed very out of character that Caleb felt insistent that I needed to drop my work and take a trip to Venezuela to condemn America, and that I shouldn't care about any repercussions this could have upon my return back to America.
By the way, I've been told that Caleb Maupin at one point, like, over half a decade ago, used to be fairly well respected. Was he always like this, chat? Was he always... Well, obviously he was always like this, but was he always, with his politics, like, was he always a crazy tanky type, or was there a time when he was more, you know, not crazy? I don't know. Basically, what he said was don't Fed post, but be sure to let every one of your fellow female members know how hard you like to be spanked and spit on. Jesus. He became famous during the Occupy Wall Street protests. Didn't Vosh ask about how he once joined a leftist org that turned out to be a cult? Why does this keep happening? Oh, it's easy. Because people on the left are very, very married to their ideology. A lot of them are extremely morally lucky and lucked out into falling into being a progressive, or even a leftist. Or they feel like they discovered it themselves once they got to college or outside of their parents' home, and they feel like, you know, they found the real way. And so some charismatic or just somebody who seems like they know what they're talking about person can come along and take advantage of their naivete, and you know, usually it's like an older guy or whatever, and they just take advantage of these young people. Usually it's young, financially unsuccessful, perhaps even like LGBT people who have nowhere else to go. And those are the people on the left who are perfectly vulnerable for bringing into a cult like this. It's really, really sad, but it's common. This is not a one-time thing. It's happened before, and it'll happen again.
America. Caleb's insistence that I go to Venezuela to condemn America came to a head on May 1, 2019, where at 1 a.m. he sent me a message asking me why I and other Cine members don't have as much drive as him. He explained that he is so accomplished and has done so many risky political acts throughout his life, and now he has a comfortable job, which is why he couldn't go to Venezuela, but it was really disappointing that none of us would go to Venezuela. In my head, this was such a joke. He stated that he can't go to Venezuela because he currently has a comfortable job, and he wants us to all drop whatever we're doing and go there in such a tense political climate during May 2019. I told him that I had to wake up early in the morning for work, and that he needs to leave me alone. If anyone knows Caleb, you know that he is extremely persistent, pushy, wants to isolate you, and he wants you to take huge risks with your employment/family relationships to show your devotion and commitment to his group, and that he sends text message essays about why you're wrong and bad.
All right, let's read these. Zan VA is back.
And write articles and travel the world and be a big communist revolutionary leader, and the whole world has done everything to block me from doing that. I sold my blood plasma. I got mistreated for years in WWP, and now I have a nice, comfortable job. I'm well known, quote unquote, comparatively speaking. I don't get it. Here I'm practically begging people to do what I have thought to do my whole life. The door is wide open, and people don't want it. Oh wait. What? Why did I have to fight so hard to do what other people don't even care enough to do?
My deepest apologies. I can't speak for others, and have already explained I care about my personal safety.
It's not an issue of apologizing. You did not do anything wrong. You just aren't like me.
I know I didn't do anything wrong. Okay then?
Where are people like me?
That's what he ended it with. Where are people like me? Your nose is getting red from pinching it. I know, and my nose is sensitive. I'm sorry. Like, what do you want? I'm fucking. Do you want me to stop doing the voice? Do you not like it? It's accurate. It sounds like him. Maybe it needs to be a little nasalier, but you know, if I could get a little more nasalier, it'll sound like him. No, keep doing it. Thank you.
Bad. 30 minutes after I told him to leave me alone and let me sleep, my phone started buzzing with his incoming texts, rapid fire. What ensued next was a 2-hour back and forth argument, where he tried out every manipulation tactic to try to tell me why I'm wrong for not going to Venezuela, and adding in new argument components, such as accusing me of being the one to have initiated this argument. He was clearly the one who initiated the argument, while I was the one asking him to stop and let me sleep for work in the morning, claiming that I did this to feel superior to him and because I supposedly thought he was a freak, because I'm a normie and I'm scared of the US Embassy in Venezuela closing, so I should never have gotten involved with Cine in the first place, which to me was an immediate red flag about his isolating behavior. He should not want his members to ever feel unsafe or unprotected, yet he keeps making people feel complimented for taking huge risks to their safety/employment/family relationships. I maintained my position during our entire argument. I wanted him to apologize for being disrespectful to me and for pressuring me to engage in a situation I felt unsafe about, that he himself was unwilling to do himself, because of his comfortable job. The 2-hour conversation kept going. Also at that point he owed me $157, which I had spotted him, because he was always running out of money. I didn't want to get blocked by him before getting my $157 back.
I also was nervous to silence or turn off my phone, because of how dramatically he twists stories about people.
I felt like
Dog, I've cut... I cannot imagine feeling like $157 is like worth continuing to deal with Caleb Maupin's bullshit. Holy shit. I'd cut off Caleb Maupin over much more. Jesus.
I wanted this argument to remain between only Caleb and I that evening, and to get resolved by us only ideally.
Like, imagine staying friendly with Caleb Maupin in hopes of him paying you back $157 before you block him. I mean, $157 is a lot of money, but at the same time, Caleb Maupin is a massive douche. So, I don't know.
Ideally, without him creating gossip and lies about me to other people over this. I was afraid if I truly did cut off our argument and go to sleep before getting him to stop on his own accord, I'd wake up in the morning to hundreds of messages or multiple people who had only heard Caleb's version of events asking me why I was so horrible to Caleb, and a whole new messy issue of new twisted gossip and drama. Our argument goes in circles, with me resisting all of his manipulation attempts and him baiting me to try to criticize him or call him names, until 3 a.m. After this May 1st argument, I shared a PDF file of the screenshots between Caleb and in the Cine Facebook message group chat. The PDF file contained the entire 2-hour text argument, because I know Caleb creates drama and makes lies to suit himself, so I included the entire argument so that no one could ever accuse me of posting anything out of context. At the time when I shared the PDF in the Cine chat, I told everyone that this is how Caleb speaks to me personally, and I really don't like being treated this way. At the time, no one had my back, no one cared to reach out, and Caleb kicked me out of the chat group and told me that sharing screenshots of our personal conversation was wrong to do, and he once again accused me of luring him into trusting me, and that I betrayed him by posting the PDF of the argument. Everyone in the chat was super confused about what the PDF even meant. They were right to be confused. It happened out of nowhere at 1 a.m., and even by showing all of the screenshots, it looked so weird why Caleb was doing this to me out of nowhere, being upset with me for not going to Venezuela in May 2019, when usually he had spoken very highly of me to other members and other members respected me as a Cine group member. It was uncharacteristic for Caleb to be mad at me. So
again, why can't they kick this dude out of the group since he's the problem? I'm pretty sure he is the leader. He is a cult leader. The group they're in is his cult. He manipulated them and made them dependent on him. Not to mention, he gained a lot of traction in those places and in those spaces, which allowed him to have, like, the social pressure of, like, making those that might want to speak out against him scared. Yeah, CPI is owned by Caleb Maupin.
So, when I got no response from anyone in the Cine group chat, this is when I realized that everyone in the group is currently in denial and is a victim themselves. I was removed from the Cine chats, and since Caleb was the ringleader of everything, it was impossible for me to ever be able to come to events or continue to help out like I used to. When I would get removed from chats, other members would try to add me back, but since Caleb was ignoring my presence, it felt useless/hopeless for me to go any further in Cine.
I feel like on April 17, 2019, when I shot down any notion of ever prostituting myself out for Caleb, I think he tried to act nice and normal for a bit, and then on May 1, 2019, created a strange argument over false pretenses to try to rile me up and get me pushed out. It turns out that after I got removed he still made up lies to discredit me. Other Cine members were confused why I wasn't in the group anymore. I was helpful and respected and everyone was happy to have my contributions and have me as a member. Caleb created disparaging remarks that I couldn't be part of Cine anymore and could no longer attend group Cine functions, because I was supposedly an alcoholic all of a sudden. This parallels the situation I mentioned before where Caleb would keep gossiping about if other Cine members were secretly gay based on what they wear, or how another member is spoiled. This is also why I mentioned earlier.
Secretly gay? Okay, so it was a full-on, like, no gays allowed organization? What? Wait. This man was, like, investigating whether or not his fucking cult members are gay while having a meltdown over me saying he's a homophobe in my video. Chat. I don't miss. I just don't. I just don't miss. I don't. I just click heads, and I never miss. Back to the lobby, Caleb Maupin. Back to the fucking lobby.
Earlier in this statement that in 2019 I had a great job, and how in our final argument, Caleb was the one who had still owed me $157. So, I found out in 2022 that Caleb told different Cine/CPI members different slanderous versions about me. He told some people that I quit Cine because I was an alcoholic. He told other people I couldn't keep up with Cine obligations anymore due to my alcoholism, but that I'm welcome to come back. Established Cine members knew this was weird but didn't question it, and new Cine/CPI members didn't know who I was and didn't question it. For the record, I have never had a drinking problem. When I was 23 in 2019 I had fun drinking socially with my friends. Caleb has an alcohol allergy and cannot drink any alcohol, and in addition to his gossipy/judgmental lifestyle, I think he has a bad perception on what is or isn't a normal amount of alcohol to consume. I have never been a daily drinker. In 2019, I would probably average about 4 to 5 alcoholic drinks on a Friday/Saturday night if I went out with friends, and only in a scene where drinking is socially acceptable, like a bar/restaurant/music venue, and then about 2 to 3 drinks if I met a friend, such as Caleb, during the work week.
I stick to the general 1 drink per hour rule, and in general I intrinsically value sobriety and alcohol moderation.
Me, my family, and my closest people who know me would not at all characterize me as having an issue with alcoholism, let alone an alcoholism issue that would lead me to abandon my political activism. I am explaining this in such great detail because I and other Cine members 100% believe that this was a slanderous/libelous tactic to detract from the fact that I had turned down money for sex with him.
I think that Caleb has devoted far too much time to talking about his sexual life and gossiping about/slandering comrades.
To me, it's very concerning, and I was partly silent from 2019.
Dude, it is wild to me that somebody like Caleb Maupin can convince so many people that he's a normal guy. Like, I know how he did it, and it's not necessarily surprising to me necessarily, but it's still bewildering, you know? It's like when you see an anti-vax protest and you're like, Jesus. Like, you know how they became anti-vax, you know why, but at the same time, it's just, you still wonder, how the fuck can you be this stupid? How many babies dropped on heads? How many alcoholic and smoking mothers? How many... I just... Jesus. He was never normal, Xanderhall? What the fuck are we talking about? I don't know. Like, people told me that Caleb Maupin was at one point, like, not a crazy, you know, Nosbel type. Somebody told me that.
From 2019 until now, because I was hoping that Caleb would just get the help that he needs. I have never wanted to cancel Caleb, or anyone. I always hoped Caleb would learn from his mistakes and improve himself without ever needing a public call-out to stop him from hurting any more young people. Unfortunately, as much as I had hoped Caleb would improve, I realized that he has only become much worse than he was to me in 2019. In March 2019, I noticed a newer member who was 19 years old began to get favored by Caleb, and something in my head started to feel worried that this innocent person might be getting asked questions about if they have ever been spanked. This member had vaguely mentioned stressful moments with their parents during group meetings, which scared me to wonder if this could have Caleb make that connect to his spanking/domination fetish, or that they might potentially get taken advantage of sexually by Caleb one day. This member I am speaking of is member 2. This member seemed so excited to be in Cinna and to be Caleb's friend, and I really didn't know what to do. I was afraid of being accused of making false accusations/starting drama, if I were to preemptively.
So that the person who they were just talking about there was the original accuser that we just read before this one. Jesus. Whew.
To preemptively warn this member before anything bad actually ever happened. I ended up never warning this member, never speaking to this member one-on-one, and it wasn't until 2022 that I had found out the true extent of exploitation and prostitution that Caleb had put this young and innocent person through. Caleb ended up prostituting this person while they were homeless, and while Caleb told them repeatedly to not get a regular day job, Caleb told this person to not get a regular day job, because that isn't what committed revolutionaries do. However, Caleb had no problem with paying them for his sexual gratification. I live with that guilt. I can't believe I never warned that member back when I had the chance in 2019. I would have seemed crazy if I warned them. I urge all young members of CPI to question everything and everyone. Do your due diligence. Don't naively trust people just because they call themselves an activist or a comrade. Do not be afraid to question Caleb's credentials. Does Caleb have experience in accounting, nonprofit accounting, or positive youth development? Caleb keeps working around young people. Has he taken precautions to create strict boundaries with minors and young adults? Has he been formally trained in how to work with high school/college freshman-age students? Does Caleb even see the value in taking a step back from CPI in order to learn more about how to teach youth appropriately and work on himself? This is an opportunity for people to prove if they are a true comrade or not. I was forced out of Cinna because I did not want to be Caleb's prostitute. I have provided the background and details, and I have allowed Cinna members to hold my phone and look through my messages with Caleb. Will you take the side of the predators who wish to silence me, who continue to further break the law by creating libel and slander about me, who wish to intimidate victims into silence? Or, will you actually be a comrade and support injustice everywhere, even if it gives you cognitive dissonance?
Well, there are some corroborating statements as well that back these up, that come along with this. I'm going to go ahead and drop the full thing in here, but that is about a third of the whole of the thing, but that's the biggest chunk of what's relevant. Here's the link to the Medium article, and it obviously has the voiced thing, so you can just skip to where we were if you want to listen to the whole thing yourself. I've skimmed over it already before I went live, so there's not too much more that's interesting in the rest of it. However, I think this is enough to basically make the point that I want to make, the main reason why I made this video, or why I'm doing this segment. And there are a lot of people out there who will fall into a political ideology not because they have a well-reasoned thought process that led them to believe that this ideology is what is most. I didn't read any of the text beforehand, so that was a bit of a shock though. Anyway, there are a lot of ideologies out there that a lot of people did not come to with a logical thought process. They were either morally lucky, they got kind of brainwashed or pressured into it, or they just kind of, they were taught it or just kind of naturally developed into it because of their upbringing, right? Maybe they just kind of have the same politics as their parents. That's usually most people. Most people are not hyper autistic, terminally online, political care frogs who want to, learn about all of these issues and have a nuanced understanding of them and be able to arrive at the best possible conclusion for every issue. That's not most people, right? Most people are pulled to their political ideologies by charismatic demagogues who do a really good job of wording their arguments in a good way, or maybe they're really good at strawmanning political opposition, or maybe they're just really good at framing their beliefs in an entertaining and funny way. There are many ways to convince people that you are correct that do not involve making correct arguments. And people like Caleb Maupin are exactly that. Caleb Maupin is exactly that. Caleb Maupin is the type of person who uses a weird niche political ideology that a lot of young high school to college age people will fall into to basically brainwash them into believing not only is his political ideology the only way to believe, the only belief system that is moral or good, but on top of that to rely on him, because at the center of his belief system is of course him, the activism that he leads, all the hard work that he's done, all the things that he says, all the things he stands for. He doesn't, at least to his members, the way he frames it, he doesn't consider himself a communist. He considers his followers to be Maupinist communists, I guess you could say. And he himself, it seems, just has a desire for some big leather-booted dictator to step on his throat or something. I really can't tell. Regardless, though, at the end of the day, Caleb Maupin is an abuser. One who's used his political station and his beliefs and what he, just the ideals that he supposedly stands for as a shield against criticism for a very long time. The things that these allegations exposed have frankly been evident for years. They've only just now been proven. And, it does kind of feel good to be right. I'll admit that. Anyway, if you enjoyed this segment, please consider leaving a like. It helps the channel and my video out a lot. It's not just a hollow show of support. And if you want to see more from me and for YouTube to actually tell you when I go live or upload a new video, you can also subscribe and ring the bell icon. YouTube will not do that otherwise. And of course, if you want to see more from me on the internet, you can follow all of my social media, which is linked down in the description below. And finally, if you want to support me financially and you've got the money for it, don't donate to me if you don't, of course, then you could support me financially by donating, gifting a sub, or just subscribing for yourself on my website, xanderhall.com/live. We always love a good little white name purge. There's a lot of white names in the chat tonight. And if you want to support me in any other way, you can also do so on YouTube, Twitch, Streamlabs, Stream Elements, and finally, Patreon. Thank you so much for watching. I appreciate it, and have a good one. There we go. I'm at a monster. Sag. Anyway, so, time to read some donos, guys. Uncle Dingler, thank you for the $5. I really appreciate that. So sorry I made this. Jesus Christ. We will look at that in just a second, my friend. Thank you for sending me that absolute horrid abomination. Yeah, oh my god. Thank you for the $5, Uncle Dingler. I totally forgot that show existed. Thank you for the $5. Good meme. Barl, thank you for the $5. Very kind, very based. Says, have been away from your chat for a while, but had to come back for this insanity because here's $5 for having to read that Nightmare Fuel. I really appreciate that, Borl. Thank you very, very much. I am a lot less traumatized now because of that donation. Pulse, thank you for the tier 3 gifted sub to Lil Bass 82. God damn. How many months was that? Jesus. That is extremely, extremely kind of you. Let me find that really quick. Oh. Hmm. Oh, there it is. That is a August to September. Okay, yeah, it's a 1 monther. Awesome. Thank you. I really appreciate that. That is a very, very generous gifted sub. Thank you so goddamn much. Thank you for the $20. Really appreciate it. I'm sure that Big Bass, or Lil Bass, actually, Lil Bass, really appreciates it. Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you. Pulse, again, thank you for the 4 tier 1 gifted subs. That's $20 right there. Another 20. God damn. Thank you. Says, how much to get this quail farm up and running? Well, not only do I have to pay the bill that I owe my old apartment complex, but I have to save up to move to Seattle, and I don't want to just be housebroke when I get there, so I want to save a decent amount first. So I'm thinking of moving. I'm basically saving up till the end of the year to the beginning of next year. I'd like to be moved up to Seattle by the end of January next year, ideally by the end of December this year. Just depends on how strong donos are, but yeah. That is the current plan. Donos have been all right since, like, this stuff happened, but not extraordinary necessarily, so we'll just have to see how things end up. I'm fine pushing back the move as long as I have to save up for it, because I don't want to make the move when I can't afford to. That would be dumb. Anyway, thank you for the 4 tier 1 gifted subs. I really appreciate it. And yes, your $20 does in fact help us reach the quail goal. Thank you. Pulse again with a tier 3 gifted sub. Oh wait, that's the one I just did. That one from Pulse was new. Ah, thank you. Pulse with another 2 tier 2 gifted subs to Coasted Terror and to Hermit. God damn, how many months were those, Pulse? Are these all 1 monthers? Sounds like a plan, Zan. Please only move after hummingbirds nest on your porch. I can't make them nest in it, but let's hope they do. Yes, they're all 1 monthers. Okay, thank you, Pulse. Yeah, Pulse, thank you for the tier 2 gifted subs. That's another $20 right there. Thank you. God damn, just dropping those 20s. Dropping those, which president is on the $20 bill again? Hold on. I'm forgetting the face on it. Andrew Jackson, okay. Yeah, dropping those Jacksons on me. Damn. I'm sure Costa Terra and to Hermit really appreciate it. Thank you. Pulse, thank you again for the 4 tier 1 gifted subs to Lol What No, Swedish Meatball, Marsquake, and Hyper Hooper. God damn, they must really appreciate that as well. We are genociding the white names today. Thank you. Yet another $20 donation. Thank you, my friend. You are goated today. Holy fuck. Let me just update the dono goal really fast. Oh, I didn't even notice this. Also, Elias Baranoff with the 15 New Zealand dollars. Didn't even say anything. Hold on. NZ to USD. How much is that? 15.54. It's $9.59. We'll set that as 9 because I don't like cent amounts. Thank you for the $9, Elias Baranoff. I really appreciate that. That's very kind of you. You are fucking based. Thank you. Let me plus 9. Wait, that actually works out perfectly. That gets us up to 185, which is no longer. Well, it's actually an odd number, but I consider 5 an even number. Fuck you. Anyway, nobody will ever convince me 5 isn't an honorary even number. It is. If you disagree, you can just stay mad and seethe. Seethe and dilate, even. I want you to seethe, and I want you to dilate. Chat. Okay, I have to take a piss. I'll be right back. And then after the big piece, we do the final segment. It's gonna be poggers as fuck, okay? First, I'm gonna crack my neck though, because my neck do be sore. Oh, I'm gonna have a top piss, G. Top piss. I'm having a top piss right now. A top piss, G. Yeah, you better believe. I'm about to talk about Andrew Tate in a second. After I take my big piece. My big piece. Alright, be right back. I'm not gonna wash my hands. I've got this very unruly dresser, or not really, it's more of like a nightstand thing, or like a coffee table in here, and it's handy, but it just doesn't really look right anywhere in the room during my stream, so I put it over there, but that means I have to move it every time I want to go use the bathroom. It's a nice little mid-stream workout, you know? It weighs like 40 pounds, not much, actually, so it's not much of a workout, but it counts for something, I'm sure. I burn like 0.12 calories by doing it, I'm sure. Oh no, the butt pillow is censored now? Why is my butt pillow censored? What happened? Oh, my butt pillow? Ah, yes, that pillow, oh god, it's sweaty. Whew! I do be sweating in here. I have to put this thing through the fucking washer and dryer like twice a week, because I'm just constantly sitting on it while I stream and sweating. And God knows I can't just not clean it, because it'll get nasty. It'll get nasty. Xander Hall, whatever you do, don't Google Jordan person grandmother. Worst mistake of my life. I literally just did. Well, I'm doing it right now. Jordan Peterson grandmother. Can I dreamed I saw my maternal grandmother sitting by the bank of a swimming pool that was also a river. In real life, she had been a victim of Alzheimer's disease and had regressed before her death to a semi-conscious state. In the dream, as well, she had lost her capacity for self-control. Oh my god. Oh god. Oh god. Oh. Oh. Oh my god. What? Where does... Dude, why would he say this? This isn't real. 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 This isn't real, right? This isn't real. This is just a meme, right? This is just a meme, right? Oh no. No, I'm reading ahead. No. 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 Oh. Alright. I can't read it in the voice, but I can read it in a dramatic voice to add some effect to it. I'm gonna try so hard not to break down laughing and cringing at this. Maybe you can make this a YouTube short, Cherry.
I dreamed. I saw my maternal grandmother sitting by the bank of a swimming pool that was also a river. Don't ask how. In real life, she had been a victim of Alzheimer's disease and had regressed before her death to a semi-conscious state. In the dream as well, she had lost her capacity for self-control. Her genital region was exposed, dimly. It had the appearance of a thick mat of hair. She was stroking herself absent-mindedly. She walked over to me with a handful of pubic hair. Compacted into something resembling a large artist's paintbrush. She pushed this at my face. I raised my arm several times to deflect her hand. Finally, unwilling to hurt her or interfere with her any further, I let her have her way. She stroked my face with the brush gently and said, "Like a child, isn't it soft?" I looked at her ruined face and said, "Yes, Grandma, it's soft." This sounds like some shit Chris Chan would have written about their mom. What the fuck? What did I just read? We need to investigate everybody who liked this quote. We need to investigate every single person on Goodreads that liked this quote. This is going up as a segment now, you can't stop me. Oh my god. Xanderhall, what are your thoughts on Mudahar's take on Andrew Tate ban? It's not gonna be good, is it? Oh no. Let me see. Banning Andrew Tate is dumb. Ideas should be challenged, and if he spreads misinformation, it should be countered in the public sphere. This is so dumb. This isn't how it works. 11-year-olds are believing this shit and acting on it. Like, that's not... If you actually believe bans do something, it only amplifies his shitty message onto more users through alternative platforms. Shitty idea. That is not... Muda! Muda, you are smarter than this. That is not how it works. Being banned from major platforms resigns you. You're not... How on earth does getting banned and being sent to some alt platform with much less of an audience end up spreading the ideology to more people? This is just straight up wrong. He's just incorrect here. Listen, Mudahar is a good guy. He's cool, but his political takes are he misses all the time when it comes to political stuff. And it's so disappointing because he has such a yes man audience and it's so big that like
Of course he's going to get 41k likes on it. Muda initially followed me. You know what? I'll do a segment on it. Mudahar initially followed me on Twitter after I called him out on something he'd said on, politically that was wrong. And, he owned up to it and said, oh shit, I didn't know that. So I will go ahead.
And I'll do it again.
Oh, you did a whole thing on Andrew Tate. Oh shit. This is an hour long? Okay, we're gonna have to speed it up a little bit. All right. Who sent me this? Who sent me this? Who's responsible? Brain hurts. All right. All right, brain hurts. All right, brain hurts. This is what we're doing, huh? This is what we're doing? He replied to Vosh about it? Vosh replied, deplatforming has been shown to be overwhelmingly effective at stopping the spread of a person's views, so I don't think it amplifies anything, really. I also don't think the free marketplace of ideas was doing much to regulate his ideas. He's unapologetically anti-intellectual. Mudahar responds, if we're talking about curbing his spread, absolutely. Curbing his spread, absolutely. I come biased in this since I firmly believe Tate is a dumbass and his ideas are easily countered from my perspective, but they aren't, though. They're very, very, very popular now. I've just seen this pattern where these types get banned, jump to an alt platform, and go more extreme. Their beliefs becoming more extreme is not a direct... That is not a through line to their audience becoming more extreme or larger. I agree getting deplatformed tends to push people to the extremes. I just don't know how much his ideas getting countered means to his frothing audience of insane 14-year-old boys. They don't seem to really care whether he's correct or not, And then, of course, Muda replies, yeah, I'm not feeling burned over a dipshit like Tate being removed personally. He's a course-selling incel farmer at the end of the day. Also, it's a private site as well. Age is a big factor. I can see through his BS, and I'm sure 14-year-old boys can't and won't attempt to. I told you guys, I do think Mudahar is, a reasonable dude. I just don't know if he's enough of a care lord to be well-educated enough on some of these issues when they come into his attention to talk about, to have 100% the most well thought out and backed up take 100% of the time. However, I still think he's a reasonable guy. Let's check out his video. But first, yeah, he has no agenda. I really don't think he has an agenda at all. I don't think he has an end goal for politics. I think he just sees something and he's like, whoa, the fuck? And reacts. A lot of people do. I think that's a lot of people how they engage with politics. And it's not necessarily wrong. It's just how most people engage with politics, Worst Magician on Ice, thank you so much for the 2 tier 1 gifted subs. I really appreciate that. Says, genociding the white names and possibly contributing to getting your hair done, moving or acquiring quail? Don't mind if I do, Eurostream Supremacy. Hell yeah. Oh yeah, I definitely do plan to get my hair cut and bleached pretty soon. I've just been putting it off because I'm lazy. I have no excuse. I've just been putting it off because I'm lazy. I have been meaning to get my hair cut and bleached, though, but I am a lazy motherfucker, and I'm putting it off. But pretty soon I should be getting that haircut, and this is too long. I literally have to wet my hair and brush it before every stream, otherwise it'll literally be like this, It's a rough game out here to be a long, thick-haired man. Anyway, I really appreciate that. Thank you. And no Euro-cuck supremacy at all. In fact, it is Americuck supremacy, but we will allow you to be in my stream while it is, midnight and past that. But thank you, Worst Magician on Ice. I appreciate it. Yeah, thank you for the $10. Based. That puts us at 195. We might actually hit the dono goal tonight, guys. You know what, chat? I believe in you guys. I believe that you can do it. $105 away from the dono goal. I think you guys are capable. I think you guys can fucking do it. Yo, Xanderhall, what is this? God damn.
Haley.
I'm so glad. I'm so glad.
Stop. 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 I recognize that video that in the first fucking second I know what you just sent me. Fuck you. Can you check Discord DMs? I am the most interesting person on earth to DM while I'm streaming, apparently. Oh, thumbnails. Oh yeah, definitely the middle one, Cherry. Definitely the middle one. Oh yeah. That middle one has the best contrast to be able to read the text. Definitely the middle thumbnail. Very good. Very good. I think he actually looked more into the dude for the video to understand the stuff people were saying. I guess we'll see. We'll see what his thoughts are. All right, let's go. Let's get it. Chat, you guys know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. So, today I'm going to be doing something a little risky, a little dangerous. Just kidding. No. I'm going to be checking out a video recently posted by Some Ordinary Gamers, aka Mudahar. He made a video on Andrew Tate, who's currently really just kind of flying through the news cycle right now. Everybody's discussing him. A lot of videos and a lot of TikToks and a lot of stories have popped up from teachers talking about like their 11 and 12 and 13-year-old male students becoming Andrew Tate fans on TikTok and sexually harassing and abusing their female classmates. It seems like there's an epidemic right now of young teenage American boys watching Andrew Tate and then taking out those political beliefs on the women in their lives, their teachers, their classmates, etc. It's not like, oh, what about the kids? It's like they're actually like calling their female classmates whores and saying you use men for money. And then the teacher asks, where did you hear this? And they say, Andrew Tate, he's based. Like, it's getting a little nutty right now. Like, 11-year-olds are doing this shit. There's been stories of this shit coming out. So, pretty wild stuff. Andrew Tate has a massive following, of course. None of his ideas are new. There have been, going back decades, people exactly like Andrew Tate who have just pressed the exact same ideas and have gained the exact same level of traction. It's just usually wrapped up in a different coat of paint. Just slightly. And of course, there's always a new generation of young, dumb people to fall for it. And, it always leads to bad stuff, usually. The more people that believe horrible, misinformed, and hateful ideologies, the worse. That's my personal opinion. Anyway, Mudahar recently made a video on Andrew Tate. And for those of you guys that don't know, Muda and I have talked briefly. I think he's a member on the channel, and obviously follow each other on Twitter. We've talked a little bit and stuff. We're not like super close or anything, but I think he's a cool guy. He makes awesome videos. If you like his deep web exploration stuff, definitely has kept me up till like 4 a.m. More than once, to say an embarrassing amount of times, to say the least. However, my first ever direct interaction with him, what actually started my actually being acquainted to him, was actually me calling him out for a little bit of a mistake he'd made in one of his videos. You see, back in the day, he'd kind of referenced the Pepe being labeled as a hate crime thing, as though the ADL, the Anti-Defamation League, had just outright said no matter what, using Pepe the Frog in any context is a hate crime, and that is more or less the sentiment of what Muda had said that the ADL had said. I, of course, called this out and pointed to exactly what the ADL said, which very strictly said in multiple points, like, obviously not every use of Pepe the Frog is bigoted in nature. It is important to look at the context of its use to determine whether or not it's being used in a hateful context, which is just literally the most perfect possible take you could have about it. And what had clearly happened was Muda had been fed very filtered versions of what the ADL had said, and just hadn't really taken the time to go out and read what the ADL had said directly, which I don't really think is a bad, like, I'm not morally condemning Muda for that. However, I do still think it's important that if somebody who has a large audience says something that either I feel might be wrong or I even know is misinformed, I do think it's important to point out, even if, I'm cool with that person or I agree with them, or even if I think they're super chill and cool, which I do think Muda is super chill and cool. I don't plan for this to be like a big call out or anything. I actually think this is going to be more of a educational video, not so much for Muda or his audience, but for us. Because my audience, and I imagine maybe Muda might watch this video, and many of his fans might as well. You see, I'm a lefty care lord, okay? I'm a political care lord, and I spend a lot of my time and effort reading about politics, researching politics, and frankly, witnessing the consequences of certain political activism taking place. So, for many of you, it may seem as though somebody like Andrew Tate or Alex Jones, etc., like, the only real effect they have is they post random, dumb, funny videos on the internet, right? And they're super dumb and stupid and funny and ridiculous, but at the end of the day, that's all they're really doing. I, on the other hand, do actively every single day, almost every hour of the day, engage with the consequences of their activism, whether that be the people who agree with them, or reading news stories about people who agree with them doing bad things. Across the board, I'm just constantly faced with the consequences of people like Andrew Tate having a platform and being able to freely spread their ideas. Now, I believe in free speech, obviously. I'd be out of the job if people like Andrew Tate didn't have free speech. Hell, I'd be in probably a jail cell right now if we didn't have free speech, considering how much I criticize the last and current president. However, with that said, I think that Andrew Tate and what he does goes beyond free speech. I don't think it's really a free speech issue. I think it's a platforming issue. Free speech and platforming they're issues that are related, but they're very oftentimes conflated. Bars. They aren't the same thing. And one of these things is good, always, and one of these things is usually good, but not always. Free speech is always good, no matter what. We should always have free speech. I don't believe that somebody should ever have their rights as free speech taken away, obviously. However, someone's right to a platform is a completely different discussion. Andrew Tate getting banned off of YouTube or Twitch or Instagram or TikTok is not him taking away his free speech. He's still able to say and do all the things he could before. It is simply him losing access to an app created by a private company that he agreed to the terms of service of when he made his account in the first place. Now, many people like to say, oh, so when you get banned with a false strike, then you can't complain. It's like, no, I believe that TOS should be fair and accurately applied. However, Andrew Tate most definitely has broken the TOS of the platforms he's agreed to that he currently exists on. Not only that, but I think I can make a strong moral argument as to why he should be banned off these platforms as well. And just generally, I think there's a very good, general, like, utilitarian argument to it as well. Like, if we're just trying to maximize human happiness, then Andrew Tate getting banned off of these platforms would absolutely be a positive. I really don't think there's any reasonable perspective you can look at this issue from that isn't in favor of Andrew Tate's beliefs, in which you don't want him banned. However, that is something that I lack. I want to hear Mudahar's explanation. he might have a well-reasoned and, well-thought-out position on this that I might want to consider. I consider Mutahar a smart guy, even if he's been incorrect about things in the past. I don't think that he's like a right-wing chud. I don't think he's like ideologically driven. He's not. I don't think he's ideologically driven at all. I think political issues come in front of him from time to time, and he gives his take on them, and sometimes it's not perfect. But who knows? Maybe we end up agreeing here. People in chat just sent me this, and they told me I should watch, so let's go!
This man right here, ladies and gentlemen, is Emery Tate, a chess savant warrior who basically was one of the best chess players in the United States, period, possibly even the world. And of course, his sperm spawned two individuals, Andrew and Tristan Tate. Now, ladies and gentlemen, you might have heard of who these guys are, and boy, I went down this rabbit hole pretty deep. Now, ladies and gentlemen, to understand, Andrew Tate's been blowing all the way up for the last 2-3 months over TikTok, which explains why I'm a little late to the party. I don't really sit down there, and the only reason I know about this is my buddy Kyle was the one who introduced me to Andrew Tate. One night, we were just sitting playing a game of Factorio, and once I went down the Andrew Tate rabbit hole, I watched a few compilations, and I was like, this can't be real. The best way to describe Andrew Tate is this is the kind of guy that goes on poll and he's like, I feel this. These people are onto something. Andrew Tate's the kind of guy that's sitting in your entire friend circle. And
as you can see, Mutahar is not a chud. He is a normal person. Really, there's no other way to put it than he is a normal person. He really is. By the way, for any of those who are wondering, this will be a transformative reaction video, of course. We don't do that normal, anyone who's new here who doesn't know, we don't do that general Twitch streamer reacting to a video, stealing the content thing. We're pause Andes here, okay? We're pause Andes.
You're just chilling doing nothing, and he's the guy that goes up and says, I don't understand why they don't put the Special Olympics on Comedy Central. Now, of course, the absurd statement that is, people in the room probably go, oh, you wacky boy right there, to which Andrew Deadface looks you right in the eye and says, it wasn't a joke. Now, the word misogynist could best be described, according to a quick Google search, as a person who dislikes, despises, or is strongly prejudiced against women. Of course, I feel like these definitions should get a picture representation, because both Andrew and Tristan Tate match it. And of course, hey, why shouldn't it? They're pretty much self-admitted at this point. Now, of course, to start off with, I'm going to show you some outlandish mentions, and show you just why Andrew Tate's been blowing up all over the YouTube Shorts TikTok algorithm. Now, Andrew Tate's big benefit is his amazing charisma. This man can literally speak a mile a minute and make an absolute point sound cogent, even when it really isn't. And when he's not debating with geniuses like XQC and Aiden Ross. Now, of course, in a lot of these cases, Tate is debating on the principles of being red-pilled, of being a man. So let's get into this whole scenario. Andrew Tate explains to women why females shouldn't sleep around. I gotta listen to this one from our boys at Million Motivations. Let's listen to this.
Female promiscuity has always, across every culture that's ever existed, been frowned upon. If you were
absolutely caveman, you understand.
That is not a coincidence. It's because females are designed to meet a man, get pregnant, fall in love with said man. If you keep sleeping with X dude,
hold on.
Plan B's, taking the morning after pill, that cheapens you. It doesn't matter if a man slept with 20 girls or 200 girls. He is still the man. If a woman slept with 200 men, she is worth less. This is the basis of the game.
I want to point out, by the way, this has 24,000 likes. This is from a clip channel making YouTube shorts with 24,000 likes. 24,000 dangers to women out there. 24,000 potential rapists. Fuck. That's gotta be... Dude, watching anything about Andrew Tate's popularity must be so scary as a woman. How many women are going to just become not dating? They're just not gonna date anymore because of this for a while. Because holy fuck, this has got to be terrifying. Like, you never know if some dude you meet on a hookup app or some dude you talk to at a bar or some dude you meet anywhere, like, you don't know that he doesn't have, like, on his phone, like, following Andrew Tate. You don't know. Motherfucker might be taking Andrew Tate's date rape advice.
No man is gonna marry a woman that 200 men slammed and threw to the street.
Now, if you haven't caught on, the Andrew Tate debate strategy is talk really fast, speak really loud, and hopefully you'll look like the smartest person in the room. Throw in some anecdotes, lived-in experiences, and, I don't know, maybe some biological fact, slightly mixed in with a whole bunch of misogyny. Maybe you might get through. Now, ladies listening into the room that were just sitting there and didn't walk out, have some self-respect. If you hear a guy talk like that, red flags all over the room. Young ladies watching, if a guy talks like that, get out of there.
For the record, Andrew Tate pays random, like, attractive women to sit in his studio while he talks about these things, because this is a very common thing. You get a lot of women around you, and people on the internet will think that you get a lot of women because they're too dumb to realize, wait, you can pay women to look like they like you. you can do that. I recently saw, actually, this is a really good example. I recently saw, listen, I hate Seth Meyers, okay? I hate Seth Meyers with a fiery, burning passion, okay? My skeleton literally ignites with eternal flame, with the rage that boils in my blood when I see Seth Meyers' face, okay? That motherfucker is annoying as shit. I can't put into words how much I hate Seth Meyers, alright? However, I was watching Seth Meyers because he was on the TV and my mom was watching him, and he was doing an interview with Ice-T. And Ice-T was talking about when he first got into the rap game, and he was like, at first it was like, you know, he claims it was like real, you know, and it was real, and he was actually from the hood, and he actually engaged in real, like, criminal activity back when he was younger, and it's like, okay, well, I think he's legit. I can't remember if he's legit. There's a lot of people in the rap game that are not, that claim they engaged in some hard activity back in the day, didn't actually engage in said hard activity back in the day. But he said that, like, he's legit. Okay, I heard that he was, so. But I also heard that many people in the rap game aren't, so just curious. Anyway, he claimed that once he started to get really big, and I think he killed a dude, yeah. Once he started to get really big, he talked about how he would be doing, like, photo shoots and music videos and stuff, and he'd be, like, doing, like, a scene, like, in a hot tub with, like, a bunch of girls in bikinis, and he'd be like, it's wild how much that stuff isn't even real, man. Like, you're doing, like, a shot, like, a scene for a music video, and you're in a hot tub with a bunch of girls, and, like, their boyfriends are sitting there right out of frame and stuff, and, like, as soon as the shot's over, they get out and they go and they leave, and it's like, none of this shit's real. People are very easily fooled into believing that a glamorous life that celebrities put forward online is real. They don't really take a second to think, oh, wait, this person has shit tons of money and can just pay women to sit there and look like they like him.
Chances are you're not going to have a good relationship or anything fruitful with a guy like that. Now, of course, to get back to the idea of, like, value, you know, sleeping around, all that nonsense, Andrew Tate paints it like, hey, if you're a man, that's totally cool. If you're a chick, you suddenly lose all your value. See, this is things that nobody's experienced in the real fucking world yet, because Andrew Tate's talking to a bunch of young guys that haven't really gotten past anything. They don't have jobs, they don't really have anything going on in their life. They're trying to look at the quickest, fastest way to success. And they see a guy that has some success, this guy uses image intimidation and basically tries to pass it off like he's got all the secrets. You know, at the end of the day, all right, let me just tell you something. In the real world, all right, wouldn't the value of a man also drop to potential partners, male or female, if they're also known to be sleeping around? Isn't it alpha and trad to also, you know, just be a normal guy, focus on yourself, and if you find a partner, man, woman, realize that you also at one point also have a mom too, and you gotta, you know, show some respect, right? Like, if you're gonna date a chick and you're gonna have kids with them.
Listen, I respect you, Muda, but Andrew Tate would not listen to this argument, though I'm very glad he's making it, because there's no doubt some amount of crossover in Muda's audience and Andrew Tate's audience, simply because Mudahar is so fucking huge. He is a massive YouTuber. Like, in terms of his popularity and his scale, I see memes about him all the fucking time, which is really, like, I will literally, like, be in one time I was in a voice chat, like, for a WoW guild that I was in. It was for, like, Classic WoW. I was in a guild voice chat, and people in the chat started spamming memes about WoW, but they were, like, Mudahar meme formats. And I was just sitting there like, this man follows me on Twitter, and people in this WoW guild are just spamming memes of his face. Like, and they don't even know it's like that meme at the party, they don't know he follows me on Twitter, you know? But no, it's like, he's very, very popular. He's got a massive audience. I'm not saying that he's got, like, a huge chud audience. What I'm saying is some amount of people watching this video needed to hear it. And as simple and basic of an argument as this may sound from Muda, and as much as Andrew Tate fans and Andrew Tate himself would laugh at it, at the idea that a man's value could be reduced by him having more sexual partners, unlike women, it is still something that some amount of his audience needs to hear, and I'm really glad he said it. Obviously, I don't disagree with anything he said so far.
and you're going to start a family. Isn't it also ideal you don't sleep around and whatnot? You take to actually making money, you take to raising your children and treating your partner right. Isn't that the true trad alpha mentality? Because realistically, sleeping around just shows that you really don't have any place to put down roots, or you're not truly able to commit to actual serious things, which shows how much of a beta kid you actually still are. But of course, that's just me saying it. Then again, ladies and gentlemen, this is the kind of refutation you have to make. Talking to Andrew...
This is good. He's fighting fire with fire there, pointing out the hypocrisies in the argument using the same exact thought process these people use. It's a very good point. Yeah.
Tate is pointless, because Andrew Tate literally will just not take any of this to heart. Anybody can talk to him, the smartest people. Realistically, the actual call to action here is trying to speak to his audience that he's trying to hit. If you're somebody that follows Andrew Tate and you want to be this alpha traditional guy, this is the last person you should be hearing. And again, before we even jump into that, you have to look beyond the misogyny and look at the history of this person's character and their actual behaviors on the internet and in their professional life.
I like this one too. This is even wilder. So this is where like Andrew Tate talks about his grandma and why when they were having a family reunion, everyone was impressed that grandma herself was a mega breeder box. Listen to this one.
They all had a bunch of kids, blah, blah, blah. I stood there and looked at my 93-year-old grandmother, and there was a whole room full with maybe 70 people that came from that one woman. Isn't that remarkable? Yeah. That nobody cared about her career. Nobody asked what job she did. Nobody asked how many times she went to the club. Nobody asked if she had time to go to festivals. No.
Now, beyond the weird...
God. Can you imagine? I feel like... Listen, chat, I've taken shits that have been so painful, I've considered taking the easy way out. Okay? I've taken shits so painful, I've considered taking... I've thought death would be preferable to having to continue through that, okay? I can't imagine birthing 70 children. Oh my lord. What a built different, frankly. Absolutely built different. You need fiber? No, I just eat nothing but steak. I've been taking Andrew Tate's advice, and I've just been eating nothing but red meat. And yeah, it's been real tough in my digestive system. But my testosterone's been off the charts. My balls have grown three times larger. It's insane. No, I'm pretty sure doing that would kill you. That's like not actually possible. Yeah, I'd fucking die.
Facial expressions of the women here, obviously discomforted with this reality checking. Ladies, once again, run away. It really disgusts me to see how Andrew Tate views their own grandmother. You know, if you're not concerned about your grandmother's lived-in experiences, her career, her life...
I think what he meant by 70 people that came out of her vagina, I think what he meant was she was the oldest of a, living generation, and there were her kids, her grandkids, and maybe great-grandkids there, totaling 70 people, and he said they all came from her vagina. That's a very weird way to view women, to say the least. He said 17. No, he said 70, I think.
Before she ever had children. Maybe that just makes you a really shitty person, not asking your own family member about that. You know, when I look at my grandmother or my grandfather or anybody in my family, I'm looking at them as a whole person. But I have to ask the people that follow Andrew Tate, the top G's, if you will, how could this logic not be applied the other way around? You know, imagine if you had a guy that never had children. Would you suddenly invalidate them in their worth? What if both men and women, let's say in this case, both A and B, achieved an amazing thing in their life, changed the world for the better, you know, left behind an amazing legacy, had a great career, started an amazing business? Is them not having children by any stretch of their imagination suddenly invalidating their worth? You know, if you think like that, you have a really shitty mentality and a really shitty viewpoint on people in general. In this case, it proves wholeheartedly anybody that believes this way is a completely immature person with no understanding of the real world.
Now, I like reading the comments to some of these, like, some of these, like, red pill videos right here. She wants to be a doctor. Imagine Miss Do Whatever the Fuck I Want performing a triple bypass surgery on you.
Yeah, it's not like people don't age past their 20s and grow and mature. But of course, let's entertain this comment for 1 second. Imagine this person goes to medical school, becomes a cardiologist, starts performing these...
You can't see it past the text. That comment has 13,000 likes. Oh yeah, by the way, there are a lot of dudes out there, like, that when you corner them and ask them, hey, would you want a woman doctor or a man doctor to do a life-saving surgery on you? A lot of them would many would just straight up answer man doctor. Some of them would answer, oh, woman doctor, because they want to, overcompensate. A lot of them would take a few seconds to answer. A lot of people, a lot of men, would take a few seconds to answer. And that says a lot, doesn't it? Doesn't that say a lot?
triple bypass surgeries. You think they're actually going to be allowed to do this without any form of training and certification? Clearly, if they passed and became a doctor, they're good enough to perform that surgery on you, so this becomes a completely moot point. I'd argue what makes someone happy is community, which can be achieved through having kids, but that isn't the only way. My great-aunt never had kids, but she was a great support system for the whole family and everybody loved her. It didn't matter that she didn't have any children. Community can also be achieved through clarity and making a difference in the world. Not to Andrew there. Pure fact.
200 likes on that one, by the way. Xander Hall, is this a baller segment so far? I'd say it's pretty baller. Definitely pretty baller in my opinion.
I work for a woman that chose a career over having children. She considers her pets as her children. You can tell that she's going through a midlife crisis at the moment. No kids to pass down her, and her husband's genes and legacy, and it's too late for her to have kids. Instead, she keeps chasing frivolous thrills to convince herself she's still youthful. So again, the anime profile picture in this case believes that this person, clearly who has picked their career over having children, treats their pets as animals, is going through this or looks to go through this midlife crisis, hasn't confirmed it whatsoever, and of course hasn't come to realize that everybody is different. Some people just have.
Okay, this motherfucker's name is Jed. That's all you have to point out. I'm gonna be real. Just point out Jed is this motherfucker's name, and he's lost.
Different belief sets in life. Some people choose to live their life in a much more different way. It's not as binary and simple as you may think. And again, could this logic also just be applied to men that have chosen a career and then have decided to completely forego having a family? This kind of midlife crisis depression could spawn in both genders if we're going by this logic. Again, I don't understand why these people just can't look at it both ways. I don't understand how that happens.
By the way, this is like the level of like the top G bros of the Andrew Tate clan aren't even like the seemingly well-meaning like MGTOW types that talk about like male suicide rates and depression or anything like that. The Andrew Tate fans, like, he doesn't even talk about men's health or men's well-being or men's mental health or anything like that. Like, that's not even he doesn't even like use that as like, you know, something to try to like give himself a little bit of legitimacy, like many of the people that came before him did. He just outright says, "No, bruv, you ought to be an alpha male, top G, bruv, top G." I love doing impressions of him because it gives me an excuse to be racist towards British people.
And I just want to present that as the question, if you will. I like this one. Why men shouldn't have women friends. Let's watch this one.
No. I'll just tell you why, personally. You ask the men. I have 0 female friends. That does not mean I'm not polite to women. Doesn't mean I don't have female acquaintances, right? Doesn't mean I can't meet all of you and say hello to you and see you on the street and say hello to you, etc. But the idea of having a female friend, someone I hang out with often, who is my friend, and we're purely platonic, is garbage. It's garbage because as a man, I'm spending 99% of my energy finding a sexual partner. And any partner of mine who I'm also having sex with, my girlfriend, my wife, whoever it may be, she is my friend. There's no benefit from female friendship outside of the friendship I'm going to get from my partner. Truthfully, it can really be the same the other way around.
Holy fucking shit. Every single one of those women in the room has the same face. They have the same expression on their face that every girl I've ever explained, like the mechanics of every girl I've ever talked to about Hightail had on their face. Every girl I've ever ranted to hours to about Hightail had that exact same look on their face. That's how you know. That's how you know.
If you have a man and you truly love him and he's your guy, you shouldn't really need other dudes. That's the truth. You shouldn't.
Now, I kept all that context in there so nobody can say that I cut anything out. Now, it's just weird to hear this. Again, I like to ask the fans of this guy how this makes any logical sense. It really shows a stunted view of the real world. Again, imagine, you know, as a man, you have to spend 99% of your energy finding another person to bang. Now, of course...
Okay. The Sigma male, alpha, whatever the fuck, hating women stuff, the only natural step from here is people like Andrew Tate unironically advocating that the most alpha Sigma male thing to do in the world is to be gay and to only have gay sex, to only date men, only talk to men. That is legitimately going to become the next conservative chud alpha male position that they take. I swear to God, it is, okay? There are a whole lot of in-the-closet, self-hating, sexually repressed gay men out there that will absolutely jump on board with that ideology of, no, I'm not gay, I just hate women and I'm an alpha sigma male. 100%. 100% they'll do that shit. On God. Non-binary doctor for the win. How are you guys still talking about the gender doctor thing? That was like 10 minutes ago.
Of course, if you're sitting outside in the real world, like I go to work, I have plenty of male and female friends and coworkers, people that
that I consider my friends. Obviously, if I have friends of the opposite gender, it doesn't make them more important to me, you know, romantically than my actual girlfriend. Obviously, real people in the real world are going to have plenty of friends from both sides. I don't understand this weird view. And again, it's a really non-alpha view of people who are like, hey, I have this friend, you know, she's a woman. Clearly, we can't just have a platonic normal friendship. Clearly, we can't talk about hobbies or, you know, stuff that we do aside from work or anything. Or we can't hang out in general. Unless, of course, there's some deep, dark sexual tension. It's like some weird biology class, some basic shit that you're implying, not adding to the fact that human beings are actual creatures that go beyond just base carnal instincts.
So, one of the things that I've never seen anybody point out is that everything that Andrew Tate says very strongly suggests he doesn't have a personality. Or he doesn't expect any of the people he gives advice to have a personality. Like, it doesn't really matter what hobby you're into or what you enjoy or what your thing is. Everybody has a thing. My thing would honestly be gaming and politics. Those are my things that I'm really into. Gaming and politics, right? No matter what your thing is, if you meet people that are into that thing, you're going to meet women naturally while doing that. And at least one of those women at some point might be interested in you if you just act like a normal, nice person, and you're going to have a crossover in interests. And hell, you don't even have to be in a relationship. You might just have a friendship. This tells me that Andrew Tate doesn't have any interests or personality or anything like that. Like, even off screen, surely he'd have... I don't, maybe he, like, even if you're like a gamer, even my most loser, shut-in, neat gamers that I know have female friends. Because the girls they're friends with play games with them. Like, they got a group of friends they play video games with, and some of them are women. Even my biggest neat friends that I know that never leave the house talk to women, and they play video games all day, and because of that, they talk to women. So Andrew Tate can't even be, in his personal life, a shut-in playing video games all day, because even that would bring him into close enough proximity with women to make friends with them and have mutual interests. What the fuck does Andrew Tate do when he's not on camera? Does he just, like, flip a switch and turn himself off like a robot when he's not on camera? Jesus.
Again, I like to ask anybody that follows this guy, all right, again, what is the point that the guy's trying to make? It really just shows how much of a stunted worldview you have to believe this. And again, that's the general audience Andrew is hitting. Based on Andrew's logic, if I grab this $20 bill with Andrew Jackson, I should probably throw that away because I'm getting a little gay. Let's get into the idea of Andrew Tate's lifestyle, okay? Now, Andrew Tate's the kind of guy, if you go to his channel, has a channel known as TateSpeech.com. Now, Andrew Tate is a pretty prominent YouTuber with 500,000 plus subscribers where he talks about, you know, important
play on
things
hate
like, hey
speech.
guys, here's how to get out of the Matrix, how the New World Order works, addressing all the rumors, which there are a lot of and we'll get to, emergency meetings, and the worst things about being rich. And, you know, is there really anything bad, Andrew? Come on now. The man knows how to clickbait you into something. Now, there's no doubt that Andrew Tate will use things like image intimidation to show that he has a nice place, nice car, nice everything, good body, and all these things. And of course, no doubt with all of these benefits, image intimidation works because the people that follow Andrew Tate look at everything that he has and says, this guy probably is a decent authority. You know, when he's driving his Bugatti in front of the various other supercars that he owns at the Tate compound with a goddamn samurai standing at the door, you know that this guy actually, you know, probably has probably knows a few things about the things that he preaches. You know, it's kind of like when Elon Musk talks about a cryptocurrency, people will believe it because Elon talked about it, and Elon's one of the richest guy in the world. Probably knows a few things. Image intimidation works in a lot of these sectors, especially when you're selling courses, which we'll get to. Now, of course, while there's plenty of YouTube videos that talk about all of this crazy
Wait, does Muda not know about Elon Musk doing market manipulation with the cryptocurrency? Like, you guys know that Elon Musk totally was buying tons of Doge, like, right before he would tweet Doge, right? There's no way in hell he wasn't financially benefiting from the literal market manipulation he was doing. Listen, if Elon Musk tweeted, everybody buy GameStop, everybody buy AMC, everybody buy insert stock, and that would be market manipulation. He'd go to jail. He was able to push the memes. He participated in the memes and stuff, but I don't think he ever said, go buy this stock, buy this stock. I think he said, I like the stock. The stock is, he said, like, he basically dog whistled that you should do it, but he left enough separation to avoid getting in trouble for market manipulation. But here in America, cryptocurrency is not really underneath that umbrella of laws. So even though it is the exact same thing to say buy Doge or buy insert cryptocurrency, it's the same thing. Cryptocurrency right now for most people, functions essentially the same way as shares do for like stocks. Like most people just literally go onto like, I don't know, Cash App, or they go onto Robinhood or something, and then they buy some crypto with USD or whatever currency they use, and they wait a while and they sell it, ideally when it's worth more than it was when they bought it. Most people are not actually using their cryptocurrency because most people don't even know how to set up a cryptocurrency wallet. They just use a brokerage app and use it as if it was, basically it's like more volatile but more possibly profit earning stocks to them. Is really how people view crypto. And despite that, it is not protected as stocks and stock trading is, and Elon Musk literally fucking engages in what would otherwise be market manipulation. So I'll disagree there. I don't think people... I think Elon Musk takes advantage of the fact that he's got a massive amount of dick riders and uses them for attention and money. Yeah. Wasn't he the second richest man in the world before the Dogecoin thing happened? I feel like somewhere before the Dogecoin fiasco, I kept hearing he's the second richest man in the world behind Bezos, and then I've been hearing he is the richest man in the world since sometime after the Dogecoin thing. Is there any merit to that? Let me know.
Shenanigans. There's a lot of, I guess you could say, history around Andrew Tate's backstory. For instance, Andrew Tate is a very, very good kickboxer. From all I've seen in his entire career, he has a pretty established...
Oh, was it Bezos paying alimony? It could have been. That'd be funny. Oh yeah, Bezos got divorced. Okay, that explains it, yeah. Damn. Wait, what's Elon Musk have to hate women for, dude? And he does. But what's Elon Musk have to hate women for, dude? If it weren't for a woman divorcing Bezos and taking, like, half of what he owns or whatever, then he wouldn't be number one. Damn. Elon Musk should be thanking women right now. Dead wrong, Mutahar. Tate ain't shit. Wait, hold on. What did he say?
While there's plenty of YouTube videos that talk about all of his crazy shenanigans, there's a lot of, I guess you could say, history around Andrew Tate's backstory. For instance, Andrew Tate is a very, very good kickboxer. From all I've seen in his entire career, he has a pretty established thing where he's got like 78 wins to 9 losses. I'm no kickboxer myself, but that's pretty good. However,
I don't... From what I've heard, people say that he's not a good boxer, but that does sound good. He didn't fight anybody notable, but if you've done 78 boxing fights, or if you've done however many boxing fights and you've won 78, I mean, that's not bad. I mean, he still won 78 fights against somebody. It's not necessarily a... Didn't a French person beat him? Oh, okay, never mind. Okay, he's a fucking pussy. Never mind. If a French person beat him, then he's a fucking pussy. I'm sorry. We don't have any we don't no not when it's the French. No, we don't. No.
However, it says the section's factual accuracy is disputed. But of course, one more thing that's factually disputed is the claim of how this guy actually got kicked off of one of the reality TV shows he was on. Now, he was on Big Brother. I think it was UK. I don't really know anything about what goes on in Big Brother. I'm not a big reality TV person. But this is one infamous clip that basically started floating around. When I saw Andrew Tate a while back when I was first introduced, this is the first clip that showed up on Twitter and various social media platforms. And it was one of the more disgusting clips to find. It's a clip of Andrew Tate basically taking a belt and hitting this one woman over here. Now, when I first saw this, I was immediately wondering who's filming this, what's going on. Now, when I saw this, it didn't really have any audio attached to it. And when I looked closer into it, one of the actual responses and rebuttals to this was the fact that this was a consensual BDSM roleplay scenario. In fact, it appears this blonde woman over here actually showed up and basically said this was effectively just roleplay. Of course, speaking directly to the camera, hi everyone, I just want to say something about the video that has been released recently of me and my ex-boyfriend Andrew Tate. He is still a great friend, and what you saw in the video is just something we used to do. It was pure game, he is a great guy, and he would never hurt anybody, unless he is professionally fighting. I just want to let you know that this has all been a huge misunderstanding. I already got kicked out of the house because of it, which I find really unfair, because it was just a pure game. That's what we used to do. Now, of course, one clip that's completely sort of flown under the radar until I looked even further into it was this one specifically, where it was a different girl, it seems, with black hair, where Andrew Tate is actually pointing out bruises. And I want to warn you, this is some really dark stuff to look through. I'm going to basically cut out most of this video, and I'm going to let you play the audio. Because, again, I'm not here to talk to Andrew Tate. He's not somebody that's going to listen. But I am talking to the fan base that vehemently follows this guy. What you're about to hear is not alpha behavior. If this is some really dark stuff. So again, listen carefully, listen closely. So you've got the black hair, different person it seems. They've got a blur on their face, obviously, so I can't identify. But again, just listen to it real quick.
I haven't seen this.
With what?
You have.
A belt because you're a jerk. Show me the bruises. 1, 2, 3. Oh, baby. Oh, poor thing. I have an idea. Some ideas? You want some ideas? That's right, lock the door, you knew I was going to beat the out of you. If you behaved, I wouldn't have to hit you, would I? You don't. Get out.
Now, of course, to the people watching, this is clear.
Well, that was definitely his top J accent there. That was definitely his top J accent. What a gentleman.
Clearly a door that's been locked, and I just want to wonder what the story behind this is. Clearly somebody that's engaging in like some consensual play is now locking doors and obviously seems like distraught completely in this clip. This is not alpha behavior. This is some disgusting, decrepit shit that you come across on the internet. And if you're somebody that respects or looks up to a person like this, you seriously need to grow up and actually seek some real help in your life, or some real actual figures to follow. Because this isn't it, Chief. This is just disturbing shit. If you're somebody that thinks this is haha funny, 99% of the world looks at this kind of shit in disgust. And that's the right response to have. But again, this is just one dark aspect. There are more to uncover about Andrew Tate. There's allegations.
That is true, but I also think I do think 99% of the adult world of like normal people you'd meet out on the street would probably find this to be despicable. The problem is that's not necessarily the audience that is susceptible to Andrew Tate's messaging, and it's not the audience that is likely to stumble upon his content. He's very big on TikTok. And he's very big in the YouTube Shorts and YouTube algorithm. The audience that he's mostly getting are young men. Like, not even in high school yet, in a lot of cases. Most of them definitely not out of high school. The vast majority of them probably have not talked intimately with a woman once in their lives. They don't understand how it works once you become an adult and you actually get into the dating scene. It's just nothing alike. It's like when you play a tutorial level in a video game and then you get let out into the main game. It's completely different. It's not the perfect comparison, but like dating in high school, dating quote unquote when you're in high school, dating quote unquote when you're in middle school or elementary school, which is the audience that Andrew Tate has. It's just so different. It's so much more drama filled and vain, right? Because we're talking about fucking teenagers. However, the problem is the fact that they're kids doesn't mean their beliefs don't matter. You know, I imagine a very quick defense from people that maybe wouldn't want Andrew Tate to be deplatformed would be, okay, well, they're just stupid fucking kids. Lots of kids are stupid, right? The problem is we're seeing a lot of stories come out about these kids enacting the beliefs of Andrew Tate on their, you know, on their classmates, on their teachers, on their parents and their siblings and stuff, saying shit like to them about how they're whores and how women are stealing money from men and stuff like that. The top G's are a young audience, and as much as I hate to say it, some of them might honestly be too young to be watching Mutahar. Like, many of them are probably not even old enough to know what the dark web is. Like, a lot of them they're on TikTok. They're fucking normies. And they're young, you know, like Muda's audience is probably more in my age, you know, like more like in your late high school to college age, perhaps even older, right? Like much older audience demographic. And I feel like, well, there are plenty of people in that demographic who are probably Andrew Tate fans. The vast majority of them are young kids, young Zoomers, like in their early teens and preteens. It's very disturbing, very, very disturbing.
Of human trafficking. And of course, one has to look into this alpha male's earning and how he actually made his money and his fortune, and just exactly how he continues to fund his lifestyle by preying on the individuals that are the most weakest and susceptible to his bullshit. But of course, a big bulk of his money actually comes from running a webcam empire, which actually, according to a little mirror.co.uk article, basically brothers make millions using webcam girls to sell sob stories to desperate men. Sounds.
Bro, this man's playing Honeycam Studio in real life. Bro, there is a spin-off Honey Pop game called Honeycam Studio, and it's literally that. And it's like a satire game that's meant to be like every line is meant to make you go, oh my god, I can't believe it. What? Like you're supposed to be disgusted because the game is very satirical, but Andrew Tate is living that life.
about legit, to which we're actually going to read a bit of an anecdote over here. Now here they said, Andrew said one model they took to Bucharest used the name Chloe. Viewers were told she was in London, making her seem more attainable to UK men. Andrew said $4 a minute to keep her company was a good deal. However, she made her real money because men fell in love with her and believed her fake story, and tipped thousands to keep her attention and stop other men seeing her. Even when the face of the personality was sleeping, our girls behind the scene would use Chloe's phone and constantly work on the relationships with her boyfriends. So just from the very basics of this webcam empire that it seemed, it really appears that Andrew Tate, this alpha man, is a pimp. So once again, I asked the fan base that follows this man is a pimp worth respecting? You know, if you ask 99% of the general male population, absolutely not. This is one of those career paths that absolutely nobody can respect. Being a middleman, a pimp.
Listen, a lot of young men think being a pimp is the peak of masculine respectability, okay? Being a pimp to a lot of young men is literally like professional video game tester or professional boob licker inspector. I don't know. Like, I don't really know, like, the mindset of a lot of, like, shithead young men is disturbing. I don't know. Maybe I've just spent too many times in the comments sections of these people's videos, but I've seen some shit. I've seen some shit. Or professional milf fucker, yes.
Especially in the adult entertainment industry, a very seedy entertainment industry to begin with, is quite disgusting. But the way that it's described here, it really just seems like a fraudulent empire to goad absolute weak-willed individuals out of cash. So at the same time, this guy's trying to tell you about how to be a man, while it appears that his largest empire, or one of the things that put him on the map, got him that Bugatti, so to speak, is an empire that preyed upon the same people that he is apparently preaching to. How can you respect a man like this? He's like a drug dealer that apparently knows that what he's doing is wrong, but continues to do it. Absolutely beta behavior. And again, I'm only using alpha and beta because we're pertaining to this topic. Anything beyond this, I think they're complete jokes of definitions. To which, when you ask these guys about their business, they literally will say, it's a total scam. The model has just their hands.
Hey, by the way, for those of you guys that don't know, the alpha-beta dichotomy comes from a study on wolves in captivity, which has since been gone back on and disproven by the very person who published that study, because it turns out wolves in captivity, for one, wolves in captivity don't even behave in the way that they previously suspected with the alpha-beta mentality, and not only that, but they don't even come close to behaving that way in the wild. That was something that was really surprising me when I found out there's no alpha beta wolf thing in the wild, but then I learned more about wolves and I was like, oh shit, yeah, that makes sense. Actual wolf packs don't operate that way. As a matter of fact, not a lot of animals in real life operate that way. I think like silverbacks do, but even then it's not even that same way. There's like a couple of animals that do, and even in that way, it's more of a family unit, like paternal. Like, it's not like an alpha male, it's more of a paternal or maternal leader of the pride type thing. Lobsters? Do lobsters do that? I think lobsters don't. The only thing I really care about when it comes to lobsters is that they taste good and they live forever. Lobsters are biologically immortal, apparently. I've heard people say that's not true, and that they can die from disease, but that's still pretty biologically immortal, isn't it? Don't get started on the damn lobsters again. They have copper blood. We got a lot of copper in our blood, don't we? Or no, we have got a lot of iron. Still basically immortal. I thought it was blue blood. No, those are horseshoe crabs. Horseshoe crabs have blue blood. They use them to test blood test kits, don't they? Like, I don't know why they would need horseshoe crab blood to test blood test kits, but wait, it's blue, right? Horseshoe crab blood? Okay, I think it's only some lobsters, and obviously they can be eaten, but yeah. No, blue blood is copper blood? Oh. Copper is blue? Immortal means that you can live forever, not that you can die? Yeah. Oh, no, Xana's right. I'm pretty sure I'm right. What is the stun lock? Let's move on.
On a keyboard that isn't even plugged in. I have real professionals who are fluent in English behind the scenes getting men hooked, finding out their interest, the name of their dog. A guy will come online and say, how's Sparky? It's an operation of professionals who lure these men in. Tristan said 80% of money earned by British models came from the men in the United Kingdom. But if a model is Slovakian, 80% comes from Americans. He said he once tried to stop a man spending his £20,000 inheritance on Chloe, but gave up when the punter came back weeks later and gave the money to another woman. Men will give all that they have. He said, I've seen men sell cars, TVs with Chloe. This guy's grand passed away and they were waiting for the sale of the house. When the house was sold, he'd get $20,000 and promised it to Chloe to pay for her fake financial problem. We had his phone number. It was only a year into the industry. I called the guy. I said, hello, my name is Tristan Tate. I know you use myfreecams.com. Let me tell you, Chloe works at a studio I own. Financially, she's fine. Keep your $20,000. He thanked me, but then weeks later, the man visited another site, and Tristan told staff to take him for everything he's got. Tristan said he runs a legitimate business, and if they abuse it, it's their problem. So, of course, it's kind of like peddling gambling, right? Like, this is where I think it's even worse than somebody who peddles gambling or drugs or anything.
It does remind me a lot of the thing with the gambling streams, those websites that do the crypto gambling. It reminds me of that shit where they're all hosted in like all those like sites. The companies are all based in countries with like very interesting loopholes in the law when it comes to gambling and stuff. It's all super shady and weird.
These vices to people when they act with the moral superiority that, hey, this is a bad thing, but I'm still going to partake in it. I have more respect for the person that knows they're a scumbag and doesn't pretend or like do anything about it. They're like, yes, I do promote addictive vices. I don't give a fuck about it. Okay, get addicted all you want. Looking at old Twitter archives, this is the scale of webcams explained in a single screenshot. So basically shows 339 people are watching one stream out of 1,609 models. Right? It is your friends, brothers, fathers, husband, and uncles, men you know do this. I guarantee it. Old and young, rich and poor. The allure of beautiful women willing to do as they say is impossible to resist. Better than selling crack. Shit, I even sell a course teaching men how. In excess of 2 million men at any one moment are indulging in this kind of entertainment. My estimate is an underestimate, if anything. It's made me a multi-millionaire, and I am not ashamed. My girls are well paid and happy to put on the show. Literally, it's a pimp. What's really wild is when you look at some of these guys, like for instance, another banger tweet from Tristan. If you don't fuck at least 2 virgins a year, you are unqualified to call yourself a player.
Wait a second. How many virgin women over 18 in the world does he think there are? He's not just talking about virgin women over the age of 18. He's encouraging his audience to shoot low, basically. Men like this consider young women to be sexually unspoiled, and by young women I mean children. They're really fucking creepy about underage girls. They're really fucking creepy. Also, I am currently on top of Mutahar, so I will move myself.
Running through the same old circle of hoes as everybody else? Cool, but I'm better than you. I'm a different beast. It gets kind of weird when you look at some of the Tate's relationship with women, but these tweets kind of explain it. And again, the pattern of these tweets is just creepy. The oldest virgin I've ever had it with was 26, strict orthodox, staying away from men, kept her hair, skin, voice, mind, soul, everything, rare finds, and this is just one of many, and it really paints a picture of how these people perceive women and relationships, and just how creepy it actually is. Now, obviously, beyond just running one of these empires, Andrew Tate has a bit of controversy regarding the law and several charges being run against him. And I've been looking really diligently amongst all of this because there are some really serious allegations. One of them being that he is an alleged human trafficker. Now, I don't like to use that term completely and apply it to anybody. There's some serious research that needs to be applied. When I think of human traffickers, I think of scumbags like Jeffrey Epstein. And human trafficking is without a doubt one of the most serious crimes ever. It is, in fact, one of the worst crimes imaginable. And if you get caught doing it, in my personal opinion, the death sentence is just a bit too lenient. But of course, let's go on a little bit. Now, of course, Andrew Tate's been sort of marred with some of these allegations, but of course, he's also been marred with a lot of charges that have hit him all the way in the United Kingdom, which is one of the countries that he holds citizenship in. So let's listen to one of Andrew's explanations and just go beat by beat from there.
So I was like, who are you? They're like, you're under arrest for a suspicion of assault of this dumb hoe. And I'm like, wait, is it dumb hoe? They didn't, but I'm going to protect her anonymity because I'm a nice guy. Dumb hoe. So I was like, I didn't touch that dumb hoe.
Yeah.
And the police were like, well, look, don't talk to us. We just have to bring you in, talk to the investigator. So I went to the investigator. They kept me in a cell for a day and a half. They sent officers to raid my house, took all my electronics, took all my phones, all my laptops, went through my entire personal life, found 11 new things to raise charges against me for, unrelated, because the original case got dropped because she had no evidence and she was lying. Because all the other girls in the house went to on my behalf.
Testified against her.
She's lying.
Yeah, right.
So like, okay, but we've been through his life. He has a Lambo and a bunch of pussy and he's enjoying himself, and that's not allowed in the Western world. So we've been through his life and we found 11 new reasons to raise crap against him. So I had 11 new charges.
He has a Lambo and gets a bunch of pussy. You're not allowed to have that in the Western world. So I had 11 new charges because they tried to find some crap on me. Dude, when people talk about their legal trouble and they're like super defensive like this, it should be a massive red flag. A massive, massive, massive red flag. I want receipts.
Well, and I just woke up one day and said, I cannot live in this kind of, I will not live under a government that will do this to me when I've done nothing wrong. So I had to leave and go somewhere. And by coincidence, I had a fight coming up in Romania. So I went and fought in Romania. I was like, you know what? I'll hang around here for a few months. And then boom, 5 years later, I'm still there. So
Now, of course, I'm not here to talk to Tate at this point. I think that's a lost cause, but I want to talk to the people that actually put this guy up on a pedestal. Let's go through the chain of events like normal, rational adults real quickly. The guy gets, arrested. He gets into trouble with the UK police. The UK police detain him for a day and a half, but they take all of the electronics and systems that he has. And after they have taken all the electronics, they've obviously processed that through their own system, and they've found up 11 new charges to bring to the table. 11 various different new charges. And of course, according to the, internet and various research around and various reports, it seems that some of them may be related to things like sexual assaults. So how is it that these are new 11 charges that have been brought up, and all of a sudden, they came out literally after they looked through this dude's electronics? It's really weird and fishy whenever that happens, like when your systems get taken, your hard drives get looked through, and all of a sudden they can find 11 new charges. But of course, he moves to Romania, which of course, if you know anything about Romania, if you look at the Corruption Perceptions Index, this is actual research that is brought up by Transparency International, you can find out they rank literally almost every country from 100 to 0. 100 being highly, non-corrupt, a clean country, absolutely sterling, all the way down to 0, basically being one of the highest corrupt countries that you could find. Now, of course, if you look into it, for example, Canada, my country, has actually been losing its corruption perception over time. So back in 2012, Canada was considered to be 84, which is pretty high. And all the way down in 2021, we're rated as 74. So clearly, in the Corruption Perception Index, Canada has become a more corrupt country. Now, of course, as you go down into the situation, you'll find that the United States, for instance, went from 73 all the way back in 2012, all the way down to 67 as of 2021. Of course, there's various factors to affect all of this. In certain cases, it can also go up. Like, for instance, the Seychelles went from 52 all the way up to 70, which is a pretty massive boost into the entire equation.
Oh, that's
of course,
nice.
then you go all the way down to where our buddy is chilling. And if you go to Romania, for instance, Romania has gone from 44, went down a little bit, went to 46, 48, 47, all the way down and harmonizing around 45. So clearly, this is not a very, safe country. It is a corrupt country. It's easier to access corruption in Romania. And you don't have to listen to my words for it. You can listen right from Andrew Tate. And this is where I'm going to play the whole context and sort of debunk and talk about it together.
I find it offensive that a police officer in England will stop me for speeding and then refuse to take a bribe and pretend that... No, but I'll tell you why. Because he'll...
Bro, the GTA 5 modded, car sky ramp course in the background, you just know exactly the type of 13-year-old boy that this video, this TikTok is meant to appeal to. 42.9 thousand likes in this TikTok, by the way. Just want to let you know. Just really immediately shows not only... Well, this is from Andrew Tate's TikTok, by the way. It shows the audience he's appealing to. This is the Tate Speech TikTok account. This is his TikTok. He posted this and had this made. 42.9 thousand likes, 43,000. You can tell what kind of 13-year-old white boy kind of, goes home and plays on his Xbox and calls other kids on GTA 5 online the N-word, you know that you can kind of picture an archetype of who he's targeting with this type of messaging. Do I need to start including video gameplay just above, should I just right above my camera just have some random gameplay from a video? I feel like just eye candy is something that maybe my videos need. That maybe we need eye candy, I've been playing that fucking gacha game, Tower of Fantasy. I bet that would be good eye candy. It's very flashy. You guys would like me just slashing up random monsters in that while talking about politics, I'd bet.
Sit there and go, no, this is the law and order, and pretend that the law means something, and fuck me over. But if you're a billionaire, or if you're Boris Johnson, you can go to Epstein's Island, you can fuck at third parties during COVID,
yeah,
you can do what the fuck you want, right? So the whole idea of law and order is a lie. The whole idea of it's bullshit. It's just about if you're high enough, you can throw it all away. I'd rather be in a society where if I'm in Prague and they stop me for speeding, they say, bro, you were speeding, no, here's $50. All right, cool. Bye. If corruption exists, which it does, let us all play. Why do only they get to play and I don't get to play? I find it offensive that...
Now, of course, Andrew is referring to the fact that corruption exists all over the world. Now, of course, this is where Andrew says one thing that's logical, and then he mixes in with a whole bunch of bullshit. Obviously, corruption exists in every single facet of the world. And yes, corruption is accessible to people that have certain power, certain funds, and certain, connections. But that's not a good thing, anybody would say. We should try to strive to have no corruption whatsoever. He's trying to talk about the fact that there's people like Jeffrey Epstein, and, people that are doing some crazy things in the world. And obviously, when we find out the true extent of it, and it gets brought into the light, which it always does in the end, thankfully, those people get taken to trial, those people get convicted, those people get their entire images completely ruined. Now, of course, corruption exists, there's bad people all over the world. Obviously, we should try to stamp it out as much as we can. It's not that, yes, corruption exists, therefore, hey, let everyone access it, make it completely equal and free. No, that's not how it works. Clearly, Andrew Tate moves to Romania because for him, it appears that accessing this corruption might be a little bit easier than in the United Kingdom, where he just doesn't have enough funds or power to do so, or the United States.
This is completely unrelated to what he just said, but you know what I just realized? The vast majority of Andrew Tate fans watching that clip probably weren't even alive when GTA 5 originally came out, right? GTA 5 is like a 9 or 10-year-old game now, right? There's legitimately some Andrew Tate fans who are watching that clip who were not alive when GTA 5 originally came out. I want you to consider that for a moment. I want you to think about that for just one long, agonizing... Actually, because we're getting older, one very short... every second that passes, a second in your time perception gets shorter. Just want to let you know. Fear death. It is coming for you at a breakneck speed.
So, of course, at the end of the day, corruption is bad, and it should be stamped out everywhere in the world, not freely accessed by every scumbag you could ever find. That's the healthy take to have. And I want to ask the people that follow him, what's wrong with the take that I have right here? Do you disagree? And if you do disagree, why should you access corruption everywhere?
Probably 40% of the reason
40%.
Because in Eastern Europe, none of this garbage flies. If you go to the police and say he raped me back in 1988, you're going to say we should have done something about it then. If you go to the police and say he raped me yesterday, say, okay, have you got physical evidence? Or is there CCTV proof? Where'd it happen? Okay, let's go interview him right now. And if it wasn't really, we went to the club, we got drunk, she agreed to go back to my house, we started having sex, and then we carried on having sex, and then we had sex and she didn't say anything wrong, and then she texted me afterwards and I didn't text back, and now she's saying I raped her. The police will be like, okay, she's an idiot, bye. But no, not in the West. In the West, you can tell them that exact story. You're still fucked. You're fucked in the West. People say, why did you live in Romania? And I explain my 5 reasons. One of them is the Me Too era. They go, oh, well, you're a rapist. I say, no, I'm not a fucking rapist. But I like the idea of being able to just say to do what I want. I like being free. And if you're a man living in England or Germany or America or any of the Western world right now, you've decided to live in a country where any woman, any ex, any fucking bitch who works at Greg's who you bought a pasty from, at some point in the future can destroy your life. This Me Too era bullshit has not protected women. It's just destroyed the safety of men.
Now, it's a rather weird thing to say that for...
Guys, I'm sorry, but that statement resonated with... That clip is literally one of the clips that made Andrew Tate go viral. That clip legitimately resonated with so many men. Here's the thing. The Me Too stuff has been made into such a boogeyman. And there's been so many stories that have been given disproportionate amounts of media attention of, like, seemingly cases of false accusations of whether it be rape, sexual assault, etc., like the Johnny Depp Amber Heard thing. These instances get so much more attention than any case where... Have you noticed that cases where somebody gets falsely accused of sexual assault or rape tend to get more attention than people making accusations of sexual assault or rape? The reason for that is, this is my theory, I think that a lot of men, their biggest fear in regards to sexual assault or rape is not that they themselves will be the victim of it, but that they will be falsely accused of being the perpetrator of it. That is by far their biggest fear. The problem is that the vast majority of women, their biggest fear in regards to that is being the victim of it. You can see where this can lead to a little bit of, a little bit of issue, right? I genuinely feel like this is a real thing.
40% of the reason you're moving to this one country with a pretty high corruption index is all of a sudden, because Western men are living in a country where anytime, anywhere, they can have their lives ruined by a false allegation. Now, don't get me wrong. Obviously, false allegations are a thing. They're real. It happens, unfortunately, and it ruins it for actual women that have been completely harmed. But of course, to understand what the situation...
And men. Well, come on, don't erase the men. Come on, I'm just kidding. I'm fucking with them. It's okay.
How is it that this guy just wants to go to a country where for him it's such a big deal? 40% of the reason is because you don't want to get caught up in these charges. I'm going to wager and say that most individuals do not get caught up in charges like this whatsoever. I would say that given a normal, healthy, relationships that I've had in my life, I've never ever come across a situation where an ex-girlfriend of mine has suddenly brought up these weird charges on me or whatnot. This is something that, I can say from my personal experience, and even from the close friends that I've had who've had relationships, nobody has come out and nobody lives in fear of having a false allegation. What is really...
I think that a lot of dudes do, and it's misguided. If you're... I will say, if you're a public figure, then there's a higher chance of it. That's the one thing where I feel like people maybe don't give it enough credit. If you're a public figure, there's a higher chance of it. But if you're just a normal person, like if you're just some guy and you like date a girl or something, I don't think you need to be worrying about her deciding one day that to get back at you for, I don't know, like cheating or something, like that she would accuse you of a crime falsely. It's a very unrealistic fear. It's like believing that I don't know. It's like believing the sky is going to fall one day. I don't know what to tell you. It's just not going to happen to you, very likely. I've been falsely accused before due to calling the cops on someone. It's weird. Cops knew instantly it was BS. I guess anybody can say anything when they're in a desperate situation, but like... It's not very likely if you're just a normal, everyday person. If men didn't want to be accused of rape, maybe they shouldn't be out walking around alone. Yeah, what was he wearing?
really fearful is coming across guys like this that are fearful of any allegation that's hitting towards them. I don't know whether they're like understanding that their activities in the past may have set themselves up for something like this in the future, and that's why they're pissed scared of the moment. But for somebody like this who just wants to be free and do whatever they want, what does that even mean? What do you mean do whatever you want? What, so that if these things come up, you can be in a country where you can access the corruption and pay somebody off so that nothing ever goes beyond its scope? What does this even mean? I want to ask the people who look up to this guy. Is this a normal, rational reason for an alpha male to move to the other side of the world just so they can? 40% of the reason is so that they can get away from false allegations. I don't understand if like that's an alpha thing, if that's like normal. You know, in reality land, in non-cuckoo land, we consider that pretty fucking red flag territory to begin with. And any guy that's using this as an excuse, typically most other normal men will look at a guy like that and think, ah, scumbag. But of course, you know, that's just normality hitting you. And I want to ask the fan base for this guy.
Well, like, that's the thing though, right? I'm really curious to see, actually, I have to know. I have to know. I have to know. Sort by newest. So far, nothing bad. Man is a real-life GTA character. We don't follow Andrew, we follow Muda. Great, now we can make... You can make a video titled, I took an L once again. Oh, there we go. We got one. If we had more empathy, more equality, less equity, less lookism, and less reasons to be black-pilled, the Andrew Tate phenomenon would fade to nothing. But men are vilified and seen as worthless. Only the hyper-masculine jock is cared about. The average or, God forbid, introverted and anxious kid is disregarded or violently rejected. If you're not good-looking, you're not getting a girl. If you're not dark triad and dominant... Oh my fucking god! Oh god! What did this motherfucker just say? What did he just say? If you're not dark triad and dominant, you're not getting a girl. There is a very specific set of looks and personality traits in play in order to be seen as worthwhile by the female sex, as they do not need us men for any money. For any money or any reason other than aesthetics and sex. They do not listen to us or comprehend our ideas or thoughts or emotions. And females and other males do not care for the people who express their emotions, even in constructive ways. You cry once in front of a female and she loses all respect for you. The way I see it, Andrew Tate is a monument, a very sad monument for things to come. To men, buy into it, reject it, you cope all the same for the fact you will never be truly loved. To women, this is the future you chose and created. Enjoy it. This is literally probably Destiny's exact same opinion on Andrew Tate, if I'm being honest. I don't know why, but I got massive DGGer energy reading that. Am I the only one who feels like this could have been... Hold on. Okay, I legitimately checked this person's channels to see if they were subbed to Destiny. If Andrew Tate is so horrible, why are you giving him attention? Anyway, he thanks you for the free advertisement. I know you're jealous you won't ever be as rich as him and always stay that beta male. Cool video for your views/subs, but unnecessary. That is basically a copy-paste of the average comment I get on my videos. If you're ever wondering just how devoid of any level of humanity, like there's no... It doesn't feel like there was an actual human person who typed that, doesn't it? Does it really feel like a real human person with emotions and a backstory and like a functioning brain wrote that? Like, me and my friend Ethan have legitimately come to the conclusion that there are NPCs in this world. Legitimate NPCs. People who they're just happening. There's nothing going on in there. They just are. And that comment came from one of those people. That person was, if not a literal bot, an NPC in every shape, way, and form of the word. Some ordinary trash is crying right now because my content is better. Laughing, crying emojis. Okay. I don't want to insult anyone. I kind of realize what's happening. So to understand what I'm trying to say, let's establish two things. One, I don't want to be racist. Okay. 2, I'm strictly talking from my point of view as a Romanian and as a European. Okay, I got that out of hand. Let's talk to the point. With the pass of time, lands started to build cultures around the society. And as for you Americans, Muda is Canadian, you don't have a culture, you are a mix. This is a knife with two edges, no responsibility and no freedom. And though the culture you are born in, you start liking, disliking, approving, disapproving, etc. But also, through the history of the culture itself, you start to see patterns of failure and success. What I'm asking is to start thinking outside the box, find the root of the argument, analyze it from all perspectives, and take a conclusion. Thank you. There are so many extremely autistic comments I get on my videos like this, where you legitimately read them, and there's just no... It just comes off as sus the way it's worded, but it doesn't make a single point. Notice how that comment said a lot of things without saying anything? I get a lot of comments like that, too, and I just come out of it like... What did you just fucking say? What was your point? Oh, here's one with a Minecraft profile picture. Let's guess the age of this person. Their name is M_gamer. I kinda like that dude. He make mostly good points. I really don't agree with some I really believe in. ... I know some mentally brainwashed people won't understand what I mean. ... Thank you, gamer. M_gamer with the Minecraft profile picture. Thank you. I really appreciate it. That was written by a 7-year-old. That was written by a 7-year-old Andrew Tate fan. It's fucking crazy how similar his way of thinking is to the Prophet of Islam. What? I can say 100% none of his followers had a taste of the real world. That is true. Andrew is a motherfucking G. What happened to real men? I can't find an ounce of respect for a guy who gives cam girls money. Oh my god, I literally died at 531 Mega Breeder box. Okay, that's pretty good. He's an entertainer, bro, lol. Okay, that pretty much summarizes the cowards who will defend Andrew Tate. Oh, none of it's real. He's just an entertainer, lol. I like how, Andrew Tate... I like how Mudahar is, at this point in the video, going over the literal crimes of Andrew Tate, the criminal charges of Andrew Tate, and this person's reply is, he's literally an entertainer, bro. The internet. The internet.
Guy. How is this defensible? How is this like a cool thing? How is this alpha, so to speak? This sounds like the most beta, near criminal shit that I've ever heard of. But we'll get to criminality in a bit. Now, of course, the human trafficking stuff comes into an actual article that was posted just this year even. So this is from a Romanian page, and now this is a very serious allegation, of course, very, very serious. Again, human trafficking, very, very, very serious crime. So, of course, I want to do my due diligence and look into how this is going. From what I understand...
But Muda, did you consider that he's just an entertainer, though? As that comment in your comment section so wisely pointed out, he's just an entertainer. How could you possibly try to hold him to account for his criminal behavior when he's just an entertainer?
From what I've seen, this is still an active investigation. So I've heard numerous cases like, hey, the case got dropped and all this blah, 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 blah. I have not found that anywhere where the case has actually been dropped by Romanian authorities or even the United States services that have been involved into this process as well. Of course, with cases like this, it's slow going and information...
Guys, every day my job gets easier and easier because I only get better at arguing against the same points that brainwashed teenagers have been believing and repeating for at least the last decade. Certainly, probably longer, and will no doubt be doing the same thing into the future. I'm only gonna get better at this shit, because their arguments aren't changing. It's all the same shit, and it will always be the same shit. Just a new coat of paint over it.
Regarding human trafficking cases, very, it's going to be a while before you hear any updates to this kind of stuff. But of course, let's go read into it. So this is the Romanian page, which I'm going to go throw it into a translator, and we're going to look at the English version of it. So there's going to be some translation issues, but hopefully nothing too massive. The police descended with masks on the villa of the fighter Tristan Tate, ex-boyfriend of Bianca. I'm not even going to try. The British millionaire allegedly kidnapped 2 women to exploit them. So, of course, they've got an entire video one could watch over here. Romanian authorities, they're all dressed up, ready to raid the place. It was a full-on raid. They've got their Tate...
Wait, he's actually got a full-on compound. Guys, Muda, if I ever make my streamer compound, okay? If I ever make my content compound and everybody has their own, apartment inside the content compound, you're invited, okay? You're invited to the content compound, okay? I don't care if you've retired from YouTube by then and you don't barely upload. I don't care. You're invited, all right? Everyone's invited to the Zunker. All right, we'll be the dark and evil Andrew Tate. Okay, evil Andrew Tate be like, rape is bad.
Logo with the chess piece, and they've got numerous supercars lined up. You've got the actual owners walking around. I think that's one of the Tates, but you just got law enforcement sitting around. So this was captured. They've actually had real authorities go on there. And I think a lot of that had to do with the fact that the American State Department got involved. So let's go read through this whole thing. The Information and Public Relations Office within the Organized Crime and Terrorism Investigation Directorate announced on Tuesday, on April 11th, the prosecutor's office attached to the Buftia District Court ordered the refusal in favor of DICOT, central structure in
dark taint.
Case in investigations were being carried out under this aspect, or I think that might be a suspect, of committing the crime of illegal deprivation of liberty. Okay, so just keeping people chained up, Jesus Christ. Central structure prosecutors heard several witnesses during the night of 11/12/04/2022 in order to clarify the factual situation. The investigation is being continued, so it's still active, by the Investigation of Organized Crime and Terrorism Central Structure with the support of BCCO of Bucharest, the criminal investigation being carried out in REM. So the mother of one of the girls who was in the villa owned by the Tate brothers at the time they broke the mask gave statements to journalists. "My child is a good child. He has never caused me any problems. I always asked her if she had a boyfriend, and she said, 'No, Mom, I'm just going to college.' She's a very good child. I think that's why he bullied her, because she's too naive. He told me he was going out, she told me, I think that's what it is, she was going out for a drink with a friend. It seemed strange to me from the beginning. Since I saw pictures of the girl she said she was dating, I saw that the girl had a more dubious figure. I didn't like it, but I said not to say anything to my..."
Something I have to point out, by the way, is that every girl that publicly, like, falls for the shit that Andrew Tate pushes, like when Andrew Tate does a video, or like if like some guy goes and he like uses Andrew Tate's advice on a girl and God forbid it works, that warps. And if it happens publicly, it warps the perception of the people who see it. You know how like back during the Gamergate days, one or two, like there were really only like 4 videos of like the iconic SJW meltdowns, right? And it's those 4 same people, like Big Red, that one person with the glasses, the guy with the long hair, and the person, and the other lady. Like, it's those 4 people every time, used in every meme for like over a decade now. It's been in every single one of those videos, like a decade or whatever. And to this day, yeah, Triggerlypuff. To this day, they continue to use those same people. Those 4 people basically started an entire stereotype. Like, seeing one or two anecdotes can trick your brain without you even realizing it into believing that that is a larger phenomenon. So a lot of these dudes will use Andrew Tate's advice, and all it takes is one girl, or hell, even just them seeing seemingly one guy succeed when using Andrew Tate's advice. All it takes is it working on one girl, and they think that's how every girl thinks, how every girl like values men. And that's really, really dangerous. It takes these young men seeing one girl like actually like respond to this type of like behavior, even if it's they're paid to do it, and they start to believe that is how women value men. There's 2 ends of this. There's a problem with how these men value women, or these boys value women, and there's a problem with how these boys think women value men. They're 2 different issues technically. They're related, but you have to attack both of these things to fully. Like, have you noticed that, like, most of the comments on Mudahar's video have been pointing out women are hurting men, women hate men, women with this, women that, feel this way about men? The thing that is the core of all of this really seems to be they have a warped perception about how women view and value men. And that seems to be what you gotta go after.
My child. The translation's a little bit wonky, but you can kind of understand the story. The mom is painting the child to be a good kid. Obviously, she wouldn't get caught up into this, but she was probably allured by the money, and she was allured by these characters themselves.
I'm allowed to hate women because they started it. They hated me first.
Ilfov police were notified on Monday by a representative of the Diplomatic Security Office of the United States Embassy in Bucharest regarding the fact that there is information according to which in a building located on Washington Street in the town of Voluntari, Emma Ida Gabi, age 21, an American citizen, would have been detained. According to sources close to the investigation, the Ilfov prosecutors got in touch with the Diplomatic Security Bureau, and after obtaining additional information, the police officers filed an ex officio report regarding the commission of a possible crime of illegal deprivation of liberty. Now, of course, it seems like there was a Romanian woman also imprisoned in the building, in addition to the American one they were going for. So clearly, clearly, unless there was like, you know, an American person that was allegedly being detained in this scenario, again, I'm using allegations simply because we don't have a conviction and this hasn't gone completely out to court. But if there was a Romanian woman alone, we can understand through the corruptions index that we saw earlier, the police may not have been as favorable. It was only until the American government got involved that the Romanian government, you know, had to basically listen. At the end of the day, all right, I guess you could say the larger gear turns the smaller gear, or whatever you could say, and it was because of the fact that the American government really got involved. In my personal opinion, I think the Romanians got involved too. Now, of course, ladies and gentlemen, these are charges, these are allegations, and it's an ongoing investigation. Now, you know, one of the things that I like to cover when it comes to stuff like this is covering the truth and the facts, because when it comes to the fans of the Tates, all right, they will take anything that the mainstream media will say, anything that could be constantly, like, you know, misconstrued as a lie, and they will take that running. You know, if it turns out that this is, you know, there wasn't a case of human trafficking whatsoever, everyone on the internet that's been calling this guy a trafficker, a seller, if you will now be brandished as a liar in the fans of this guy, and then you'll never be able to convert them in that case. Look, it's safe to say there is an ongoing...
That's true. The right does this very frequently. It's actually a very good point on the part of Muda here. A lot of people online will try to use... I think there's a word for this. I'm almost certain there's actually like a specific name for this phenomenon. I'm just not... I don't know it and I don't remember it if I've ever heard it. But a lot of people will think... They'll see a person. That person will have some allegations of wrongdoing lobbed their way. They will debunk those allegations, or they will turn out not to be true. And from that point on, people will become a little bit less willing to believe anything about them along those lines, right? And that will happen. If this turns out to be a nothing burger, if just this one thing turns out to be a nothing burger, it doesn't matter what happens in the future, Andrew Tate fans will use this one scenario and as to defend him. Say, oh, it's just another one of these. It's just another one of those. You can look at what happened with Trump to see that, right? Trump got off pretty much scot-free on the impeachment thing. I mean, about as much as he could. And to this day, the right still says they failed to impeach him. They couldn't even impeach him. If he did anything wrong, then they would have been able to get him impeached. And that's what they say to this day.
Investigation. And it's definitely suspect to wonder what's going on with the US government, and it's definitely suspicious to see such a raid being descended down. And of course, 2 people being reclaimed is another thing. But of course, let's get Andrew Tate's side of the story, see how that one fits in.
Because that's the nature of the internet. But you know what? Fine. Cool. We could, I'm a human trafficker. We could save the world from an asteroid. And they would still say, well, Ethan will sit there in between his 8th and 9th taco. I think they run a sex ring. You know what's actually funny about since that thing?
I do run a sex ring. It's called my harem of girlfriends.
You know,
they're all willing participants.
Exactly. What's funny is this. One, that there's dudes out there so soy. Imagine that. You catch your girl on Instagram at our house.
Yeah.
She says,
oh, they made me
come to this big party.
And she's dancing in the video. She's dancing.
And she's dancing.
Please have the
Dude, so... Alright. I'm not going to name names in this story. There's not, like, anything I could do, or anybody involved could do about this anyway, but I'm not going to name names in this story. I had a friend who told me a story about a guy that he knew, that he worked with. And he went to this guy's house, and this guy was going to throw a party, and he was going to be inviting over a couple of girls. And basically, when this guy talked to my friend about, like, these girls that were coming over, that this guy had invited over to his house along with his friend, what he basically explained was that he wanted them to rape these girls. And he was like, my friend was like, what? Excuse me? What? You like, what? He basically, like, wanted to get them drunk, like, blackout drunk, and get them to engage in, like, an orgy type deal, like a 5-way type deal, like blackout drunks. They'd be, like, it's rape. What he was describing was absolutely rape. And, my friend was like, no, what the fuck? And you know what this guy started to say to my friend? You know what, this happened like 10 years ago, Natty411. That's why I said there's nothing that can be done about this. You know what this guy said to my friend? He said, "Oh, dude, be a real man. What are you fucking pussy? What are you a fucking pussy?" Started calling him a pussy and challenging his masculinity to trying to say, "What are you, a fucking pussy?" As if it makes you some kind of, like, a less of a man to be against raping women. He never spoke to that guy again. My friend never spoke to that guy again. So, yeah. Yeah. What are you, a beta cuck? Well, I don't think beta cuck were words people used back then, but that... basically exactly the type of mindset. What Andrew Tate and his brother, I assume here, are doing is basically challenging and trying to bruise the masculinity of any guy who might be thinking to themselves, bro, what they're saying is kind of fucked up. Before they can even think that, they say, oh, by the way, if you think that this is a problem, you're a fucking soy boy. You're not a real man. What's the matter with you if you think it's a problem? What are you a fucking pussy? What are you, a soy boy? What are you, a cuck? What are you, a beta? And if you challenge men's masculinity enough, they might start to become okay. Like, that might work. The problem is that guy who tried to get my friend to engage in that, that probably worked before. That whole what are you, a pussy thing probably worked before. There's a reason that guy said that. And you can get dudes to do some fucked up shit if you can get them to believe they won't be a real man unless they do it. That was pretty much what Breaking Bad was about, if we're being honest. The things you can get a man to do if you convince him he won't be a real man unless he does them, you know?
Video. She's dancing around twerking.
And you sit there and go, oh my god, she's kidnapped. Are you okay, baby?
I'm gonna save you.
Now, awkward laugh at the end aside, now, of course, the Tates would say that this is clearly a girl that decided to fly over, join their party, and her significant other noticed her on Instagram and decided to contact authorities. Now, the entire idea of, like, not being under duress, oh, somebody's just dancing around, I guess it's all fine and dandy. You know, this is the kind of stuff that I read on the articles. I constantly got quoted over this stuff, too. There was one that I was looking at where they were literally looking over CCTV footage of, like, these women at the Tate compound, and they were basically saying, hey, these guys are super rich and wealthy. Why would they, clearly these women could get to the front door, why couldn't they run away? Now, of course, in scenarios that involve trafficking, it's not always as cut and dry like that, okay?
So this is the issue that, like, movies and TV shows have caused with a lot of people. People think that sex trafficking is usually, like, a bunch of women in a cage in a basement somewhere, and, like, that's what sex trafficking is. They don't understand that, like movies and TV shows are not an accurate depiction of how real-life crimes work, okay? Breaking Bad, for example, is not a realistic depiction of drug dealers or drug addicts, okay? Like, this is an issue with people watching TV and thinking, oh, Andrew Tate doesn't look like a TV show sex trafficker. His compound doesn't look like a dingy TV show sex trafficker compound. How could that be true?
Just because somebody's dancing and happy doesn't mean that there's not an element of coercion that goes on. I'm not saying that it applies necessarily to this case, but to simply just say, haha, somebody could go to the front door, they could run away easily. I mean, run away where? If you were actually being coerced, imagine if you had your documentation taken away. Imagine if, you're going up against more powerful people. What are you going to do? Run away, contact the authorities in a corrupt country? I mean...
Yeah, go run out the door of this rich man's fucking compound in one of the most corrupt countries on the index, and go figure it out. You're an American white girl who's currently escaping a sex trafficking situation. Go now, run out of the front door and try to find your way back to America. Go figure it out. You're gonna get taken back by Andrew Tate. You're gonna end up right back in Andrew Tate's compound. He's got agents out there. He's like Negan of Romania. I don't know. He's like the Negan of Romania. He's got a bunch of people out there. You'll be like going down the road and he's got a roadblock. If you can't tell, me and my friend's been rewatching The Walking Dead. He's gonna have roadblocks and booby traps set up on the road. You'll be trying to get out of the country, get to the nearest airport, and he's got a roadblock set up with his guys. I don't know. This is getting, I'm too fucking high.
I mean, logically think these things through. But of course, let's get back to the entire scenario. This guy, all right, who notices
Xanderhall, as a Romanian, if an abuse victim goes to the cops, they tell her, well, it's probably your fault. Have you tried talking to him? Stop wasting our time. Yeah, worst magician on ice. He literally said that's why he moved to Romania in the first place. The guy is... Listen, most of what's out there right now is not, like, hard evidence. That's the thing, right? Like, there is a currently going investigation right now, and that's one thing. There's the charges that he had sent against him in the UK. But, like, right so far... there hasn't been like a smoking gun silver bullet yet, right? That makes it hard to definitively say he did this or he did that. But what I would point to is look at the overwhelming quantity of what there is. The 11 charges, the initial charge he got that caused the police to investigate him. Just putting aside everything he says on the internet, him moving to Romania where they have the corruption, the pimping, the everything else. Does it not seem like a lot of these dots are connecting here for the picture to not be what it's starting to look like? You know? It's like you're playing, what's the game show with the blanks, and you have to, like, say a couple letters, and then they fill out the letters, and you have to try to guess the word with as few letter guesses as possible. What's that game called? No, the boomer version of Wordle. Is it Wheel of Fortune? Yeah, Wheel of Fortune. Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. Wheel of Fortune, yeah. It's like Wheel of Fortune, you know? It's like you've got, like, most of the letters filled out on Wheel of Fortune, and for some reason you're just not brave enough to say the word that you know it is, you know?
His girlfriend, who I guess is missing and is in some party in some other side of the world. Why would they suddenly decide to contact not just the authorities, but the U.S. State Department to get involved into it? Now, the U.S. State Department gets involved. They're not saying anything because investigations are ongoing. And all of a sudden, you have Romanian authorities actually sending out raids at the behest, it seems, from U.S. agents. I mean, there's a lot to really unpack here, and it goes beyond simply laughing it off. I mean, I'm not saying that this person is a trafficker, so to speak, but even if you look inside their various other websites, and if you look inside their various other ventures, if you will, even if you go to Cobra's website or Tate's website, it came out where, like, he's talking about his empire, his webcam business. And while I can't find this now on the website, I'm sure that there's an archive. This way I found through Reddit, if you will, like people were screenshotting his websites beforehand. He literally goes off and says, hey, most of my webcams, you know, these women are not from professional adult spheres. A lot of them are girlfriends that I've made, and I've pimped them out on the internet effectively. And he doesn't realize how bad this sounds, especially when it comes on to an ongoing investigation.
Okay, Cherry. If you're watching this right now, I need you to... Okay, do I make this a separate? No, I'm gonna do a segment with a friend of mine that's a sex worker about this, I think. I think that's what I'm gonna do instead. I'll do it at a later date. That topic is something that, like, I don't think I want to do just me. I think I want it to be sort of a semi-interview, semi-prepared segment with a friend of mine who is a sex worker instead. I think that'd be a better way to do it. It'd be a little bit better. There's a very... What he's doing here is so phenomenally fucked up. A boyfriend, or, like, coercing his girlfriend, or even, like, playing any part in convincing his partner into getting into sex work is so fucking sus. Oh, God. Okay, so I've already mentioned it earlier in the stream. Doing sex work can get you blacklisted from jobs. Nude images of you being on the internet never go away. It'll always be there. Friends and family members will always be able to find it. Blacklisted from jobs, potential places to live. But depending on where you live, it could be illegal. It can make you at a higher risk of potential, like, online harassment and stuff like that, and people doxing and swatting you and stuff like that. Just like the shit Keffels is going through. There's a lot of like similarities between being a sex worker and a leftist political streamer. You wouldn't fucking believe it. Anyway, with that said, though, it's a really... What he did, like, if that's what happened, that is so much more fucked up than you can imagine. I will get a little bit more into that in that prepared segment down the road. I don't know if I want to do that now. Never mind, Cherry, don't worry about that. But yeah.
Especially an investigation regarding human trafficking. Again, to the people that follow it, I have to ask you the question from the beginning. Is really alpha to be a pimp, which is one of the lowest rung jobs any man could do? But of course, even beyond that, you know, there's a lot of stuff to unpack over here. And for people who are just simply going to brush off these trafficking allegations, it's one thing to understand. This is an ongoing, current investigation. So who knows what comes out of it? Maybe Tate is completely absolved. Maybe he isn't. I do want to say for the people that are definitely critical of Tate, very critical, to take it easy with just simply saying this person is a 100% human trafficker. Because if the chance comes out that he isn't, he's definitely going to use this as ammunition against the mainstream media or the people that are against him to further incite the fans of his to believe, you know, nothing that you would say, nothing that people who are actually critical of Tate would say. This is an ongoing investigation, but it's definitely okay to say there's some suspect things going on. That said, let's move on.
The next wild stage is obviously Andrew's next big business involves getting into the whole casino game, to which, when you actually listen to some of Andrew's connections in Romania, it starts to sound really shady. So, of course, there's been weird speculation that the Tate brothers are involved with the Romanian mafia. And there's a few videos and clips of Andrew Tate talking where it gets a little suspicious, and listen to this.
With women naked on the internet, who own casinos, who drive around Bucharest, Romania,
they own casinos,
over $2 million worth of fucking supercars. Everyone's afraid of us. And if anyone did piss us off at any point, even if we didn't want to fuck them up ourselves, we could make one phone call and they'd either be in a ditch or lose their any right to stay here, they'd have some visa issue, we kicked out the country, or arrested for no reason and put in a jail cell for months at a that time. We are basically
Whoa. What was number one again? Can we go back in time and listen to that? Hold on a second.
phone call, and they'd either be in a ditch or lose their
one phone call and they'd be in a ditch. Almost sounds like this guy has some friends that can make things happen. Almost sounds this guy has like mafia friends that can. Almost sounds like he knows fixers or something. It's super odd listening to that. So of course that's something that he's claimed. That's literally from the Tate Speech channel. Of course, even on a live stream with the other like Fortnite streamers, he actually mentioned something even suspicious as well. Listen to this.
Fortnite streamers.
Andrew, have you ever killed someone?
What's this Twitch, bro? I can't be saying certain things on Twitch.
So that's a yes.
It's not a yes. It's not a no.
Oh, so it's just, yeah, okay.
And it also depends. Like the more
Oh yeah, for those of you guys that don't know, Andrew Tate calls Clicks a spoiled brat after explaining how he plays Fortnite for a living. Jesus Christ. For those of you guys that don't know, Clicks is a professional Fortnite streamer. I don't know if this is like a friendly conversation. I remember this guy was dick riding Andrew Tate last time I saw like him in a Discord call.
to answer the question professionally, which I will, it also depends, right? Because it depends. Would having, for example, complete hyperbole, let's say you got a member of your energy team to kill someone, would you, and
He just said hyperbole! He just said hyperbole! He's never said hyperbole said out loud! He's never heard the word hyperbole said out loud. Is there any actual, like, was that literally just like a Vosh moment of pronouncing something so far from correctly? It's just, did he just have a Vosh moment? He just had a Vosh moment, holy shit. What did I hear Vosh pronounce weirdly the other night? I literally came into Vosh's stream the other night, and he pronounced something, he said Appalachia or something. It was bad. It was something bad. It was like a couple nights ago. I just hopped in and it was bad. Cowardice. Yeah, it might have been that. Yeah, he says that. Listen, okay? Bro, if I ever got something that bad, I'd be calling my local vacuum cleaner repair shop and asking for a new dust filter for my Hoover Deluxe Pro. I don't remember what it was. Hoover Max Pro Suction. I need a new dust filter for my Hoover Max Pro. Okay, Dust Master something. I don't remember.
You ordered to hit, would you be the person who killed him?
Yes. In Fortnite, yeah.
All right, cool.
So it's basically, so you're basically playing like Fortnite, but in real life. I get it.
Oh, but life is a video game, right? We live in.
So beyond just these two streamers listening and entertaining this thing, I have to really ask the question how you can entertain a person that is apparently admitting at least twice that they have the connections in the country and the ability to deal with people in a very violent manner. Sometimes they could take their passport away, sometimes they could be in a ditch in the ground. You know, and I have to ask the people who follow and support this guy, how do you support somebody that has basically aligned themselves with criminals? The people that Andrew Tate may be referring to in this case, the mafia if you will, are no more different than drug dealers, drug pushers, terrorists, actual criminals that commit terrible crimes. To respect a criminal means absolutely putting yourself at such a base level. These criminals deserve no respect, but deserve just a bullet to the head. And sometimes they need to be put through the same punishments they exact on other people, victims of theirs.
Okay, so I recently, alright, we're getting spicy, okay? I recently did some drama. I recently did some drama on Twitter, okay? A very minor drama, okay? I think Hunter Avalon ended up getting canceled for it. I really wish sometimes I could just, like, take control of another person's Twitter account to reword their take in a different way so that they're, because I know what Hunter's take is and I agree with it, but I just kept seeing him say it in just the worst possible ways. I was just like, bro, just let me tweet it for you, dude. Just let me tweet your take for you here, man. I got you, bro. I really wanted to. I wish I could have been his Twitter translator there. But we got into a little bit of a disagreement initially. My take was that, I believe very strongly that retributive and especially violent retributive justice, based around like revenge and punishment, not rehabilitation and a utilitarian desire to improve the world, and to make the world a better place. I believe in these things, obviously. Like, I believe in prison reform. I don't believe in capital punishment. I think these are bad things. I don't believe that the state should ever have the right to kill you unless you are, like, actively, currently a threat to other human lives. at the same time, I also discussed the fact that I think you can hold that position while also emotionally venting. Imposter sus vented. While also emotionally venting about, like, the things that you would do to these people, right? Like, in my example was, I think it's possible to simultaneously believe in reformative justice for, like, pedophiles who want to get help to not, like, want to rape kids anymore. I believe that you can believe that while at the same time personally thinking pedophiles are such fucking disgusting pieces of shit. Yeah, I think that's still, I think that's a fine, okay, feeling to have. And I think it's somewhat okay to have that as well, like, broader to, like, other forms of criminality as well. But I think you do have to be careful with it too. I think it's a little over the top. I don't think that, like, Andrew Tate should be shot in the head. Not if I was president of the world, I would have Andrew Tate put into a padded cell with a therapist, frankly, is what I would do. And have his assets seized and redistributed to needing communities. But regardless, we're getting too deep into that. I wouldn't have Andrew Tate shot in the head is my point. I think it's okay to be like, oh, fuck, I hate that piece of shit, rapist asshole, he should be shot in the head. While at the same time, I think it's important to say, your criminals shouldn't be fucking killed. The criminals shouldn't be killed. Come on. Let's not go too crazy. Not like actually. Not just cuz.
How Tate can align himself with these kind of people and still be respected by the manosphere, the incels that follow him, the people who believe this is what being an alpha is about. No, being an alpha is about having a strong moral compass, not aligning yourself with scumbags like this, and basically doing the right thing. What Andrew Tate is doing is running shortcuts, becoming an internet...
I do disagree with that, Zan. Listen. If you think Andrew Tate should be shot in the head, that's your prerogative, my friend. I'm afraid I can't help you. I will not be able to. We can't duo together, I'm afraid. We cannot run that Fortnite duo up in Romania. I will not be joining you. That is your Minecraft mission to pursue, my dude. Listen, okay? I'm in favor of rehabilitative justice on a systemic level. I do not believe that the state should be allowed to just fucking hold you in a cell and say, we're gonna fucking kill you because you did a thing. Sit in this cell until your fucking death date. And we, the state, are gonna kill you, and there's nothing you can do about it. I don't like that. I don't like capital punishment. I don't like retributive justice. I don't think the victim should ever have any say in the punishment of the victimizer. I think that does not lead to justice. I think that leads to revenge. Revenge and justice are not the same thing, okay? They're not the same thing.
Pimp, making millions through using women, basically defrauding men from what we've seen in the past, and effectively aligning themselves with the most unsavory types of people. People that harm women, children, men all around the world simply because they can, and they use the easiest way to make money in life. Who Andrew Tate aligns himself with are better off dead.
Sometimes they're the same. Usually that can only be determined in hindsight. For example, if a young girl is held against her will by an older man and raped repeatedly, and she has no way to get out of the situation, and one day she murders the guy, just outright, well, I wouldn't even call it murder, really, but she kills the guy, just takes a fucking kitchen knife and guts him, I guess. I would consider that justice. I would. I'd consider it justice. However, I would not consider it justice for the police to take him, hold him in a cell for 3 years or so, and tell him, you're gonna die on this date, and then being brought defenselessly in handcuffs to a room where he's strapped down and either injected with so the death penalty, it can be a few different things. I believe are there still states that still do gas chamber? I know recently there were still states that did the gas chamber. Basically, the way that they execute you with the death penalty with the gas chamber, in America at least, the way they did it was they put you in a chamber, into a big cast iron chamber. They strap you into a chair, and then they tell you then they say, all right, we're about to flood the room with cyanide gas. I recommend you take deep breaths because if you take big, deep breaths as soon as the gas fills the room, you'll pass out and die faster. But if you take small breaths and try to hold your breath, you'll just drag it out and choke to death. That's what they tell you before sometimes, if you're lucky, that's what they tell you when you go into the gas chamber for the death penalty. Obviously, that's one of the most extreme and gruesome examples of the gas, like actual gas. Yeah, they did that. They executed people by gas chamber in like Texas and shit, like recently, I'm pretty sure. More conservative states are the ones that are in favor of stuff like the gas chamber and like firing squad and the more like brutal forms of capital punishment. No doubt, like obviously conservative states are the ones more in favor of that. But that was the thing I believe done in America recently. Not when I say recently, I mean like, you know, yeah. Anyway, hold on. Let me actually see. America last gas chamber execution. When was the last time America gassed somebody? So I just got a story. So here's a story from The Guardian, 2021. Arizona refurbishes its gas chambers to prepare for executions, documents reveal. The state of Arizona is preparing to kill death row inmates using hydrogen cyanide. Hey! There it is, chat! Hydrogen cyanide. Well, I was wrong. I said cyanide gas. It's hydrogen cyanide. The same lethal gas that was developed at Auschwitz. Documents obtained by The Guardian reveal that Arizona's Department of Corrections has spent more than $2,000 in procuring the ingredients to make cyanide gas. It's very cheap to make. The department bought a solid brick of potassium cyanide in December for $1,530. It also purchased sodium hydroxide pellets and sulfuric acid. The way they do it is so fucking scuffed, too. Oh my god. The way this is such a weird stun lock. Maybe you can cut this out into a separate segment, Cherry, like Zan's stun locks about capital punishment and the death penalty or something. What they do to kill you in the gas chambers is so it's a mix, right? You have the main solution, then a pellet, and when they mix, it makes a hydrogen cyanide gas, right? And like they literally just have like a guy with like a pulley that pulls a lever and it drops the pellet in. And it's like this, and it like makes the gas happen and fills the room. It's like, so a guy like pulls a string or like pulls a lever and it drops like a platform that drops the pellet into a bucket of the material, right? It's so fucking scuffed. Yeah, so apparently they're currently preparing to do that in Arizona. So they're still doing it. I was wrong when I said they don't do it anymore. They still do it here in America. They're still gassing death row inmates, and that is how it goes. If you're lucky, they will tell you to take a few big, deep breaths right when it starts. Otherwise, you will choke to death, and it'll be long and excruciating. It basically just fills the membrane. It causes the membranes of your... It's a lot like mustard gas, right? Where it causes the membranes of your esophagus and your respiratory system to start flooding with mucus and other sorts of pusses and whatnot, and you just drown alive on land. Yeah, pretty fucked up that America's doing that right now. But of course, it'd be Arizona, one of the reddest of red states.
Ed. And I also don't really believe that Andrew Tate has these kind of connections, because I feel like if you were connected to any of these criminal fronts, they would not take too kindly to you admitting this in front of millions of people. A person like this, with such a big mouth of theirs, would probably end up dead. So to be real with you, I think this man is kind of A, just flexing to 12-year-olds who think this is somehow badass
Probably.
and haven't grown up, or B, he's really just that stupid. And hopefully, beyond just deplatforming,
I do think a lot of it is probably a facade. I don't know how much of Andrew Tate is a character meant to impress 12-year-olds, but it's... I hope it's a lot. I hope a lot of it is just a facade, but it's hard to say. It really is hard to say these days.
Right, which he has been on Facebook and Instagram. This is actually against the TOS of like YouTube and various other services. I'm not somebody that believes deplatformation sometimes is the key, simply because it pushes a lot of his followers into a more extreme viewpoint. Sometimes they'll be like, this guy was right all along. This is the truth they don't want you to hear. Look at how mainstream media shut him down. Reality, like, this stuff should be countered. The children that...
I'd be okay with that method, TBH. Sorry, some crimes just warrant it. I'm sorry, you're an evil person. Like, if you believe that. I don't believe that, like, you genuinely believe in, like, that's not too, like, you're basically like primed for fascism. You believe that there are people that are completely too far gone. You believe there are people that are ontologically evil, and no matter what, they deserve to die. That's what you believe. I don't think that's very based, frankly. That's just my take. There are some people who will never change and cannot be helped, so they should be killed. Bro, how the fuck can you call yourself in any way do you think you're in any way libertarian? Do I have people in my chat right now defending the death penalty, defending capital punishment, defending the concept of killing people because they're too far gone? Are you fucking serious? All right, mods. Do we got mods in chat right now? Mods? Listen, there are some people in my community, as they say, that are just too far gone. Use their world philosophy against them. That's all I have to say.
Follow this, and the young adults that follow this need to be taught that following somebody that aligns himself with the most unsavory types of individuals is not somebody that deserves respect. It's somebody that deserves complete jail time. And again, I just want to ask for the followers, what part of what I just said do you necessarily disagree with? How is this badass and alpha? How is aligning yourselves with criminals somehow the manly thing to do? It's just something I want to ask, and I want to hear a refutation to it. Now, if you go to Andrew Tate's CobraTate.com, success is learned.
I just want to say, by the way, Mutahar definitely understood the message of Breaking Bad if he watched it. He probably watched it. It's a very popular show. If he watched Breaking Bad, he definitely got the message of the show. It did not go over his head.
Andrew Tate, world champion kickboxer. Grew up broke and now I'm a multimillionaire. All right, let's go. Teachers are essential. Your net worth is your network. If you were in a group of 100 ice cream experts and all you spoke about was making ice cream, you'd learn a lot about how to make ice cream. It's the same with money. Sit down with people.
That is possibly the most pyramid scheme business pitch I've heard in my life. That I was watching Asmongold gambling in the gacha game that my friend got me addicted to earlier, and he made a joke about the gambling mindset, and it was like, hear me out. When gambling, you can only lose 100% of your money, but you can potentially win an infinite amount of percent of your money back. You do the math. And it was really, really funny, but then it got really grim when you realize that people actually think that way. They really, really do. There's a lot of people that think that way, and those are the people that fall for this pyramid scheme pitch.
People and learn about making money. That is what it is. Get money, get women, get fit. People love to say you can accomplish anything. I'm going to be completely honest with you. That's bullshit. Very few people have the dedication and work ethic to operate in the top 1% of men. Those that do often don't know how to get there. Understand, if you're dedicated and ready to work hard, it's not enough. You need to know what to work on, what to dedicate yourself to. I broke the matrix, and I'll teach you how. Of course, you can believe a man with image intimidation tactics, like standing in front of your goddamn Lamborghini with a fucking machete, dude. These people are not real, but they are. It's insane.
It reminds me of, like, one of those really cringy movie posters for one of the early seasons of Supernatural, where it's Sam and Dean standing in front of the Impala with, like, big knives. And it's super, like, dramatic, and the editing on, like, the touch-ups are just over the top as fuck. That image just reminded me of that. Just trying so hard to be edgy. If you know, then you know. You know exactly what image I'm talking about right now, if you know what I'm referencing.
So, of course, what'll happen is if you go down even further, it gets even crazier. Tales of Wudon. In a previous life, I lived 5,000 human years atop Wudon Mountain. I remember...
Lore? Andrew Tate does think we live in the Matrix, by the way. Okay. He is actually mentally unwell. This is his OC. Yeah, oh my god, this is his kin. Wait, isn't there like a thing, like a something kin for this? Is there a thing for this? Like a reincarnation kin or something? I'm sure there's gotta be a YouTube community about this. There's gotta be. Alright, let's learn the deep lore, okay? This is like fucking... This is like video game lore, like an MMO's lore or something.
every lived second. Life is competition. Competition is violence. In many modern forms of competition, we have attempted to water down the violent aspects, to replicate violence in the most sanitized way. I'm not going to keep reading it. You can read the ebook right here if you really care about it. What he actually does sell, beyond everything, is the Hustlers University 2.0. Can you make money today? No job, but still money arriving into your bank account? Yes or no? Welcome to Hustlers University 2.0, a community.
Holy shit, he got out in front of the criticisms of people that would say, if Hustlers University is so good, how come there's no Hustlers University 2? He got out right in front of them.
Where me and dozens of war room soldiers will teach you exactly how to make money. This is a community where you can get access to stock analysis, options play, crypto analysis, DeFi, e-commerce, copywriting, freelancing, flipping, financial planning, business management, and more. What do you mean and more? Give me some more. Give me everything. Tell me everything here, okay? Sell me on everything. Every professor is verified by me personally. Each of them is making anywhere between 10,000.
Chat, can I be completely honest with you guys? When I add and more into the title of one of my videos, it's because I can't think of another thing. And I'm really hoping that I come up with another thing to add in halfway through the stream. Because I can't think of another thing. So I just add and more. And hope that's enough. Real moment with Zan.
To $500,000 a month? That's a pretty big range there, Andrew. Jesus. I choose fields that anyone anywhere can do now to get rich. No bullshit, no fluff. Just hard-hitting lessons. And it's only $49 to enjoy. It's time to get rich. Hustlers University.
Oh, thank God I'm not the only one doing that. Oh, trust me. Trust me, everyone does it. Vosh does it, Destiny does it. No streamer goes into their stream knowing 100% of what they're going to be covering, talking about, and doing that stream. Usually we go in with, like, maybe a couple of topics we're going to cover, and then we basically would probably go, like, I don't know how Vosh does it, but I'm sure that, like, Vosh probably does it like this too. And I imagine Shark and, like, Demon Mama probably do it this way. I don't know if Destiny does, he probably does as well, but, like, all I know going to my streams is I write down the topics I'm going to cover, and obviously I know about the topics I'm going to cover, like, enough to discuss them, and I know I'm going to talk about them. And then I completely blind react to the video, or I read an article, or I discuss a situation, or whatever, and it's all fucking improv. All off the top of my head. None of this shit's really that prepared.
And of course, you go over here to Hustlers University, and you pay him $49.99 per month, by the way, to join this entire group of people who can learn how to get rich. And of course, he's given a lot of, I guess you could say, proof. I guess men just sit around in Discord all day, basically talking about how much they've earned. Kind of weird. Of course, also beyond that, Tate's also got the War Room, and the War Room is even wilder. The War Room is a global network which exists on planet Earth. Looks like some fake-ass Illuminati, dude. The War Room is a global organization with members, bases, and influences in over 70 countries. The network contains a varied expertise which allows us to exert influence globally. Okay? Every member has either achieved or is working towards the ultimate goal of all intelligent men, freedom in a world of slavery. How would joining our network change your life? Of course, let's go down to see how much this costs. Okay, let's actually see what's going on. How much it costs to join the War Room? $4,147. Jesus Christ. I'm going to call and say that this sounds like Amway for, like, rich boys who want to jump in and basically figure out people who are getting basically scammed and probably...
This is Zoomer Tech Bro Amway. You are on the fucking dot. This is Zoomer Tech Bro Amway. That is what this is. For those of you guys that don't know what Amway is like the #1 pyramid scheme. Chances are, if you're older, then you've probably known a parent or just an older, like, if you're older, then you probably knew someone who was older that was into Amway and fell for that shit. It was a big thing back in the day. Pyramid schemes used to be a big problem back in, like, the early, mid-2000s is when I think they were the biggest.
Probably learning how to scam other people. Now, of course, Hustlers University 2.0, if you actually just go on to Google and look around, there's plenty of ads that keep getting fed to you. And if I click on one of them right here, Andrew Tate's Hustler University, you can go down and understand just exactly what kind of shit they're trying to teach you. Affiliate marketing, MLM crap,
Yep.
Amazon FBA e-commerce. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. We're getting into the real hustling, aren't we? See, the moment you see affiliate marketing and Amazon FBA...
By the way, I should say, this is like Muda does, like, some really good videos taking down, like, anything from... He's really good at just internet history in general. Part of that involves, like, investigating deep web stuff. Some of that involves talking about crypto. Some of that involves talking about internet finance. And a lot of that involves talking about, like, online scamming and stuff like that. He talks about that stuff all the fucking time. He teamed up with CoffeeZilla, yeah. And so, like, he's gonna know an online crypto scam if he sees one. He's gonna see the red flags, and he's seeing them, and I trust him, okay? If he says there's red flags, I trust him, okay? He knows about this shit. I've watched countless videos this dude has done exposing online like crypto scams, rug pull shit, all that kind of stuff.
Is the moment you run the fuck away. You see, a lot of these courses that are $50 a month really just give you the most basic bargain bin advice that you could ever imagine, right? And it's the same kind of shit you could take 5 seconds to Google search and come across. What Andrew Tate is selling you is nothing new. Andrew Tate is basically profiting off of weak-willed individuals who just want to get rich quicker, okay? They want to learn how to hustle. They want to learn how to make money online. They want to learn how to do freelancing and copying, learn how to make money in cryptos and NFTs. And again, these people will say, this is not financial investment advice. They'll tell you how to invest. They'll tell you about real estate. And the funniest part about real estate is you pretty much already kind of have to have fucking a crap ton of money before you try to make anything in that space too.
Yeah, that's the thing. Making money off of real estate might be it is the easiest and most profitable way to make money. It just is. If you can get into real estate investment, like being a landlord is legitimately like an extremely good hustle. So, but the problem is you already have to have money going into it. You have to be able to buy a house. Like, guys, I've been a moderately successful question mark, if I'm allowed to say that, streamer and YouTuber for like 3 or 4 years now, maybe, and I can't even afford a house. Not even fucking close. I'm hoping I can get my first house by 30. That's my hope. Like, it is not, you can't just take a class and then know how to get into real estate investment. That's just not how it works. There's a reason why investing in real estate or like a home is the best investment you can make. As long as you put work into it, home investment generally only ever increases in value. It is, you have to be a real asshole to buy a house and then have it decrease in value. Like, worse comes for worse, you can demolish it and sell the land. And eventually the land will be worth more than what you paid for the initial price. Like, land is one of those things that's always going to be valuable. Even if the house itself isn't valuable, the land you bought that it's on will be valuable. Like, yeah.
What he's basically teaching you is like...
To be clear, what I'm saying here is Andrew Tate teaching real estate advice is, 1, unfeasible for the vast majority of people that would be paying $50 for that class, and 2, anything you would be learning about real estate investment from a $50 class is not worth paying $50 for, and is not going to be anything that you don't already know from like a baseline of knowing anything about the world, or having ever rented, or having ever talked to or dealt with a landlord before, or having ever learned about or considered buying a house before.
Hey, how do rich people just learn?
In other words, only children, preteens, and 13 and 14-year-old boys fall for this shit. And dudes that have the mindset of them.
How to snowball their money into getting rich. The people who are actually rich in this scenario, okay, do not need courses like this. Just imagine for a second, put this into your head. Why is it, if I'm the rich guy, why would I teach you how to also be rich? At the end of the day, finances are a giant cake, okay? At the end of the day, the cake is finite. Why the hell would I teach you how to get a slice of cake when I could have the whole goddamn cake to myself? When it comes to money, I'm not here to get type 3 up in this bitch, okay? That's what it comes to. Anybody that sells you a course is literally profiting off of your gullibility. They're not there to make money for them. They're probably making money on the side, but these courses that they sell you are literally them siphoning money out of the fucking weak-willed out there. You want to learn how to make money, you want to learn how to grind, get a financial advisor, get a money manager. That's how it works. They're the ones that can help you. That's how you get rich over time.
Not to mention, honestly, most good financial advice that you can find, you can get for free. If financial advice is paywalled, you're already failing. Any decent financial advisor would tell you, don't pay for financial advice. Good financial advice is free because people who make good financial decisions or want to don't pay for financial advice. Like, yeah. Like, there are pretty decent, like, free sources for that kind of information. I've been doing a lot of research on that stuff myself lately.
There ain't no success on getting rich quick, unless you start going down some criminal route, which is always going to end badly. Here's a pretty good explanation onto this too by one Redditor. So I've explained this before and I'll try to explain it again. The whole point of a paywall is networking. You're paying that money for access. The truth is Andrew Tate is successful because of his boxing, and it's alleged he's also involved in illicit dealings. I don't know how true this is. So you need to understand this reality before you spend money. My opinion is Tate is not a successful businessman, but a successful influencer. These people are in it for the money because they failed in other business ventures and realize being provocative for clout makes them easy money. They are not the people you want to pay to network with. Find self-made millionaires. They're everywhere. Look on YouTube, for example. These people almost never ask for money or sell courses, and these resources are readily available on the internet if you're willing to do the effort.
Exactly. That's exactly what I just fucking said. All this shit is out there for free. Do not fall for some asshole trying to make you pay for financial advice.
suggestion is never give these people money. Nothing they have to offer is new. However, if you do spend money, understand you're potentially growing your circle and expanding your networking with like-minded individuals. You'd have a better experience finding a community of people on Reddit than going from there. Most of your problems can be solved if you just know how to navigate what you're trying to succeed in. Absolutely amazing advice right there, and it costs you $0 to experience it. Absolutely perfect. So to tie off this entire video, this project's taken me a bit of a while, a week and a half really, just of sitting down and watching this. To be real with you, coming across this person was like laughable because it really looked like a GT Online character. But of course, the further you dig into it, the more it goes from just misogyny to downright near criminal elements. Now, of course, obviously, to get to the summarization of this entire piece, obviously, Andrew Tate's final goal is to basically spread his message throughout all these social media platforms. If you actually look into all these channels that have kicked up, like, we looked at it earlier in the video, shit like Million Motivations or Tate. There are so many unofficial channels that it really does feel like some sort of op is taking place, where Andrew Tate benefits from having a bunch of people take his stream content that he's honestly doing through other streamers. Like, streamers jump onto him, streamers bring him on, they play him, people like, Aiden Ross, if you will. They platform him, he makes a statement, he makes some speeches, he says about outlandish shit. People watching that stream clip it, and then they upload it to TikTok and various other first-tier media platforms. It gets spread around through the algorithm. And obviously, there's something to consider that even the algorithms constantly keep pushing this kind of content. But so people look at this content, and for Andrew Tate, the most like...
So, the hard truth at the end of the day is, all of these large platforms, they're all companies. They're private companies. At the end of the day, their job, their sole purpose, their number one goal is to make money as much as possible, as much as they can, without destroying the company in the short term, of course, within reason. There are certain boundaries they can't cross, but within those boundaries they've set, within those margins, they try to make as much money as they can conceivably make. If you are Google or the people running YouTube, and Andrew Tate is on the platform, come on. Susan Wojcicki herself knows Andrew Tate is on the platform. Susan herself, without a fucking doubt, knows about Andrew Tate. There's no way she doesn't. Do you guys really think that she might, like the CEO of YouTube, doesn't know who Andrew Tate is? I think he probably does. I think she probably does. I think she probably does know who he is. And I don't think that YouTube cares about any of these figures. Steven Crowder, Matt Walsh, Ben Shapiro, Jordan Peterson, any of these figures, as long as they are making them enough money and the risk is low enough. Andrew Tate just got banned off of a mainstream platform. I think his end is coming soon. Once you get banned off of one of these platforms and you're a large figure like that, and you're getting this much media attention, the rest come quickly after. It's already starting to become apparent to platforms like YouTube that the cost-benefit analysis is leaning against Andrew Tate's favor. For years, Andrew Tate has gotten away with saying this stuff and making shit tons of money and making YouTube and TikTok and other platforms shit tons of money because there just wasn't enough negative attention on them for it to be a negative impact on them. However, now, you better believe as the ire towards Andrew Tate gets ramped up, all of a sudden these platforms are going to start to pretend like they suddenly learned of his existence, like he was this unknown, hidden, dark corner of their platform that they had no clue about. No. To YouTube, to Twitch, to all of these platforms, Twitter and TikTok, these are not dingy, dark, unknown corners of these platforms. These are giant, blistering pimples in the face of these platforms that they've desperately used makeup to try to conceal from the broader public because they know if these pimples get seen, then they could lose out on a lot. Andrew Tate's no doubt probably running head first towards the end of his career as it is today. I don't think he's going to be in the spotlight for much longer. People like him, the wick has burned quite bright, but that means it's going to burn for a very short amount of time. I don't think he has a lot of longevity online, and I think this is really just the beginning of the end for Andrew Tate. But I really do think this speaks to the way that these platforms operate. They will allow the most heinous speech to exist in their platforms, the most heinous figures that stand for the most heinous things to make money and spread their ideologies off of their platforms and make money off of them, until the last possible safe second to do so, throw those people to the wayside, and then pretend like they didn't know about it and like they don't stand for those beliefs. It really is, it really is a capitalism moment, isn't it?
The best possible case scenario for him is being outlandish, being trending all the time, having these kind of videos made on him. Also that 1 or 2 people can jump into Hustlers University. Because that's the end goal of the situation, to get people involved into this weird online $50 program where honestly they can learn how to get rich or learn how to get all the women imaginable. Now, Andrew Tate's view on women is obviously misogynistic, obviously something that most normal people with a functional worldview would never agree with. Any actual person you talk to past the age of 18 that has a career, that has kids, that has something together in their life would never agree with something Andrew says. The kind of stuff that he says appeals to individuals that are early in their, in their teenage years or children, people that, are easily molded. And they'll look at a guy that's rich, a guy that has Bugattis and all of his stuff, and they'll probably sit there flexing this man's wealth to other people. Like, what color's your Bugatti? Are you a top G? At the end of the day, we've seen that this man has weird allegations all around him. And again, they're just allegations. But given that there's current investigations regarding human trafficking, given that, it's gotten to the point where 2 countries have literally gotten involved, when you hear statements about, I'm moving to Romania because 40% of the reason is I don't have to deal with these legal hurdles that you would see in the United States or the United Kingdom or any country where corruption is not easier to access. Of course, when you read things like that and you look at these videos where even in his BDSM scenarios, these women are locking doors and obviously being distraught, you have to imagine just how much you can respect the man. If that stuff sounds weird to you, the man's entire empire was built off webcamming and casinos. The man literally peddles filth, and he peddles absolute addiction to individuals out there. People that he can absolutely defraud with parasocial relationships.
Damn, he's spitting.
And addictive vices. This is not somebody that you can respect. What Andrew Tate is a pimp. And from his statements, it appears that he's aligned in some capacity with highly corrupt elements or even criminal elements. You can't respect a man like this. He has nothing to... This is not an alpha male. And anybody that thinks this is an alpha male just hasn't grown up enough. At the end of the day, this is a simple way for this man to sell courses. And, banning Andrew Tate, obviously, in the grand scheme of things, probably is important because it immediately curbs his spread. But Andrew Tate is not the only person in this. He's a cancer...
Oh, shit. Wait, did he... Is this him, like, kind of... Did he recant his take from Twitter? Because I saw the Twitter post where he said he doesn't believe that Andrew Tate should be banned, but here he's talking about it as if it's, like a good thing to do to stop the spread of his ideology. This was after Twitter? Okay, interesting. Hey, listen, guys, I'm telling you, I told you, Muda is not a fucking chud. He is a reasonable guy. He's not like a super politically, like, obsessed person like me or like... Vosh was arguing with him in the comments, or like Vosh, but like, he generally, I feel like, lands not too, like, even if it's just him, like, giving an uninformed take on an issue, I find he typically lands the dart not far from the bullseye, and it's not hard to get him land on the bullseye with the second throw after a very, very short conversation, or like a little, oh, hey, did you know this? And I'll be like, oh, shit, I know that. Okay. Oh, no, okay. Like, yeah, he seems like a very reasonable and smart guy. I like him. Out of, like, all the large content creators that I know about and have even, like, come into contact with through the whole YouTube thing, I feel like Muda is one of the most reasonable and well thought out in most of his beliefs. It seems like his core beliefs are very much... solid. I just think that sometimes he isn't super obsessed with politics,
that is amongst a breed of cancers. This is part of the red pill community that a bunch of people subscribe to, a bunch of people go into, and they get their life learning from it. When in reality, these people just haven't gotten old enough to really see the world for what it is. Once you get past the age of 18, once you go to college, once you actually, or post-secondary or trade school or whatever, once you get a career, once you actually speak to multiple people and you develop and cultivate friendships, you'll find out just how bullshit Andrew Tate's things are, how Andrew Tate's experiences are, his lived-in experiences, the shit that he peddles onto the average person. Don't be wilded out that this is a simple man, all right? Not a simple man, but this is a man that wants to find a way to get you funneled into a $50 program that ultimately nets him millions cumulatively year after year. That's all it is. It's just a grift for a man to make money off of the complete stupid ones out there. $50 is not a lot of money, even for a child who has mommy's credit card or daddy's credit card attached. $50 to learn the secrets on getting rich and then not getting rich afterwards, for the most part, is something that honestly will reflect badly on the people falling for it. But for Andrew, it's just more cream and money on top of the empire. Ladies and gentlemen, Andrew Tate is a disgusting, deplorable human being. And if you consider him an alpha male, I have simple words to offer you. And that's grow the fuck. What you saw, please like, comment, and subscribe. Dislike it if you dislike it. I am out.
You muted the fuck. Alright, that was a damn good video. I'm gonna go ahead and drop it in the chat very fast. Go like it. Go subscribe if you're somehow not already subscribed to Some Ordinary Gamers. And go be based by doing that and all of that. And go comment. You guys have to comment Xanderhall said you're based. Or Xanderhall sent me. Great video. Just, I don't know. Improve, not only comment to improve the video in the algorithm and push it in the algorithm, but also do it so people know that they came from me. Zan the man, yeah. Anyway, the main point of this, in all seriousness, is that people like Andrew Tate are a dime a dozen, okay? There have been people with the exact same ideology who push the exact same shit as Andrew Tate in the past, and there'll be people just like him in the future. These things don't change. It's just the rotation of young people does. When this generation of 11 to 13-year-olds grows out of Andrew Tate's content, and they realize he's a dumb fuck and a scammer, and they touch a girl for the first time and realize they don't hate all men and they aren't evil, they'll fall out of this shit and they'll realize it's all bullshit. But there will always be another generation of 11 to 13-year-olds to take their place. Now, I'm not saying that 11 to 13-year-old, mostly white boys, are like inherently prone to falling into horrific ideas. I think that a lot of this is honestly an issue having to do with our culture and the way that young men are treated and the way that that expectations are sort of thrusted on them, right? That, like, as a guy, doesn't it feel like, even like as young as, for me at least, it feels like as a straight cishet guy or whatever, it feels like since elementary school at least there's been like an expectation socially for maybe not to have a girlfriend, not to have even kissed a girl, but for at the very least for girls to find me attractive. If girls don't find me attractive, then I have less value or worth as a man. That is essentially the core of the sentiment that I've basically had ingrained in me implicitly from when I was very young until I was, quite a bit older, right? It wasn't something I kind of, trained out of myself until I got a bit older. And I cannot believe that this is a rare thought process among men. I can't believe it's a universal experience. That's what I thought. I do genuinely feel that a lot of, straight, heterosexual, cis men from a young age feel as though some amount of their worth is based on whether or not women, at the very least, find them sexually desirable. If you're not sexually desirable, able to provide money, or able to provide protection and safety, one or more of those things, men will feel as though they have no worth. They are completely useless. Like they don't have a reason to exist. That is genuinely, it feels like a universal expectation experience that has been ingrained in a lot of men. It is universal in the messaging of the far right. It seems to be implicit in a lot of the people that fall for this kind of stuff, but I don't know. It's weird. Anyway, if you enjoyed this segment, please consider leaving a like. It helps the channel and my videos out a lot. It's not just a simple hollow show of support. It actually does force my videos to get pushed more in the algorithm by YouTube. And of course, since Andrew Tate's fans will no doubt come in droves, in absolute droves, to dunk on my video, because they like to do that kind of thing, then make sure to comment down below, Andrew Tate is cringe, okay? We gotta outweigh the ratio. So Andrew Tate is cringe in the comments, please. I want to see it in mass. It'll also let me know that you watched the whole thing. So yeah. Also, of course, if you want to support me financially, you can do so completely voluntarily by donating, subscribing, or gifting a sub on my website, xanderhall.com/live. You can also support me on YouTube, Twitch, Streamlabs, or Patreon. But with all that said, thank you so much for supporting me, no matter how you do, whether it be in the form of a like, a view, or simply just a nice comment and chat, or even a donation. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much for watching. Have a good one. I have been live for 5.5 hours, and it is 5:35 a.m. Pulse, thank you for the tier 1 gifted sub to Ellen Degenerate. I really appreciate that. Very kind of you, my friend. Based. That puts us at $200 in the dono goal, and honestly, I can't think of a better place to wrap things up if I'm being completely honest. My bladder do be full, the stream do be long, and my eyes do be heavy. So with all that said, I'm not really going to drag the ending out here. I think it's time to say goodbye. Thank you all so much for coming out, everybody. I'm going to go have a top piss, as they say. And with all that said, I love you all very much. Thank you for your support. I love every last one of you. And of course, I will see you guys next time. Doo-doo fart.